Chapter 1. The Boy Who Learns. It was another day in the life of Harry Potter. In school, where Dudley's troop could get to him, he couldn't concentrate, but here he was in peace. Harry closed another book, walking to return it to the librarian. That was rather fast, don't you think, Harry? It was more of the same. What do you suggest for chemistry and biology? Are you reading that far ahead? You're just entering middle school, for God's sake. You know me, I already have the basics stored in here. Harry tapped to his temper and smiled. I wish I had your memory. Well, let me get one. I think you'll like it. It just came out the other day, although it may be a hard read. Harry nodded and waited, eyeing the many books all around, his only escape from the hell that was living with the Dursleys. And if it wasn't for this, he'd have probably jumped off of a bridge. This was all he had, and he couldn't wait for the day he could get older enough to work and sustain himself. But until that, there's nothing he could do but learn. Harry stood silent, listening to his Aunt Petunia complaining about his weird behavior again. You're expected to at least answer someone properly when there's no way to stay out of sight. The next time you embarrass us like that in front of our friends, you'll stay locked for a month. Harry sighed heavily, remembering the reason he refused to talk to such an unpleasant person. Uncle Vernon's friend was close to despicable by what Harry could observe, making racist and sexist jokes the whole time they were having dinner. So when he saw Harry trying to sneak his way out of the house, he asked about the boy, trying to be friendly, but the disgust made Harry unable to push himself to shake the man's hand. Harry knew better than wasting his time arguing with his Aunt Petunia, so he kept a troubled expression, nodding while looking down, apologetic, hearing the giggles from Dudley, who was sitting at the bottom of the stairs watching his favorite sport, Harry being humiliated. To your room. No dinner for you tonight. She pointed to the cupboard below the stairs, and Harry marched slowly towards another hungry night. In her dreams. Harry closed the door and heard the lock, turning off his lights, staring at the light coming from the outside of the room for some time. Shortly after the Dursley went to bed, Harry sat straight, stretching his arms, cracking his joints, before taking a strange thick line and a weird metallic piece from one of his drawers. He swiftly passed the line through the only opening on the door commonly used to pass him food while he was locked away, and around the padlock that was currently keeping him locked, pulling the padlock closer to the gap. After pulling the padlock closer, he made a knot, tying it to the handle to support the padlock in place. As he divided the metallic shape into two, he quickly inserted the metal piece in the keyhole and rotated the other one for a few seconds before. Click! The padlock went open, and he used the line to lift it off, opening the door. He looked around with a bored expression, the house completely dark and the only sound being of Vernon's snores, the rainy night, and the frogs outside. He silently but swiftly went to the fridge, getting a bit of everything they had for dinner to make himself a plate that he put in the microwave. For a few seconds, he sat at the table waiting for the food to get warm, hearing the gently sound of the drops hitting the windows until he got up to stop the machine before beeping. As he ate, he started fantasizing about his new life entering a new school in a few weeks, away from Dudley and his friends. The quality didn't really matter because he'd use his free time to learn by himself and read whatever he wished, but just the fact that he would be able to be in peace to do what he liked was a giant leap from his current situation. Right before he finished his dinner, he heard the sound of the top board of the staircase, alerting him, making him sharpen his ears, and even though the noise happened, everything went quiet again until Harry's voice cut the silence. For how long are you going to stay there? I already know that's you, Dudley. His cousin wiggled from the hall, stopping right next to the kitchen's entrance, whispering, How did you know it was me? By the noise made by the staircase. Yeah, right. You don't need to lie about it. What is it? Are you spying on us using something? Cameras? Spying? It doesn't make any sense. Why would I spy on you? Then how do you know? I already told you by the noise. Aunt Petunia would have made the wood slightly creak, while Uncle Vernon would have made it squeak, and you are in the middle. Dudley just frowned, trying to follow his logic. Whatever, if Dad finds out about you leaving your room, you'll be locked until next year. The only way any of them would find out about this is if you tell them. Exactly. Dudley smiled, turning the lights on, while Harry narrowed his eyes at the sudden glow. Harry kept eating, while Dudley stayed there, eyeing him with a smirk. Go on, Harry said while taking the last bites of his dinner. You don't think I will? The chubby boy raised his eyebrows with incredulity. I know you won't, because you don't want to rat me out. You want something from me in return for your silence. I said go on about your request. I can at least hear it. Dudley just kept shifting his weight from leg to leg, thinking about how to speak to his weird cousin who slightly frightened him. I borrowed something from Dad, but I kind of lost it, so I want you to do your weird thing so you can find it. My weird thing is called thinking, and applying the deductive and inductive reasoning isn't weird. Well, I already know where's the watch you stole from Uncle Vernon. Well, I didn't steal it. I was Dash. Tried to impress the boys, I know, but you didn't lose it. Edward stole it from you. What? The boy just stared in shock as Harry got up, proceeding to wash his plate while being the quieter he could, putting everything in the same place he'd found. He lost his watch when he came last time, remember? So he dared you to take Uncle's Vernon's, and you fell for it. After that, he stole it to replace the one he lost, so his mom wouldn't be mad at him. Al, how do you know all that? I just heard it and saw it. The same way I saw when you did it. You're terrible at keeping things hidden. Dudley just stared, shaking his head while Harry walked until they were next to each other. There you have it. Now I'm going to bed, so lock my door for me, will ya? Are you sure about Ed? Harry just stared at him for a few seconds, not bothering to answer, walking inside his room, closing the door behind him, hearing Dudley locking it after a few seconds. All right, I'll talk to him tomorrow, and if you're lying, I'll tell Mom and Dad about what you did tonight. Harry sighed at Dudley's pathetic threat. Yeah, and there's nothing I can do to prevent you from talking about that. I mean, there's absolutely no way to make you keep your mouth shut about the things I did. You're dead right, the boy said, walking upstairs, not picking on Harry's sarcasm or his giggles at the absurdity he just heard. Harry walked around the neighborhood, looking after the signs. He was allowed to leave the house after his chores were done and forced to be back at 8 p.m., which would give him around 4 hours of free time every day. He used those hours to study and read the most he could put his hands on, and by doing that, he learned about the reasoning method. It became some kind of obsession to the 12-year-old, being able to meddle in people's lives, finding secrets from common answers, using what he had learned to feel something, a sense of relevance. He looked around until he found what he was looking for, a green ribbon tied to a mailbox. His eyes shone while he glanced around, just to be sure nobody was watching, taking the ribbon off and opening the box, taking the envelope that was inside before walking away quickly, until he was alone in an alley where he opened and read it. Mr. Senior Detective, I heard from my friend Callie that you can solve mysteries. Well, my name is Lizzie, and I would like to know where my bike is. Me mom got it for me, and it was stolen a week ago. I'll pay you half of my allowance if you find it. So please find it, because it was a present for me, Mom. He instantly ripped the letter and the envelope into tiny little pieces, dumping in a trash can, walking toward the house he took it from. For 2 hours, he stood outside the place, watching everything inside through the windows, until a man stationed his car in the parkway. Harry started analyzing the man as he stayed inside his car longer than necessary, just sitting there looking at the house. After getting off, he shut the door close, but the car's door was broken as it just came back open, making him curse before shutting it with force again. He walked inside, and Harry saw the little girl who could be at least 8 or 9 years old, running to hug him, and his face went from his troubled expression to a warm smile. Harry walked back to his house. While washing the dishes from dinner that night, Harry asked Aunt Petunia, who was cleaning the kitchen while Harry worked on the dishes. Aunt Petunia, do you know where the Clearwaters work? What? Why are you asking me this? How do you even know about them? They live 5 blocks down the street. I heard a few neighbors talking about them. Harry lied, his attention fixed on the plates as he felt the gaze from his aunt. What were they saying? Even though Petunia hated when Harry asked questions, she couldn't turn down a good gossip. That something is wrong with them. They don't know half of it. The Clearwaters are broke. They're down their necks in debts, and Vernon said Jasper's company is this close to firing him. Veronica is trying to keep them fed, but her job isn't enough for the life they've been living. Um, she snapped her eyes to the boy as if remembering that she didn't like him. And why are you asking these questions? You know you're not allowed to ask things. Sorry, Aunt Petunia. I just wanted to share what I heard with you. Harry said without looking at her, his tone down as if he was sad. Oomph. Petunia left the kitchen, but she didn't say he wasn't allowed to share any gossip again. Harry smiled to himself. The next day, Harry waited in the driveway of the Clearwaters until he saw the car arriving. Mr. Jasper got out of his car, giving Harry an evaluating look before approaching. Are you lost, son? I never saw you around here. Do you need anything? I stay inside most of the time, and I have a letter for you, sir. A letter? Are you working for the mail dash? No, sir. A man told me to give this to you, so he gave me a few pounds to deliver it. A man? Yes, so there you go. Harry gave him an envelope and walked away. The man frowned and looked at the boy until he disappeared around the corner, opening it and reading right there in the driveway. There were 2 sealed letters inside and a piece of paper where he could read the following. Greeting, Mr. Clearwater. My services were hired by your daughter Elizabeth to find her stolen bicycle, with the promise of half of her allowance as payment. Inside this envelope, there are 2 letters destined to Elizabeth, one containing the truth that you sold her bicycle to pay some of your more urgent bills, the same as your wife's bicycle a few weeks ago, and your car a few days ago as well. The second letter contains a lie that the bicycle was stolen and dismantled by a man who is currently in jail serving time for the exact same crime of stealing bicycles, and that her bike was dismantled and sold for parts last week. You have at your disposal the option to tell your daughter the lie or the truth. I will not interfere in your decision, and whatever you choose, I'd advise you to destroy the other letter. My opinion is that you should be frank to your family, especially to children, as Elizabeth was raised in a functional, wealthy ambient and is still stuck in that reality. Adults should protect their children, but they need to allow them to understand things so they can become responsible adults at the same time. Elizabeth needs to learn that problems may occur in life and that not everything can go her way. She must learn the value of things, and you have the chance to teach her that. This is my take on this matter, but again, I'm not ordering you to do anything. I'm simply giving you my piece. On the letter containing the truth, I abdicated of my pay as the first lesson for Elizabeth about the value of money. And on the letter containing the lie, I'm not abdicating my pay, as she will be kept in the dark, and it would raise suspicious to deny the money. If you ever need my services, wrap a green ribbon on your mailbox with a letter explaining your problems, and I'll find the truth. Cordially, Detective Fancy Pants. The man just stared at the letter for a few seconds, looking around, searching for the boy who delivered this weird message. He read it again, just to make sure he wasn't hallucinating, and walked to his house's porch, sitting on a swing. There he pondered about the truth and the lie. He took one of the letters and placed it inside his overcoat. Walking inside, while Harry walked around the tree, he was hiding while observing the man, positioning himself where he could look inside his house through one of the windows. He saw the man hugging Elizabeth as he did daily, but this time he said something to her, sitting on their couch while tapping for her to follow. There, Harry saw the girl's expression becoming horrified and later blank before turning into one of understanding. Harry turned around and walked back to his house, thinking that not all adults were shallow as the ones he knew, wishing he could find someone like that to be a part of his life someday. Harry was arriving at his house and saw another green ribbon in the distance, but he had no more time today, deciding to go looking for it tomorrow, taking the Dursleys' mail and walking inside. While looking at the letters, he found one that made him halt before entering the kitchen, where Vernon, Dudley, and Petunia were starting to have dinner. Mr. Harry Potter. The cupboard under the stairs. For Privet Drive. Little whinging. Surrey. Dudley leaned on his chair to look at Harry's frozen picture in the hall. Harry is acting weird again. What you doing, boy? Looking for bomb letters? Ah. He laughed at his own joke, and Harry instantly dropped the letter with his name, using his foot to slid the weird envelope under his door, handling the rest of the mail to Vernon, who quickly glanced at the senders, taking one after ripping the envelope, quickly reading it. Marge is sick again. She ate some strange shrimp. While the night went on, Harry kept thinking about that envelope. Am I going crazy? That thing had my exact location. Who would know that I live in? Is there someone spying on the house? On me? Why? Well, I need to read it first before I make any assumptions, but how could anyone know? It was hard for Harry to maintain his usual behavior, but he managed, finally entering his cupboard a few hours later, hearing the footsteps from the Dursley, doors closing, and after a few minutes, snoring from all three of them. Harry took a portable light socket that he managed to buy with one of his payments from the detective work, and after plugging in the socket, he quickly covered it with a sheet so it wouldn't shine too bright. He opened the envelope and thought he was inside a prank show. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Percival Ulfric Brian Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confide of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Harry unfolded the list of materials and frowned. All right. I don't even know enough people to be worried about this being made by an acquaintance. Then how does anyone know that I live under the stairs inside the cupboard? It makes no sense. He sighed and read it all over again. Wizardry and witchcraft? This is bollocks. If I could do magic, I would have left ages ago. He tossed the letter aside and turned his light off, trying to ignore the clear attempt to mess with him. It took only a few minutes for the light to be on again. No, this is too elaborate to be a prank. And if it was, why pick me as the target? Is this a coincidence? Was I target for this? And what exactly are their intentions? Does this have anything to do with those weird things that happened to me? Harry kept thinking and thinking until some weird things stood out. What in God's name is an owl? For sure it's not the animal, right? It wouldn't make any sense to send a bloody bird to deliver mail. So what does that mean? Is that some slang for something? A code? Who are Albus Dumbledore and Minerva McGonagall? I've never heard those names before in my life. Harry saw the first glimpses of daylight when he finally left that letter B. There was no way any of that was real, and the fact that he wasted a whole night speculating about magic and wizardry was straight up embarrassing. He hid the letter under one of the loose boards of his cupboard and went to bed, trying to sleep as fast as he could and forget everything about that nonsense. 1 month later. It was a lovely night. Heavy rain was pouring, lightning and thunder all around, and Harry was finally at peace. Harry loved storms because the deafening rain and thunder made the Dursley unable to speak properly to one another or him, as they just remained in their rooms, thinking it was the end of the world. Harry was reading the chemistry book he got from the library, concentrating because he was studying something really advanced. Suddenly, Harry heard a strange noise. It was almost like a heavy thing, like a train, stopping and leaving, and after a few seconds, nothing more. Harry resumed his study when he heard another noise. It was almost as if someone had just closed the door. Harry was now alert, closing his book and starting to get up to see through the gap in his door. But before he could even get up, he heard a knock on his door. His whole body froze because he found that knock weird. It wasn't as powerful as Vernon, as irritating as Petunia's, or as loud as Dudley's. So what were the options? He opened his door to look up to a man he never saw in his life. Well, calling this giant monster a man wasn't really accurate. The monster in front of Harry was at least 8 foot tall, large and round, his head hitting the ceiling, his face almost hidden beneath a mess of hair and beard, but the thing that caught Harry's attention first was his eyes. His eyes were strangely warm, and his voice, while wild, was full of a composed tenderness. "Hello there, Harry. I hope I didn't scare you." Harry could only stare at the man who was clearly trespassing, his mind racing through all the possibilities. A robber? A murderer? What the hell was going on? How did he get in? How did he know his name? You don't need to worry. I won't hurt you. My name is Rubius Hagrid, keeper of the keys and lands of Hogwarts. He introduced himself proudly. Harry's brain started working again just to receive another punch when Vernon came running downstairs after hearing the man's voice, followed close by Petunia and Dudley, who was hidden behind them, trying to see anything. Who the hell are you? What are you doing inside my house? Explain yourself, or dash. Or what? Sit down before you fall down the stairs. Dudley, I'm here for Harry. The giant walked towards the couch and sat, breaking it like it was made of paper, which crumbled under his weight. Upsy, I'll handle that later. Now, I knew something wasn't quite right when your owl didn't arrive, Harry, and as I suspected, they were keeping you from contacting the school. Harry's mind was analyzing every word, taking pieces and placing them in the right place, understanding that this wasn't a joke. This was happening, and the letter that he thought was a prank was now coming back to bite him in the arse. What are you talking about? What letter? Vernon asked, but Harry's gaze shifted to Petunia's face as she looked around with a concerned expression, as if she was worried about something. Don't play dumb, Dudley. I knew you'd never allow Harry to attend Dash. They don't know about the letter. Harry finally found his voice, walking to face the giant man that was still taller than him, even while practically sitting on the floor. What? What? He frowned, confused by Harry's words. I didn't believe in it. Why would I believe in it? There were things about magic and wizardry. I know I'm only 12, but are you looking down on me? I'm not dumb enough to believe there's such a thing as Magic Dash. Before Harry could finish, the giant man took a pink umbrella out of his clothes that he pointed to the fireplace before sending literal globes of fire towards it, lighting it ablaze in a heartbeat, the heat spreading through the room as if they had turned on a heater. The Dursleys gasped, and Harry just stared in complete shock, but suddenly eyed the weird object. Hagrid noticed his look and offered him the umbrella, which he hesitantly picked and turned around, looking for the device used to create and send fire. There was nothing. It was just a simple umbrella. Are you some kind of illusionist? He asked while returning the umbrella, trying to see anything in his sleeves. Illusionist? Harry, don't tell me you don't know anything about yourself. Don't tell me you don't know that Dash. Stop, Vernon shouted, and Harry frowned at him, hearing the next words as if he was dreaming. When we took him in, we swore to put an end to this dangerous stuff. I forbid you from telling him anything. And a big muggle is going to stop me, isn't it? Everyone just frowned at that weird word, but nobody understood what it meant. I already said that I forbid Dash. Ah, go lick a brick. You are a wizard, Harry. Harry wasn't even looking at the man named Hagrid. He was staring at Petunia and Vernon. Is this real? Did you know about this? Did you know these things existed, Dash? Of course we knew. How could you not be just like her, being weird as you are? The perfect Lily. One day, she received that same letter and went somewhere far away, coming back turning cups into rats, levitating things, and everyone clapped, but I was the only one who saw her for what she really was, a freak. And then she decides to go and blow herself up with that Potter Dash. The boy felt other pieces falling into place, his expression horrified. You lied about. You said they died in a car accident, Dash. Car accident? A car accident killed Lily and James? This is outrageous. This is an insult. It doesn't matter. The boy ain't going. I'd like to see a big muggle like you try to stop him. What is this muggle thing that you keep calling him? Harry asked, unable to keep hearing the word without understanding what it meant. Non-magical people, Hagrid said with a hand dismissal. And then everything made sense. The jump to the roof, the hair growth, the glass disappearing, and the chat with the boa restrictor. And the way he was treated in this family. Everything made sense if he could just throw common sense out of the window. If he could, for a moment, ignore the rules of the world, everything he learned in his life, and could believe in this fairy tale. In everything he read in that letter, then everything would make sense. Harry entertained the idea that his parents were part of this world that was now presenting itself to him. And that could be the reason Petunia hated him so much. The Dursleys were the dullest people that ever existed, so it wouldn't be wrong to assume that Petunia hated him just because she hated her sister. Was it for envy? Did something happen? It actually didn't matter, but he understood now. His parents died, and they were from this strange world, and Harry was left with the only person who would hate him just because he remembered her of the person she really hated. How petty could she be? It was so unfair. Harry always wondered why he was hated so much, but now, discovering it wasn't even his fault made him more sad than angry. He was sad for himself, for all the abuse and suffering he endured thinking it was his fault, but now he could truly see the nature of those in front of him. This boy has a spot in the best school of magic and wizardry of the country, where he's going to be instructed by the Master's Dash. Please stop, sir. Harry's voice stopped Hagrid's outburst, and he eyed the boy. Harry, my boy, I know this is too much to take in, but Dash. How did they die? Hagrid just swallowed loudly. I don't know if I'm the best person to tell you about this. I mean, there are details that even I don't know. It would be better if Dash. Please, I just want to know. Harry's expression wasn't angry, sad, or desperate, but a mix of all of them. They were murdered, Harry, by an evil wizard, and this wizard tried to kill you too. That's what that scar on your forehead means. It means you were hit by a very powerful spell, an evil one, that should have killed you, but it didn't, reflected towards the evil wizard instead, who vanished. Harry was just hyperventilating now, looking from Petunia's stone face to Vernon's disgusted expression to Dudley's curious look. He didn't know what to do, so he just walked into his closet, closing the door behind him, leaving everyone looking confused. Harry, Hagrid called but started hearing noises until Harry got out carrying a backpack with everything that he owned and could carry, walking by everyone without a word, opening the door, and disappearing towards the stormy night. Harry, stop. Hagrid kept calling the boy who just kept walking, his clothes and backpack already soaked from the heavy rain. You're gonna get sick. Let's go back, Dash. Back where? Harry shouted while turning to the weird giant. To your home. Hagrid answered, surprised by the boy's outburst. My home. I'm never going back there, and no one can make me live under the same roof as her. Do you have any idea what they've done to me? How they treated me? I did nothing wrong. Nothing. He kept shouting through the rain as Hagrid just stared back at the 12-year-old that looked and sounded more adult than many men he knew. Were those tears or water from the rain? He couldn't really tell. The lights started blinking, and suddenly at least 3 of them exploded, making Harry look up confused. Calm down. Your magic is getting out of control. Look, even though you're right, you can't just up and leave. Where'd you go? Anywhere. I'd rather live under a bridge than go back to a place where I'm treated like a vermin. I did nothing wrong. He shouted again, as if trying to make himself believe in that. All right, let's at least get off the rain so we can talk. Harry looked around, trying to find any structure to stay under, but found it weird to see the giant just raising one arm while looking at the empty street. What are you doing? Harry asked, his fury diminishing. Calling our bus. I hope they're still around. Harry didn't care what he said, made no sense. He just stood next to the giant, feeling the big drops of water against his face and head, the cold taking over as he stood still, but none of that bothered him. He was numb to anything at that moment, lost in a haze of rage, disgust, and regret for being so passive, for allowing that to happen for so long. He felt the tears coming up and bit his lower lip, imagining if there was no one in this world for him, not a single soul that would look at him and smile, a person who he could trust and say, I love you, anyone who could treat him like the 12-year-old boy he was. He was so lost in thoughts that he didn't even notice the noise, and suddenly, he looked to his left just to see a giant bus simply materializing out of thin air. Back so soon? We're just around the city center. You got lucky. Welcome to the night bus, the transport for Lost Dash. Let us get off the rain first, will ya? Hagrid said while pulling Harry inside the strange vehicle. Harry analyzed everything, starting with the fact that when he entered, he felt a shift in the notion of space and depth. The bus was 2 times wider and at least 3 times longer than it appeared from the outside. How was this bus like this on the inside? He frowned while seeing the bus simply squish itself to pass between 2 parked cars. The young man that greeted them just frowned while looking around and turned to give him a dubious expression. Huh, magic? And no one can see it? Oh, the muggles? They can't see anything very well. So this magic can alter one's sense of space? Or maybe it can actually manipulate space directly, but that would go against all laws of physics. He didn't verbalize his doubt, wondering if the man that looked like a teenager would know the answer to that. Where to? The leaky cauldron, Hagrid said while drying their clothes, and Harry tried to hold tighter to one of the many bars inside the bus, as his home was left behind. Harry looked at the ceiling of the inn he was staying in the night. This looked like a movie set. The structure was like from an old movie, but at the same time, something weird was emanating from everywhere. It was like everything around him had this strange aura, as if the world itself was breathing. This feeling was what Harry defined as magic, and as he speculated about what he was going to do from now on, he dozed off, and after what felt like a few minutes, he opened his eyes, and it was morning. He heard Hagrid calling him to eat breakfast. While Harry walked down the stairs, he realized what just happened last night, seeing the most awkwardly dressed people in a strange place, accompanied by a giant man. After his outburst, now he could see what he had done, and for a second, Harry felt terrified of what was going to happen from now on, but tried his best to suppress his feelings, as that was his specialty after living 12 years with the Dursleys. He saw Hagrid sitting, and the man waved at him, making Harry walk hesitantly towards the strange man. Well, it was nothing like I imagined, but at least we made it here. We need to hurry because you have to buy your things and send your owl to Hogwarts as fast as you can. Harry eyed the giant who was devouring what looked like an entire apple pie, and suddenly, a man came by, his front teeth missing, and asked Harry what he'd like for breakfast, and the boy simply said bacon and eggs, making the man nod and return to what Harry deduced to be the kitchen. Harry then turned his gaze back to Hagrid and asked the 1 million question. Mr. Hagrid, what does owl mean? Owl means... Well, it means owl. Don't you know what an owl is? I thought muggles taught things about that in their schools. No. I mean, I know what an owl is, but are you really talking about an owl? A bird? A real bird? Yes. Harry just stared while giving Hagrid his most concerned look. Don't worry. You'll get used to it right away. I'm going to teach you everything I know, Hagrid said with a smile while finishing the pie, and Harry narrowed his eyes, seeing the man that he heard being called Tom arriving with a food tray. Harry ate for a few seconds, and then his curiosity took the best of him. Why are you doing this, sir? Huh? Doing what? And you don't need to call me Mr. or Sir. Just Hagrid is fine. All right, Hagrid. Why are you helping me? Why were you in our house? In their house last night, looking for me? Hagrid raised his eyebrows while explaining. Well, you're a special case, Harry, and I knew your parents, so this also counts as a favor to their memory. It is something I do for any of my friends. Harry just nodded, wondering if this was really the only reason. Also, the headmaster instructed me to take care of your situation. The headmaster? Albus Percival Ulfric Brian Dumbledore, right? Yes, the greatest wizard who ever lived after Merlin. Merlin was real? I thought he was just fiction. Well, he was a little odd. Not that I knew him. He lived centuries before us, but all books say he liked to meddle into muggle affairs, try to initiate them into the magic world or something, but it never worked. It was absurd, but Harry couldn't deny this world existed any longer, as he saw a broom cleaning the common room they were by itself, moving around making small piles of dust. He kept looking back at that thing to try to understand it, but like everything else, it made no sense. Harry decided to let go of that expression for now, because if he was going to understand what this world was all about, he would have to believe this higher force called magic existed, and that normal people didn't know about it. To understand it, He would have to admit to things his mind would call madness. He chose to do so, for now at least. We should get going. You finished? We're going to be busy all day getting your things in order. Yes, I'm ready, Harry answered while getting up, eager to find more answers to his many questions. Welcome to the diagonal alley, Harry, Hagrid said while the brick wall that was in front of them opened into an archway. And after they entered the strangest street Harry ever saw in his life, he heard the brick wall closing behind them, turning to witness the solid wall getting back in place brick by brick. He made sure to memorize the bricks Hagrid touched with his umbrella, just in case. They have all you need to attend Hogwarts. Look, there you'll find your books and parchments, and there you'll find your potions. Hagrid kept pointing while they walked by shops with strange signs. Dragon livers for 50 galleons the pound. They went insane. Get your Nimbus 2010. Prototypes are ready to go. Pre-orders here. Vests for all occasions. We will fit you right in. Acquire your ingredients right now. 10% off on all herbal products. Sir Hagrid, how do I pay for all of this? I mean, I won't ask the Dursleys for money, and I don't have enough on me to buy all these things, even though I don't know their price. Harry counted only 50 pounds that he accumulated through his years working in his neighborhood. Oh, don't you worry, Harry, we're getting you money right away. You didn't think your parents left you with nothing, right? I have something. Of course you do. There's where your money is. Hagrid pointed to a very white building in the middle of the street, creating a forky intersection. Gringotts, the Wizard Bank. As they approached, Harry saw a tiny creature with huge ears and nose, remembering him of gremlins or something. Hagrid noticed his horrified expression and whispered before they entered. Those are goblins, Harry. They're a very intelligent and very proud race, but they get offended easily, so don't stare too much. They run most of the financial system of the wizarding world and are the richest among all races. Harry quickly deviated his gaze as they crossed the archway, being greeted by two goblins at the entrance who bowed to them. The boy kept following Hagrid close, but his eyes were everywhere, looking at the impressive amount of coins and jewels the goblins were bringing and taking away from a row of counters. They arrived at the end of the giant room and faced the one Harry deduced to be the leader, sitting in formal attire, using tiny half-moon glasses. The goblin switched his attention from the notes he was writing to the newcomers. Hello there. We'd like to make a withdrawal in the name of Harry Potter, Hagrid said, and the goblin suddenly leaned over the balcony to eye Harry, who sustained his glare. And does Mr. Potter possess the key? Key. Before Harry could ask what that meant, he saw Hagrid searching in his pockets. It's around somewhere. Oh, here it is. He placed a small brass-colored key on the counter, and the goblin nodded once. And I, have a letter from Headmaster Dumbledore about what in the vault wish. Harry saw Hagrid handing the goblin a sealed letter and turned his gaze away, trying not to be rude. Very well, Grumpy, the goblin shouted, and another one, shorter, came to guide them. I hate these things, Hagrid shouted while they went into high speed through the set of caves, turning all around. Harry felt his eyes burning, but he kept looking where they were going, decided not to miss anything. When they finally stopped, they disembarked in front of a corridor with 5 giant vault doors. Harry saw inscriptions on top of it and noticed that it was a strange font for the name Potter. Key, please, Grumpy asked, and Hagrid handled the key while Harry looked behind them. After the goblin opened the vault door, he noticed Harry's gaze towards the place they came. You can't find the exit. That's why Gringotts is the most secure dash. Huh. Oh no, I already know how to leave. I just thought I saw something moving over there, he said while walking towards the door, but the goblin stopped him, standing in his way. What did you say? That I thought I saw something moving over there. Harry frowned while pointing, but the goblin shook his head. You know how to leave? That's impossible. Only goblins can remember dash. When he got in the car, we went straight for 2 intersections, 2 left, straight for 6 intersections, left, straight for 9 intersections, right, straight for 13 intersections, right, left, straight for 3 intersections, right, and here we are, so if we revert, that will find the exit. Harry said while looking at the ceiling, remembering the way with perfection, and when his eyes met with the goblins, he saw only surprise. Ow! I mean, you're wrong. That's not the right way. I know that I'm not mistaken, and I just thought that since this is my family's vault, I had to at least memorize where it was. Sorry if that was rude. Harry said with an apologetic tone, walking in slowly, leaving Hagrid and the goblin with their mouths open while he tried to see inside. The moment he entered, his jaw dropped to the number of gold piles the vault had. It was big. The area inside the vault was almost the same as the bottom floor of the Dursleys, but with no walls, and there were mountains of gold, almost reaching the ceiling. Harry thought for a second that this had to be a fortune, so he looked back at Hagrid and asked, how they had so much? I mean, this has to be much even for the wizard standards, right? I mean, how much is this converted to pounds? He gestured to the piles frantically. I don't know, Harry, but your father's family was wealthy, and they left him a good amount. Also, all bounties and rewards on were sent to the one who did get rid of him. You have close to 2 million galleons the last time a balance was taken, and a few items that weren't evaluated into gold pieces. The goblins said, and Hagrid gasped. For Merlin's bear, that's a lot of gold. I shouldn't disclose this information to anyone but the owner, but since he is a minor, the Potter household gave the previous lord of the house an inheritance, but with the condition to give him full access only when he'd finished school. So after that, the gold was sent to Mr. James Potter, and later, Mrs. Lily Potter also had her gold sent to the Potter vault. But the amount of gold you're seeing is the result of the fall of the Dark Lord, as all the bounties and gold spent trying to hire someone to finish him were sent to Mr. Potter, and now you have it. And I have to wait until I'm finished with school to withdraw anything? No, the previous Lord Potter dismissed the incantation, allowing the next Lord to do whatever they want. Mr. Grumpy, could you tell me how much this vault has in pounds? What is the current exchange? Well, for the Muggle currency, it is a 1:25 ratio, so a galleon equals 25 pounds. Harry didn't even have to make the math for that. He could say he was a millionaire, but somehow that didn't make him euphoric or ecstatic. It simply made him sad while he looked down at the few notes he took out to put into perspective. 3 years of working, and he had equivalent to 2 golden coins, while in this vault he had more money than he could ever need in his life. Why? Why was he sent to suffer in that house if he had ways to grow in a place of his own? Did he have any guardians? Did this place have a government? Don't they have a sector to handle this kind of thing? What happened? Who was responsible for his allocation with the Dursleys? Harry shook his head a little, trying to take that out of his mind, for now, returning to the task at hand. I see. Well, how much will I need for the list? I don't know anything about prices, Harry said while taking 1 gold coin to inspect from up close. Let's say, I think 100 galleons will be enough to buy all materials, so take 150 to buy other things too. Harry frowned and wondered about something. Hagrid, how many years will I spend in school? I mean, before I can earn my own money. 7 years at least, Harry. Hagrid said, confused. And the money in here is all mine, right? I mean, I don't have any siblings or parents or something like that. I don't think so. Then I'd like to take more gold if it's all right, Harry said while turning back to face Hagrid, not really wanting to ask for permission to not create a weird precedent, but also not wanting to be disrespectful to Hagrid who was accompanying him. I don't know. Harry, the headmaster told me to help you with the basics, and you still don't know about our money good enough to be taking more? You want to buy something you saw? No, I actually don't know what I want to buy, but I have enough here to attend school for at least 500 years, and the first thing I'd like to do is to rent a room at the Leaky Cauldron or another place, and I know that takes money that I have now. So, since I'm staying in a new place, I don't know the expenses I'll have, so I'm just trying to cover it. Hagrid's mouth fell open again as he heard the boy talking. He was 12, right? They didn't send him to take care of a short, grown-up man, did they? This seems right. How much do you want to take? Well, since 100 is enough to buy all the things on that list, I want to take an additional 500 to buy things I don't know I need yet, and also to pay for my room for almost a month, I think. I believe it would be enough. That's a lot of money, but I think I get it why you want more. Well, I'll trust you'll handle your money with care. I know you have a lot of gold, but don't go out buying stuff just because they're interesting or shiny or new, okay? Don't worry, Hagrid, Harry said, pressing his lips together to that assumption, understanding that although Hagrid was an adult, he still wasn't very sure of how to do things. He was starting to understand that Hagrid was a kind person, but not a very smart one. Not that he was trying to do something shady, he was just trying to understand how things stand. Harry took a leather bag, but before starting picking coins, he saw something. Hagrid, this is a galleon, right? The one made of gold. What are these other two called? He took a silver coin and a bronze coin and showed them to Hagrid. Oh, I forgot to tell you about it. The silver ones are called sickles. 17 sickles make a galleon. The bronze ones are called nuts, and 29 nuts make a sickle. All right, so for 93 nuts, make a galleon, although that's an exorbitant amount of bronze for a simple golden coin. I guess nuts are like real coins in here, just for accurate numbers and change purposes. Harry said more to himself as he started stashing golden coins inside his bag. While taking more piles, Harry saw a strange thing lying next to a pile of sickles, taking it in his hands to show Hagrid. What is this? He was holding a strange-looking ring, made of white gold, ornate with blue metal and a tiny blue gem on top of it. I have no idea, Harry, but I guess is one of the many gifts people sent to the one responsible for defeating you-know-who. Harry kept staring at the ring for a few seconds before wearing the ring with his middle finger. At the moment the ring touched the base of his finger, he heard Hagrid shout and turned. Don't! What is going on? Take it off. You don't know if this thing is cursed or not. Every treasure people sent you into your vault, but not all of it is safe. Gringotts is bound to store anything you own, but they don't differentiate about good or bad objects. Hagrid said quickly, gesturing around Harry's vault, practically jumping in place because he could not enter it. Oh, sorry, I just thought it would look nice. Harry was really sorry, feeling dumb for doing a thing like that without asking. Of course, it could possess curses. He forgot for an instant that he was in this insane place. He pulled the ring to place it back into his vault, but the ring wasn't moving. Yeah, Hagrid, I think there's really something wrong with it. What? Come here, let me have a look. Harry turned and showed his hand to Hagrid, who took the ring and started pulling off, just to hear Harry's shouts. Ow! It's not coming loose, stop, please. Hagrid let go of the boy, who started massaging his almost broken finger, jumping in place. Bollocks, I should have been more careful. The headmaster won't be happy. How are you feeling? Are you okay? I think so. I don't feel weird or sick or cursed. Harry was actually feeling good, as if the ring was an elegant object that was pretty in his hand. Well, we'll ask the headmaster about how to remove it when you get to Hogwarts. In the meantime, if you feel anything, let me know and we'll take you to St. Mungus. St. Mungus. Our hospital for everything related to magic accidents. All right. Take your gold and let's go. We need to keep moving. Don't pick anything else. Sorry again, Harry said and went inside to retrieve his leather bag, now full of galleons. Harry was sighing, wondering if this was necessary. I'm sorry, Harry. They are really secretive about these vaults containing things people shouldn't know exists. Harry was blindfolded by the goblin to make him unable to trace the route to this area, full of maximum security vaults. When they arrived, Harry was told he could take his blindfold off. He looked around curiously and saw something that made his heart stop. With his hand shaking, he pointed to the far end of the cavern, to the end of a strange moving tail bigger than Uncle Vernon's car. Well, what is that? Hagrid looked, and his face illuminated with a smile as he turned and started walking towards it. You have one here in this section? Oh, I bet it's beautiful, albino as well. Which race is it? Hagrid? What is it? A dragon, Harry. Harry looked back to the tail, seeing it vanishing as the supposed dragon pulled it away from view. You're joking, right? Harry asked, imagining what the answer would be. Of course, there were dragons. To his surprise, Grumpy was the one who answered. They're called maximum security vaults for a reason. We're here, step back. He warned them as he touched a giant door, and it simply dissolved itself, as if turned into sand. Wow. Harry didn't want to pry, but they were in a maximum security wing, so of course he snuck a glance inside, just in time to see Hagrid taking a small package, placing it inside his vest before quickly getting out. The rest of the vault looked empty. Don't tell anyone about this, Harry, secret of Hogwarts business, Hagrid said while they were loaded into the cart. Okay, now let's get to the shopping, shall we? Chapter 2, New Bonds. After crossing the doors, the fresh air and sunlight hit Harry's face, making him smile, the euphoria taking place as he was now able to buy all the interesting things he saw. He looked over his shoulder to the bank, visualizing all the tunnels and rails right beneath his feet, thinking how that was achieved. And then he remembered the word. Magic. Harry, do you mind if I make a run for a tonic? That ride from hell made me all dizzy. I'll be back in a second. You can look around. Well, that one shop for a moment, but don't touch anything. I'll be right back. Hagrid said while walking strangely out of balance towards the leaky tap, and Harry mentally calculated his trip to the far end of the street would take at least 10 minutes. Harry turned and found himself alone in this strange place. People wearing the weirdest clothing, giving him odd looks probably because of his outfit, goblins walking around with carts, and owls flying in plain view while still was daytime. He sighed and entered the first store on his left. Apothecary. Everything you need to your potions brewing. Harry entered, and the smell hit him, a mix of eggs and rotted cabbages. He didn't mind the smell that much, walking inside while looking around. Hello there, young man. Hogwarts, I assume. A middle-aged man asked from behind the counter, looking at him with a warm smile. Yes, I have a list, Dash. Don't you worry, I have it memorized. Let me get you things for you. The man walked around the counter, going the far back of the shop, followed by Harry, getting a strange casing full of what looked like dried roots and plants, pieces of fur, and vials containing liquids. He opened it so Harry could inspect it and explained. This is your potion kit, all the ingredients you'll need for your potion brewing. Now for your cauldron. It says pewter, but they recommend another place for the cauldrons. Harry frowned, eyeing his notes. They're all the same, so you might as well just buy it all together. I'll even throw in a discount for you. All the same in what way? I mean, is there another type other than pewter? There is. I have a golden cauldron made of pure gold. 200 galleons, and it's yours. The man pointed to a shiny cauldron on the top shelf. Harry internally sighed at his pathetic attempt. I'll pass. I wanted to ask about the implications of these cauldrons, though. I mean, if pewter is the basic one, what's the point of the others made of? What is that? Copper? And that one? Oh, that's pewter. Also that one, brass. What's the difference? How can the material impact the brewing of these potions? Harry pointed while making questions, but the man pointed to the golden cauldron again. Well, I don't really know about the details, but I recommend the golden one dash. Before the man could try again, a voice said from behind Harry. Pewter is the slowest of the three, but it's well suited for beginners because of its stability around any type of ingredient. That is the reason it's listed for students, such as yourself. Harry turned and saw a man wearing a full black set of clothes. His face was hard, his eyes deep and serious, his nose strangely big to his face, and his hair oily. With his hands behind his back, the man gestured with a nod towards the second cauldron. Copper is the fastest brewing cauldron among the three options, and by being the most efficient, it lacks stability, often reacting to brewing ingredients in strange ways, so is often used by masters who already know all these reactions and what causes them. Harry nodded to this weird explanation, thinking that this man had a strange tone to his voice. He sounded like a teacher. Brass is the balance between efficiency and stability, allowing those who possess moderate and advanced knowledge on potions to extract the most benefits from it. Ah, thank you very much, sir. Ah, Master Snape, I didn't see you entering Dash. the shopkeeper said while looking embarrassed. I came from the back in trance. The man named Snape pointed a long finger toward the other side of the store without deviating his gaze from the man and said in a tone that showed he wasn't happy. What exactly were you doing? Well, I was just Dash. That was a rhetorical question. You were trying to sell that garbage to Muggle-born clients again. Yeah. I'll advise the school to drop your employer as the recommended ingredient store the moment I set foot in Hogwarts. Now get lost. The man's smile just vanished as he nodded once, returning to the front of the store, leaving both of them alone. As for you, I can see you have Muggle roots by what you're wearing, but at least you're not dull like the others. Your questioning has merit in it. What's your name? Harry Potter, and thank you for the help, sir. Harry thought giving a hand was too forward reading into the man's body posture, so he tried to slightly bow like he saw the goblins doing. Harry noticed something changing in a man's face as if he was shocked by his name. What a strange thing. Even though Hagrid explained to him he was kind of famous, he wasn't expecting celebrity statuses. Suddenly, the man took a step closer and took Harry's bangs out of the way, so he could see the scar on his forehead. Harry found the action strange, but just waited. So you're really here. I finally get to meet the famous Harry Potter. Harry noticed some kind of disgust in his voice, as his surname was spoken like it was something unpleasant. Ah, I'm sorry, but I'm not really famous. I mean, it is weird to be famous for doing something you don't even remember. I was a baby, so it's not like I did something. He shrugged, trying to understand why this person changed his tone so drastically when he learned his name. Wait, don't tell me that you don't know Dash, he started, but something made him just stare at the boy with intensity. Something strange happening as the man looked away after a few seconds, as if pondering something. Is this your first time in here? In a diagonal alley? Snape asked, returning his gaze to Harry. Yes, sir. I was told yesterday about this magic stuff. At first, I didn't believe it, but Hagrid, someone from Hogwarts came to my house last night. I'm sorry, I still don't know your name. I am Professor Severus Snape, Master of Potions, Head of Slytherin. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor, Harry said, trying to understand what the hell was Slytherin. Tell me something, Potter, what would you do if you indeed were the most famous person of the wizardry world? Harry already had an answer to that question, because he thought about the exact same thing when Hagrid told him his story. If I was the most famous person, idivia adis visa. I don't want attention for doing something I can't even remember doing. Only someone who's incapable of doing things on their own would thrive on that. Snape eyed his expression for some time before saying, Take your ingredients from here, but buy your cauldrons from Madame Potage's cauldron shop. They're specialized in selling those. Pewter, Potter, he said with a straight face before turning and paying for a package, leaving without another word. Harry told Hagrid about the strange professor named Severus Snape, and at the sound of his name, Hagrid instantly stopped walking. Professor Snape was here. So he really is a professor, huh? Yes, he teaches potions at Hogwarts. Hagrid, what exactly is Slytherin? He said he was the head of it. Oh, I'm sorry, Harry. I keep forgetting you don't know anything about these things. Please, don't make me feel worse. Slytherin is one of the 4 houses of Hogwarts. When you start school, you'll be sorted in one of those houses, and they'll become your family inside the school. Why? What you mean, why? Why would you divide students inside a place where everyone just wants to learn? Well, they're divided because of the founders. You'll learn everything about them from your history books, but I'll tell you the short version I remember from what I've read. Hagrid then started talking as if reading from a book, stopping sometimes to remember the exact term or phrase. It was said that the founders of Hogwarts wanted to invite new wizards to learn magic and develop the understanding of magic itself, so they sent invitations to those they deemed worthy of their teachings. Salazar Slytherin wanted only those of pure magic blood to attend and practice magic, so he created a house that would accommodate those of his choosing, who would do anything to achieve greatness. Most, if not all, the Dark Lords were from Slytherin. Harry was absorbed in that explanation. It was like learning about a new book series, but at the same time, here he was inside the book itself. Helga Hufflepuff was the complete opposite. She wanted to invite anyone who wanted to learn about magic, creating a house to accommodate those she deemed kind and fair, those who'd value friendship and loyalty above all else. Hagrid moved from the place they were standing to sit in front of an ice cream store, asking the server for 2 parfaits before resuming his explanation. Rowena Ravenclaw was strict when the talk was about her students, wanting in her house only those who valued knowledge above all else. To those who wanted to learn about not only magic but about the unknown of life, she presented her hand to guide them. Ravenclaw produced most of the prodigies and the people who used their brains the most. Hagrid took a few spoons from his parfait before continuing. Godric Gryffindor wanted those who would be, in his view, the bravest. He wanted all those who'd never falter in face of obstacles, who would face death with a smile. To these brave wizards, he gave a place among his house, instructing them on how to become warriors full of virtue and courage. With that, they sent invitations to those they deemed worthy of their teachings, starting the houses. Which one is your house? Ah, when I was in school, I was sorted into Gryffindor. Hagrid finished his explanation while they finished and paid up their sweet, resuming the shopping towards the bookstore, the next stop on Harry's list. There, Harry picked a few books related to the old and modern history of this world, so he could understand more. After exiting the bookshop, Harry asked, I get it. They invited people who were like them in a way, but how could they know if a person belongs to their house? I mean, how would Gryffindor know someone belonged in his house because they were brave? Or how would Rowena know if someone was smart enough to join Ravenclaw? Was there some kind of test? That is a secret. You'll understand when you arrive at Hogwarts, so just be patient. Harry nodded, wondering if the secret was written in one of the books he just bought. He'd make sure to check. Now, you need new garments. Let's go to Madame Malkin's, and while they take your measurements, I'll run an errand. All right? Just ask for the usual Hogwarts attire. Harry nodded and saw the giant almost running down the street, people looking at him with angry faces. Harry was about to enter the store when he heard a commotion behind him. Damn it! Get out of the way! The glass broke. They're loose. A man started shouting, and people jumped away, opening a space in a second, and Harry saw what was the problem. 2 large snakes were hissing furiously on the ground, trying to lunge at a few bystanders. The boy heard the same thing he heard in the zoo a few months ago. How dare you? You could have hurt us. Harry frowned at the fact that the voice was coming from one of the snakes, its voice in some sort of hissing whisper, making the boy cross the street, seeing people raising what he believed to be magical wands. One of the men sent a spell, and Harry's eyes went wide as the spell hit one of the snakes, sending it 2 feet across the floor, and then it lunged again, hissing furiously, spitting venom. Damn it, we can't handle them, Ivar. I'll finish them. There's no other way. They're too poisonous. Vipera evanesca. Another flash of light, and the spell hit one of the snakes, but to everyone's surprise, it did nothing. We have to do it, Ivar dash. I know. God damn it, this is going to be trouble. Avada dash. A man started to point his wand, but before he could do anything, Harry touched his arm. Don't do that. Whatever you're going to do, they're just angry because you dropped them. What? The man just stared at Harry, who ignored his look, taking a step forward, kneeling next to the snake. From up close, the animal was huge, at least 3 feet long, with very blue scales and tiny horns around the top of its head. The snake turned to Harry and hissed angrily, starting the movement to attack, but suddenly stopped when it heard the boy speaking. I'm sorry, but could you calm down? If you don't stop, they may hurt you and your friend. The snake instantly stopped, and its body froze, looking at Harry with intelligent eyes, making the boy smile. You can speak our language? The snake asked in a lower hiss. I think so. I did it once with a boa constrictor. Harry was so absorbed in his conversation that he wasn't aware of his surroundings. If he would have probably stopped doing what he was doing because everyone was horrified seeing the boy speaking Parseltongue, a few pointing while others were just taking steps back, trying to move away. Would you mind if I help you? I don't think it is good for you to move over all this broken glass. The second snake, a beautiful red-scaled serpent with golden eyes, turned and spoke, her hiss slightly different from the blue one. If Harry would guess, the blue one was a male, while the red one was a female. Thank you, wizard. Can I touch you? To lift you from glass. Certainly, the blue one spoke. Harry didn't feel fear, as he could see in their eyes that they weren't a treat, walking closer, offering his hand. The two snakes instantly starting using his arm as a ramp, slithering out of the broken glass, and making their way to rest on the boy's shoulders. At first, the movement made Harry's body shiver, as he expected a slimy body, but to his surprise, snakes were pretty dry, and although it was a weird feeling, he quickly got used to it. They stopped at both sides of his face, and now Harry was aware of his surroundings, turning to see people's faces, unable to hide his surprise, to everyone pointing and whispering. The man who probably was the owner of the snakes took a step forward, and Harry said, "They're angry because you were clumsy with their home. If you apologize and get them a new one, they won't complain." Harry conveyed the snake's desires, as they kept hissing towards the man, turning to hiss at Harry's ears. And they want you to find proper food as well because they don't want to keep eating mice with a taste of decay. How the hell? How can you talk to snakes? Huh? I don't know. This is the wizardry world, right? I bet there are many people who can. No, there's not. And then Harry understood why they were all looking at him like that. They seemed taken aback, but it is because those who could talk to us are not common nowadays, wizard. Ah, where are my manners? I am Ivy, and this is Ash, the red snake said, and Harry answered. I'm Harry, Harry Potter. Nice to meet you. Potter, what in Merlin's name are you doing? Harry turned just to see Professor Snape, who came to check on the commotion and found Harry speaking Parseltongue in broad daylight. A few people who heard that started whispering, their voices spreading like wildfire. Did he say Potter? Potter? As in Harry Potter. Is he Harry Potter? Snape realized his mistake and quickly moved forward, giving Harry an angry look that made the boy defend himself. They were going to kill them, so I just came to help. Put them back. Snape walked closer to relieve Harry of the snakes, when the blue one, Ash, hissed violently towards the man, spitting venom at him. Don't you dare to come any closer, human, or I'll kill you. Calm down, Ash. They will kill you if you keep attacking them. Harry whispered, but the snake was enraged. Let them try. The snake hissed again, and Harry saw that part of his scales were actually glowing. You, sir, could you find another enclosure for them? I mean right now, please, Harry said, gesturing to the snakes, and the man ran inside the shop. I told you we should have killed the ones who captured us, Ivy. You're too docile to humans. I like to watch them, you know that, the red snake said, moving towards the front of Harry's face, turning to stare at him curiously. Harry held her gaze and smiled. The man returned with an enclosure twice his size, panting because of its weight, placing it in front of Harry, who turned and asked his two new friends, Is this to your liking? The snakes hissed something, making Harry walk closer to the enclosure, and slowly, they entered, looking around for some time. The man quickly came and used a lid to cover the enclosure, looking towards Harry, who was completely calm. Are you out of your mind? These are ancient dragon snakes. They could have killed you just by spitting venom into your eyes. Why would they do that? Harry asked, confused. Because they're beasts. They're wild animals. Harry looked towards the glass and smiled before turning to the man. Ash said he can sense you're being disrespectful again, and he's saying they want to be freed. Harry translated in real time, looking at Professor Snape, who was right next to him now. Move, Potter. You already brought enough attention to yourself. But Dash. Now. Harry felt this was an adult he shouldn't retort, turning to leave with the professor by his side, hearing Ivy speaking while he walked away. Do you really have to leave, Harry? Come visit us again if you can. So you had to make it about yourself, hadn't you? I guess I was mistaken. Snape said while hiding Harry inside one store. The boy frowned at the teacher's tone and decided in that moment that what happened with the Dursleys for 12 years wouldn't happen ever again. I didn't do that to show off. The snakes were angry because their owner mishandled their enclosure and practically threw them on the ground. And even after that, they were going to kill them. Still, speaking parcel tongue in broad daylight, you won't tell me you didn't know what you were doing. Snape said with disdain. Wah, Professor Snape, have I done something to earn your antipathy? Because ever since I said my name, the way you spoke to me changed, and I don't appreciate that. As a professor, you should understand that I had no contact with your world. So how should I know that talking to snakes was bad? Do you expect me to ask around if it's okay to walk, to breathe, or to speak? I don't know the rules, but I'll learn them as they present themselves to me. So I'd like for you to understand the reason I did it. Snape kept listening, wondering why he sounded so much like Lily, even though his face was just like Potter's. Even his contained anger was just like hers. Very well, Mr. Potter, I'll explain the rules to you. Do not speak parcel tongue around ordinary people, because such ability is directly connected to the dark arts. Do not reveal your name to anyone, because as much as people value you and your legacy, others still linger in the night, searching for the one responsible for the Dark Lord's demise. And lastly, understand that you have a role to play in the wizardry world, as you're the boy who lived, so you must act accordingly even if you do not want to. Understood, Professor, but I won't be able to obey the last part. Excuse me? That was not a request, Potter. And this is not me pleading. I'm not asking your permission to live my life the way I want. The way this boy spoke took Snape aback, as he saw something dark inside him. If the term had begun, you would have lost more points than you can ever imagine because of your insolence. Harry tilted his head for a few seconds while looking straight at the man. Ah, I get it. I understand now, Professor. You're the same as her, he said with a sigh. The same as who? My Aunt Petunia. She also hates me. But here's the thing. I discovered yesterday that she hates me just because I'm my mother's son, so I'm wondering if this is your reason as well. Is that it? Is that why your voice changed after hearing my name? Do you hate me because of my mother too? My father? Are you this shallow? Are you really capable of hating someone because of any mistakes their parents made? Snape was taken aback again and was unable to speak for a few moments, seeing the boy getting up. I'll return to my shopping day, and I understand the rules you taught me, so I won't misbehave. Have a nice day, Professor, he said while taking his things, and Snape said, You haven't been excused, Potter. And as you said just a moment ago, if the term had started, you'd have authority over me. But since it hadn't, you're simply a normal person talking to a boy. Excuse me. Harry got up and left, leaving Snape with a finger over his lips, wondering about all their exchange. Harry, where were you? I looked for you everywhere. Sorry, Hagrid, I got lost. Well, I heard the weirdest things. People saying Harry Potter was speaking to snakes or something like that. Oh, that's weird, right? Anyway, let's finish your list. I see we got your books, your cauldron. Wait, you got two? The list only asks for one. I might have an interest in potions, so I got two types to see which one serves me better. Harry shrugged. Huh, all right. Next we need to get your clothes. I thought you already went there. As I said, I was kind of lost, but I know what to do now, Harry said, while looking away, and Hagrid tilted his head to how those words sound. Hagrid stood outside because of the limited space inside the shop, but Harry could still see his massive body through the window. Hogwarts, I assume. The woman asked Harry, who said yes, and positioned himself next to a boy who was in the same position right next to him. Harry saw an enchanted measure tape moving by itself, starting to measure him. But before he could ask anything about that, his neighbor spoke. Hello there, a blond boy asked with a cordial smile. Hey, Hogwarts as well. Yeah. My father is across the street gathering the books. It's really dull. You can't take your broom to school, right? I don't really know. I'm not familiar with brooms. You're a muggle born? The boy asked with an expression that showed only shock. Yeah. Ah. And that was all. Harry imagined if this was exactly what he was thinking, and just for fun, tried the waters. What? Something wrong with being a muggle-born? The blond boy smirked, and Harry smiled back, trying to induce him to speak. It depends. Huh. So I guess this really is a racially divided society. Who would have thought? Harry thought, and after the silence from his part, the boy spoke again. Why do you ask? Were you offended? His smirk grew, and Harry chuckled a little. Not all. I'm just amused. Would you mind telling me more about what you're talking about? Perhaps. What you said your name was? The blond boy asked, trying to use the same way of speaking as the boy in front of him, finding it strange that a muggle-born could speak properly like that. I didn't. I'm Dudley. Dudley Dursley. I'm Draco. Draco Malfoy. Draco simply nodded to the name given, thinking if this was actually the boy's name. So, Harry asked while the tapes starting measuring him again. Well, most wizards don't have the same view as us, but they are of no importance either. And by you mean the people who don't like muggle-borns? Wait a second, are you some kind of race purist? Harry tilted his head, going back a few decades, back to the 40s to be accurate. Draco simply smiled, and Harry nodded. I get it. So muggle-borns are what? Impure half-breeds. Draco spat in a whisper, and Harry looked around. So, are we less powerful than purebloods? Do we have limitations purebloods don't have? I mean, if we are impure half-breeds, we must be weak in some way. Draco closed his expression, unable to retort, and after a few seconds of thinking, he whispered again, looking around. Muggles don't deserve our magic, so marrying them and mixing our blood is disgusting. I get it you don't like it, but it is how it is. Oh, I'm not angry at all. I'm just curious, Harry said, moving while the tape slightly pushed him to raise his arms. You're not offended? Draco asked with curiosity because he intended to be offensive. Nope, because I shouldn't be. So far, all I can tell is that blood purists are simply bigots who'd like to maintain racial purity, probably marrying inside the family as well, which is disgusting. So why should I be offended by such people? You dare to insult us? Do you have any idea who you're talking to? Someone who was brainwashed. The blond boy now had an angry expression, and Harry smiled at him before asking, Are you feeling insulted by being called a bigot? Do you know what brainwash means? It means that a type of knowledge or belief was put inside your mind to the extent you cannot grasp it not being true. But I ask you the question that will set you free. Answer me, how are the muggle-borns inferior to purebloods? Harry asked the last part loudly, and a few women that were stitching and talking looked over their shoulders. What? Tell me how purebloods are better than muggle-borns, and I'll gladly be your lackey for the rest of my muggle-born life. Harry smiled at his bluff because even if purebloods were somehow stronger than muggle-borns, he'd find a way to change that. Draco simply frowned at his words, confused and slightly scared of his intensity, and after nothing but silence, Harry shook his head while speaking. Nothing? So you see what I'm seeing? If there really isn't a downside to being a half-breed, why should I be ashamed? I'm not offended at all. I'm simply disgusted by your assumption and slightly sad that you were brainwashed like that, just that. Before Draco could retort, a woman came to take the tape that was now on the floor next to the blond boy. I'm all done with you, darling. Oh, your father is coming right this way. Harry saw a blond, long-haired gentleman walking inside the store, stopping by the counter to pay for his son's clothes, his eyes stopping for a second at Harry's gaze. Anything wrong, boy? He couldn't help but notice the look of disdain the man gave him, just like his son when they looked at his normal clothing. Not at all. I like your garments. They're very elegant, Harry said while eyeing his dark vest covered by a suit, covered by an overcoat with green details. The man narrowed his eyes and returned his gaze to the counter, hearing his son whispering something that Harry deduced had something to do with the fact he was muggle-born or the talk they just had. The man eyed him again and saw a glimpse of something when the boy used his hand to wipe sweat from his face. You boy, what is your name? Harry felt his intensity, remembering in a second that his scar was in view, and that was practically an ID with his name. He quickly answered, Dudley Dursley. The man approached, and Harry got straight, refusing to be intimidated, looking the man in the eyes as he said with a smirk, You have a very interesting scar there, Mr. Dursley, and you talk about some interesting things. He pointed a cane towards Harry's forehead, who just stood straight, eyeing him. Oh, what I was talking about with Draco. I was just curious about a few things I heard. May I know your name, sir? It's Malfoy, Lucius Malfoy, and this is my son, he said without even looking at the boy right next to him, who was also staring at Harry's scar. Hello, Harry said with a half bow, not wanting to offer his hand and use the usual muggle greeting, and not wanting to indicate it was a pleasure to meet him because he understood that these people were not worth it. My time is short, but I'm sure we'll meet in the near future, Mr. Dudley Dursley, and by that time I believe you'll understand more about the things you talk about with such confidence. Lucius said, his smirk vanishing, and Harry had enough. I'm sure we will, and I'm sure I will. As the words came out full of saturated anger, the tapes that were measuring him were thrown towards the walls, dropping to the ground where they stood motionless. Lucius looked around and back at the boy, who was emanating his magic, and wondered why this child's magic remembered him so much of his lord's. He stared deep into his green eyes, but saw something that pleased him. Perhaps. Let's go, Draco. Yes, father. I'll see you in school, I guess. Draco said towards Harry, who simply stared. After the two left, Madame Alkins came asking why her tapes were all scattered around the room, and Harry tried to explain, unaware of the faint glow in his blue ring. I believe this is everything. Harry, now for the last place. Let's get you your wand. Harry just nodded and followed Hagrid in silence. As they entered Ollivander's and met the weird man, Harry felt uneasy, his past hours coming back to him, as he felt like an animal. He felt like Ivy and Ash, placed on display because of his scar, defined by a past he couldn't even remember, hated by everyone for just existing, and now discriminated by his heritage. He barely heard the very talkative man taking wands and placing them for Harry to hold. After a few minutes, Harry finally felt his wand accepting him, and Hagrid applauded. Curious, very curious. Harry stared, looking back at Hagrid, and back to the man, who eyed him and saw the doubt in there. It's curious that you're destined to this wand, Mr. Potter, because her twin gave you that scar. Harry looked down, slowly nodding. So, you're telling me that magic wands are made from magic materials, and sometimes the same material can be used to create more than one wand, and that the twin wand made of the same core as mine belongs to Voldemort? Hagrid and Ollivanders flinched from the name, but Harry didn't care. Yes, Mr. Potter, I believe this tells us we can expect great things from you, as the one who shall not be named did great things, terrible of course, but great nevertheless. Harry paid the wand and left with Hagrid, barely seeing where he was going, lost in thoughts. Harry, you look awfully sad, but I know exactly how to cheer you up. I want to give you a present for entering school, so I'll let you choose a pet. What do you think? You can have an owl, a toad, or a cat. I have an allergy to cats, and frogs are really lame and the other kids would laugh at you. So I'll get you an owl. Well, it's not much of a choice, but dash, Hagrid said with a smile, taking Harry from deep thoughts, making the boy look at the giant and smile. Not all of them are bad, he thought while the gentle giant was still looking at him with a smile. Thank you, Hagrid, but I don't want a pet. No? All boys your age like owls. They could deliver mail and stuff. Oh no, I wasn't clear. I meant to say that I don't want a pet, I want to. You must be joking, you again? The man behind the counter asked, frightened. You've been here already, Harry? Hagrid asked while looking at the boy. Kinda, Harry said with a smile, looking inside the store, spotting Ivy and Ash inside their new enclosure. You don't know what happened? He dashed. Before the man could tell Hagrid what happened, the door went open and Lucius entered, followed by Draco. Oh, I believe our reunion was earlier than I expected, Mr. Dursley. Or should I stop this charade and address you by your name, Potter? Harry eyed the man and answered with a firm voice. Potter will do. Lucius Malfoy, Hagrid asked, as if not believing his eyes. Ah, agreed. The man said as if his name meant something dirty. That made Harry's blood boil. Ah, welcome, Mr. Malfoy. I have Draco's new owl ready for you, sir. Make haste, then. We're late on our schedule, Lucius said, and the man vanished inside the store. Harry saw Hagrid's posture change, as he felt the same disdain Harry felt a few minutes ago. The boy walked towards the enclosure, and the snakes turned to see who it was. Ah, Harry, back so soon? Did you miss us already? Ivy asked with something resembling a laugh in her hiss. Huh, I was just thinking about something. Would you like to come with me? Harry heard a noise and looked over his shoulder to see that Hagrid had bumped into a pile of owl food, staring at him with horror, the same as Malfoy Sr. and Jr. A parcel-tongue speaker, Lucius said in a whisper, his gaze following Harry's eyes. Whatever that was, Lucius was sure that boy was something else, perhaps exactly what they had been searching for. He quickly composed himself and approached Harry. His posture and expression completely changed. That's a rare gift, Mr. Potter. People keep telling me that, he said while turning his attention to the snakes. Ah, you're interested in dragon snakes? I'm not interested in their species. I'm more interested in them. Harry answered coldly, quickly changing to parcel tongue. So, would you like to come with me? Yes, Ivy said while moving, climbing the enclosure to look at Harry's eyes again. Why? What are your intentions? Ash asked, maintaining some sense of pride while staying back. I hope this doesn't sound too offensive, but I want you to be my pets. I mean, for muggles, pets are more than just animals they bought for a purpose, and more like companions or friends. Harry stopped for a second and faced Ash with intensity. So I want you to become my companions. Lucius kept staring at Harry while he kept speaking to the snakes, suddenly taking a step back when Harry took the lid off the enclosure. Ah, Mr. Potter, dragon snakes are rather dangerous. Lucius started but saw in amazement as both snakes simply used Harry's extended arm to wrap themselves around and climb the boy, moving until they were wrapped around both of his arms, their heads resting by both sides of his face. Harry turned and looked at Lucius for a moment, and what the man saw there made him involuntarily smile. The green-eyed boy, with two deadly snakes around his body, eyeing him with some kind of hidden arrogance, reminded him of his master. You know, people keep saying that, but they're not that bad. Ashir is just after some respect, while Ivy is just after affection. He gestured towards each snake and was taken aback when Ivy curled around his wrist, making him use his free hand to pet her head. Ah, that's it, right there, she said in a smiley hiss. Harry chuckled and looked at Ash as if asking if he also wanted pets. But the blue dragon snake kept staring forward, his head held high as if saying he wouldn't go for such indignity. Marvelous. Indeed, they are very intriguing creatures. It is a shame they are not given their true value. Well, I'll take these two. Oh my. For Merlin's beard, why did you take them out? The owner returned and saw Harry playing with the snakes, an owl in a cage in his arms. I'll take them, sir. No, you won't. They are not for sale, the man said while placing the owl on the counter. What do you mean? This is a store that sells animals, right? Not these. They are dangerous creatures, and the only way you can buy them is if you have a document from the ministry for allowance. Harry's stomach sunk as he eyed the two snakes. What is happening, Harry? Ivy asked, confused, her tongue tickling his cheek. They're saying I can't take you too. He answered in parcel tongue, and the owner took a step back to the hisses coming from the boy's mouth and to the deadly hisses coming from the snakes towards him. Harry chuckled, unable to refrain from a laugh. What is going on, Harry? Hagrid asked, confused by everything that was happening. Ash said he would love to see him try to take them away from me. The owner's face went white as his hands searched for his wand. Don't bother. Don't you know dragon snakes are resistant to magic, you doofus? Lucius said with a sharp voice, walking to the counter and taking a note where he started writing something. I'll write to the ministry about this, so you can give Mr. Potter his snakes. Harry's eyebrows went up when he heard that, just like the owner. But sir, I can't sell them without the proper dash. Are you saying that I can't produce said document until the end of the day? His question was like a slap, and the man just shook his head. No, sir, I was merely dash. Then it's settled. I'll pay for them for Mr. Potter, of course. Ah, you don't need to dash, Harry started, but Lucius looked at him with a curious expression. It was amused, tender, and proud at the same time. Do not mention, Mr. Potter. Dragon snakes are rather rare, and because of that, they're sold at exorbitant prices, so consider this to be a gift to a future Slytherin and ally. Harry wondered how pricey were the snakes when he heard the man say 1,000 galleons each. Before they left, Harry went next to Lucius Malfoy. Mr. Malfoy, thank you for the help in getting them, but I intend to pay back the gold you spent. Being in debt with someone is not something that I'm comfortable with. He said that with such authority that even Lucius was unable to retort. Very well, Mr. Potter. I do hope to hear from you soon. And with that, both Malfoys left with a last look at the boy. Why didn't you tell me you could talk to snakes, Harry? Well, I didn't know how you'd react, so I was a little scared. You don't have to worry about that from me. Harry, you can tell me whatever you want. Harry felt a warm feeling in his chest, wondering why this wild-looking giant man had such a trustful aura. Harry saw Ash almost falling off the table, trying to look around, and grabbed him, bringing him back to the center of the table. Oh, they are really beautiful, aren't they? Hagrid asked with a smile, his hand going for the blue snake. Careful, Ash doesn't like to be squished, Harry alerted. Oh, he wouldn't mind me, would he? Hagrid extended his free hand since the other one was busy with ivy around it. Don't hurt him, Ash, he's kind, Harry said in Parseltongue. I know. Ash hissed softly, allowing himself to be picked by Hagrid, who started to carefully pet his scales. I like this one, Ivy said, disappearing inside Hagrid's vests. She said she liked you. Really? Hagrid asked with such joy that Harry was unable to refrain from a smile. After a few minutes, their food arrived, and Harry asked in Parseltongue again, what do you like to eat the most? Ivy came out of Hagrid's coat with literally a mouse in her mouth, drips of blood staining Hagrid's clothes, but he didn't seem to care, making Harry frown. We eat anything really, but we do like rodents. Ash has a taste for squirrels. What about human food? Do you like it? No, they're all mushy and soggy. Although we can talk to you and sound like an equal, we are still predators, so we need the blood, meat, and fat from our prey. What if I started asking for food specifically for you? What do you mean? Ash asked. Harry stopped because there was a family standing right next to him, watching him speak in Parseltongue, their eyes locked on the snakes. Hello, can I help you? Harry asked in an educated tone, and the family practically ran out of the room. What? Dash. I told you that people would get scared of your Parseltongue, Hagrid said with a smile and leaned on. But I'm curious, how can you switch between English and the hissing? Harry gave a little thought, imagining what he meant by hissing. Well, when I look at them, I can feel a funny sensation. It is like the air around us change. I don't really know how to explain, but when that happens, I think I'm talking in Parseltongue. You can't hear yourself hissing? No. To me, I'm speaking normally. Wait, do I hiss? Yes, just like a snake. Harry looked at the two snakes, and instead of finding that information disturbing, he found himself liking that very much. Harry returned to his conversation, trying to hear his own hissing, but to him, it was simply English. I was wondering, our ancestors also had the habit of eating raw meat after hunting, and that drastically increased their chances of getting diseases. So when they started to cook their food, their lifespan increased tremendously. So you're suggesting, Dash? Yeah, I'll study about your physiology so I can create a few recipes that will give you nutrients and are tasty at the same time. I'm used to cooking, so it shouldn't be that hard. Thank you, Mr. Potter, Ash said, and Harry extended his hand towards him. I said companion, Ash, not pet. You don't have to call me Mr. or Sir. I'm not your owner. I'm your friend. He saw the blue snake moving to wrap himself around his arm with a strange hiss, that he could almost understand as a smile. Chapter 3 Home. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Harry asked, getting up from the small table where he was reading a very interesting book about magical creatures. Mail to Mr. Harry Potter. Harry saw through the magic eye that it was a girl he saw working for the owner of the Leaky Cauldron, Tom. He opened the door, and she handed him the letter with a smile. She could be 15 or 16. Are you Harry Potter? Ah, yes, Harry said, deviating his look from the letter. Cool. I'm Ella. It's nice to meet you. I grew up hearing stories about you, she said, looking at his scar, making Harry involuntarily sigh. Nice to meet you, Ella. Harry gave his hand, and the girl shook it for a few more seconds than normal, suddenly changing her posture, her voice becoming higher. Oh, are they the two dash? The girl stopped talking and pointed to Ivy, who appeared from the insides of Harry's robe where she liked to sleep because of his body heat, according to her, and to Ash, who was sleeping in his bed. The two. The dragon snakes. When we heard they were bought from somewhere in Egypt, we wondered who would buy them, because they're aggressive and venomous. Did you know a drop of their poison can kill up to 100 people? Yeah, I learned a bit about them. I wasn't sure about them being this dangerous when I took them, but I trust they will obey me when the time comes. Amazing. So you're really a parcel tongue. You're not frightened? Most people are. Not at all. I think it's wicked. The girl smiled widely again. Harry was about to ask a few things when Tom's shouts startled the girl. Yeah, Ella, stop bothering our guest and come back here. I have to go by. She waved and ran down the stairs, while Harry closed his door and looked at the envelope. It had the same stamp he recognized as being from Hogwarts. This will be interesting, he said to himself, unaware he used parcel tongue because Ivy was still in his field of view. I'm going back to sleep, the red serpent said, disappearing again. Harry opened the envelope and saw a message written in very elegant calligraphy. Greetings, Harry. I hope this letter finds you in good health. It came to my attention earlier today that you intend to stay in the Leaky Cauldron until the beginning of your term, and that is a minor problem that needs solving because your Aunt Petunia is your guardian, and minors must stay within their guardians while not in school. Although we have a problem in our hands, I had a conversation with Hagrid, where he explained the circumstances that made you left your home, and after you arrive in Hogwarts, I'd like to ask you personally about that. For now, I talked to a few friends who agreed to keep an eye on you from afar, so you're safe in there, but please don't wander into the Muggle world, as we cannot interfere in there. You're free to roam the diagonal alley as much as you want, but be careful. To the second matter at hand, your new two friends. Hagrid gave me a very enthusiastic explanation about your new companions and how you acquired them. I was sad that I had to be the bearer of bad news, because snakes are excluded from the exotic pet list of Hogwarts, so you wouldn't be able to bring them with you. Harry stopped reading, his heart skipping a beat as he looked down and saw Ivy sleeping on his chest. He wasn't going to get rid of them for nothing in this world. These two snakes he met for a week were more of his family than the Dursley ever were. He started planning a response to try to convince them to allow him to take Ivy and Ash while he read the rest. Well, you wouldn't believe what happened yesterday. Yesterday, our board from the educational ward inside the ministry held a very specific meeting about implementing new rules regarding pets in Hogwarts. You would share my surprise when one of them said members, Mr. Lucius Malfoy, was very specific about allowing creatures that can help in studies and are symbols of ancient magic, as well as symbols of our predecessors. You will be pleased to know that Mr. Lucius had most of the votes, and now the rule on pets is changed. Snakes are allowed as long as they go under some enchantments to make them as harmless as possible for other students. Also, ravens are now allowed as well. With that, I urge you to instruct your new companions about our ways. I'm also aware that you requested your vault key from Hagrid, and that is understandable. But please, refrain from spending your family's money on trivial things, as you still have long years ahead of you. But with what Hagrid told me about your behavior, I'm confident you'll choose wisely. I'd like for you to visit me the days following the sorting, so we can discuss a few things. Cordially, Albus Percival Ulfric Brian Dumbledore. Senile Headmaster. P.S. These enchanted quills from Zonko's are delightful. Harry left a sigh of relief, hearing a hiss in return as he sent the air from his nose directly at Ivy's face. Not yet. Give me 5 more days. She hissed, still half asleep, and Harry chuckled. The days that Harry spent in the Diagonal Alley were by far the happiest of his life. Free from the hate emanating from the Dursleys, he was finally able to truly live. He used his free days to read, and that was about it. Harry was seen everywhere in the Diagonal Alley, reading a different book every day, his 2 snakes at view taking sunbaths. With time, people started losing their fear, approaching to talk to the boy about their companions and himself. They saw a very intelligent and assertive young man who wasn't full of himself, but at the same time held his head higher with a sense of pride in his own existence. Everyone started spreading the word about Harry Potter, the boy who could speak Parseltongue, but at the same time was just as ordinary as any child his age, while almost, since he was able to hold conversations with adults about many subjects that kids didn't even know about. Harry was offered free food everywhere he sat to read, as the owners said his presence attracted clientele. So at first, Harry insisted on paying, but after further analysis, he saw that the marketing job he was doing was good enough for the free stuff he was being given. It was common to see Harry Potter engaging in long conversations with store owners, where he'd ask about things they lived through in their past and secrets about the wizardry world. One of the things Harry liked the most was the process of brewing potions. He read in his instructions that he wasn't allowed to do magic, and heard from one of the store owners that if he tried to do something with his wand, the ministry would trace any spell back to him. So instead of trying the basic spells he read on his book of charms, he started trying to brew potions on his own, a practice that wouldn't be linked to him and couldn't be traced. After starting with the basics, Harry started to experiment using his pewter cauldron in his rented room, with his windows open to allow the odor to exit. He started to review the making of the basic potions. It was like cooking, but every ingredient should have been sorted in an exact amount, sliced in an exact form, and added to the mix within a certain time at a certain temperature. It was harder than actual cooking, since even the direction you stirred the concoction mattered, but once he got the nick, he started to use his second cauldron, noticing the speed difference and getting used to the reactions Professor Snape mentioned. He noticed that if he were to attempt to brew the same potion in both cauldrons, the timing where he would have to add the ingredients was going to vary. It was only natural. If a pan had better heat absorption and spread, it would cook food faster as the ingredients would be cooked in less time. Harry took interest in a particular potion called Baruffio's Brain Elixir. He read about it in a book about strange potions that he bought in the same store he bought his books. This concoction could enhance one's cognitive faculties, and Harry was very tempted to try to brew it, but he saw the many accidents that happened, resulting in permanent brain damage and even death. He tried altering the amounts and even added new ingredients to try to enhance it, but it all failed. One of the attempts even blew the cauldron, breaking a few pieces. Luckily, Tom was able to repair the cauldron and clear the potion off the floor, but Harry didn't try that one again. He returned to the basic ones, potions to cure simple poisons, that were so simple he had already memorized them. All simple potions in his first year book were simply after you tried a few times, even the more advanced ones. He kept practicing and eventually trying a few things until one potion actually turned out better than the original. So the type of poison actually increases its effectiveness. Harry said to himself, as he took the small rat he tried the antidote on. After Ivy poisoned it with a tiny dose, Harry used one of his reviewed potions to try and save the animal, succeeding in the first attempt, using a broad antidote potion made with the same venom from Ivy and Ash. Although the rat was in no healthy state due to the strength of Ivy's poison, it was still alive after the antidote. But the amazing part was that the antidote also made it resistant to the same type of venom, as Ivy tried to kill it for her meal, but saw the rat taking a long time before being affected again. Harry tried venoms from other creatures on different rats that he got as food for Ash and Ivy, and the antidotes made from the dragon snakes were weirdly powerful, to the point most of the snake's venoms would be completely neutralized. It was believed that dragons evolved from us, the dragon snakes, so our magic power is strong enough to overcome almost anything. Even the death curse would need to be very powerful in order to kill us, Ivy said, after one of Harry's questions about their powers. What do you mean very powerful? Are there types of death curses? Harry asked, interested. The three unforgivable curses were something he was curious about. Not types, but levels of intensity. The death curse varies accordingly to the wizard who cast it. I believe it is right to say that the bigger the wizard's bloodlust and his desire to kill is, the stronger the curse becomes, Ash answered. Harry nodded to that bizarre piece of information, storing it inside his mind before returning to the potions. So that means that the killing curse is simply intent? If your intent is strong enough, your desire to kill someone or something will transform the spell. I need to read more about this. Harry thought while looking outside his window, imagining if the killing curse was responsible for his parents' deaths, and wondering where the culprit was right now. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Ella kept looking around while pacing inside the room, looking at the corpse of Harry Potter, his eyes closed, his breathing gone. She saw the two snakes around his body and wondered what she should do when suddenly, Harry's gasp made her scream. Ah, hello there, Ella, what's going on? The boy asked groggily, shaking his head a little. Oh my God, I thought you were dead. You weren't breathing, and the snakes, I thought they killed you. Harry looked around him and laughed. What's so funny? Ivy is telling me how funny was your reaction. Wow, what happened? Why were you like that? I thought you were dead. I was trying this. Harry showed her an empty vial and looked at it, realizing he hadn't labeled it yet. Oh, it's a potion that makes it look like you're dead, but you're just asleep. Oh, the girl just sat in the chair in front of Harry's desk, her legs and hands shaking. She saw Harry getting up, stretching his arms and legs, taking a book from his desk to write something. She kept staring at him, and he looked back at her. Ah, I was bringing fresh sheets and blankets. She remembered while pointing to the many sheets on the ground by the door. Well, now I need to wash them again. Harry said with a smile. 8 hours of use, and apparently no side effects. This is wicked, he thought while writing the information in the section of his notebook reserved for his potions, smiling at the first real success he had in this new world. 1 week later, Harry saw the calendar and his heart pounded hard. It was August 31st, and tomorrow he was going to travel to meet this famous school. Tomorrow, he would start his journey to become a wizard. He looked around for some time before jumping in the same place, punching the air while laughing at nothing as Ivy and Ash just stared from the bed. Ahem, sorry about that, he said after controlling himself again, returning to the bed, taking a book to read before sleeping, and Ivy curled around his neck. Sometimes I forget you're still just a child, she hissed softly. Wait, now that makes me remember something. I never asked your age. How old are you? I can't exactly remember my age, but I believe I am at least 7 years old. And Ash? The same, we were born the same day. So you're a brother and sister. Snakes do not have that kind of assumption, Harry. Oh, so how many human years would 7 snakes' years be? We don't really know. But if you were to guess, would you say you're older than me? Yes. How long do dragon snakes live? I found nothing about that in that book about reptiles. Well, I would say there has never been a dragon snake that has died of old age, so we don't know that as well. What? Why? Because where we are from, we live in a hellish world where everything is a threat, even ourselves. We had to kill many of our own just to survive, and in some moments the hunger was bad to the point we tried to kill each other. Harry's eyes went wide, and Ivy just stared back. Dragon snakes are rare because a living dragon snake is already a miracle. Our desert was full of creatures 10 times stronger and deadlier than us, who would prey on everything, including us. And do you miss it? I mean, your home? Yeah, that was a stupid thing to ask, wasn't it? Not at all. There were those among us who loved to hunt and fight, but I do not miss it at all. The constant fear of being swept away by a basilisk, or being slaughtered by a giant sand crab, or devoured by a sphinx, well, I prefer to live a peaceful life. Ash hissed while resting in Harry's lap. Don't let her soothing voice fool you. Harry, Ivy killed more than I ever dreamed of doing. She's the real ancient dragon snake among the two of us. She's so fierce that a few predators started avoiding red-scaled dragon snakes, afraid they would be her. And when she said we tried to kill each other, she was being kind, because I was the only one who tried to kill her. She just defended herself and allowed me to live even after my betrayal. Harry eyed Ivy and saw the moment she took off, moving fast, faster than Harry ever saw a snake moving. In an instant, she was on top of Ash, her fangs in view, drops of poison dripping on Harry's clothes. Ash, do you not know it is wrong to disclose a lady's secrets? Her hiss was so deadly that Ash simply stayed silent, turning his face to stare at Harry, who felt slightly threatened by the red snake, her scales shining with a golden glow. Ivy, Harry called, and she relaxed her body, turning to him. I sense your heart skipping a beat just now, Harry, but don't worry, you don't have to fear us, as magic binds us together. Magic binds us? What you mean? Snakes can sense Parseltongue's magic in a different way. You have deep magic rooted inside your soul. So even if I wanted, I could never hurt you. Would you like for me to prove it? Before Harry could even answer, Ivy simply attacked him, her fangs in view again, but at the moment her fangs were about to sink into his neck, she was frozen, her body trembling. Harry, that had jumped by reflex, turned his face to see that something inside her stopped her from attacking him. After a few seconds, her body went back to normal, and she explained, to us, you have a type of magic that draws us to you. In a way, we're almost hypnotized. We are bound to aid you in a way I can't fully understand, and even the thought of hurting you turn our bodies into stone. It is like your magic that is connected to ours is ordering us to stop, so you don't have to fear us, as we will never harm you or the ones you deem dear. Harry nodded, feeling a wave of relief wash over him when he realized he wouldn't have to watch over Ivy and Ash all the time, and he got up to check if all his things were packed, double-checking before going to bed, smiling all his way to unconsciousness with the turn of things. Harry arrived just on time at Platform 9, looking around for some time. He hadn't slept well last night, excited for today. He had read that the pillar between platforms 9 and 10 was a disguised portal, but despite that, he couldn't push himself to just run into a wall. He stopped to wait for someone else, staying out of sight from the muggles who were walking by, going about their day. I can sense strong magic coming from that pillar, so that is what you're looking for. Ivy hissed in a low tone, taking Harry's orders to be stealth to heart. Harry saw a few teens pushing the same luggage as him, looking around, missing the spot he was hiding, before just turning and jogging towards the wall. Right when they made contact, they really went through. Harry pushed his cart slowly and was about to start a jog when he looked to his right and saw a family of redheads. He quickly counted 6 of them and wondered if they were all really siblings as it looked like. They halted when they saw Harry and smiled weakly, seeing the teen who was wearing strangely adult clothes. Harry was using muggle clothes, but since he had money now, he wasn't going to keep using the same straps the Dursleys gave him. He went shopping and decided to wear clothes similar to Snape's and Malfoy's, with elegance but discreet at the same time. Harry was wearing a custom-made outfit, composed of a black turtleneck shirt with long sleeves, covered by a black vest over it, and a black overcoat with shoulder lining, details, and buttons in dark green, black gloves, black jeans, and black business shoes. He always had the taste for dark colors, but couldn't complain about the ones the Dursleys gave him. Good day, darling. You can go first if you want. The woman leading the family said in a warm tone, and Harry instantly felt a sharp pain in his heart, imagining for a second that if his mother was still alive, maybe she would sound like that. Good day, it's okay, you can go on ahead. I'm late, Mother. I must be in the prefect's wagon early. The one who looked like the oldest said, giving a short kiss to his mother and vanishing through the wall. I'm Molly Weasley, and these are my sons and daughter, she said while eyeing one girl who looked like the youngest, hiding behind her. I am Harry Potter. Harry forgot he wasn't going to give his name to anyone to avoid attention. But after Harry had slipped through, he gave up on trying to hide the Potter. He saw Molly's and her family's expressions change to one full of surprise, but she quickly recovered. One of the twins said, "Harry Potter? The one who destroyed you-know-who and obtained peace to all Wizard World." Harry just stared at him, and the second one made an exaggerated face, trying to look better at Harry. "Never heard of," he said, and Harry and their sister laughed. The girl eyed Harry in awe, as if she was seeing Santa for the first time. "That's enough. Nice to meet you, Harry. It's your first year at Hogwarts?" "Ron's too." She pointed to a tall boy, his face red with embarrassment. "Yeah, it's little Ron's first time getting away from Mommy." One of the twins mocked, and Ronnie tried to punch him. "I already said enough. Go ahead, or you'll be late. You first, George." "I'm not George, he is." One of them made a horrified expression, as if he was mortally offended. "Seriously, woman, you still dare to call yourself our mother?" The second one said, and Harry chuckled hard, covering his mouth with his hand while closing his eyes as everyone turned to look at him. "Sorry, Fred," she said, and as the first twin ran, he shouted, looking over his shoulder, "I was kidding, I'm George." The second one ran just before their mother could hit him with a rolled newspaper, leaving just Harry and Ronnie now. "Have a nice year, dear." She kissed Ronnie on the cheek, and the boy ran as if running away from embarrassment. Harry could only think how lucky he was. "Mommy, he has a snake in his sleeve." Harry heard the girl practically shout, and Molly placed one hand over her mouth. "Stop shouting. Ginny, wait, you weren't kidding. Are you okay, darling? Is that a snake inside your clothes?" Molly asked after glancing at his sleeve, concerned for the boy's safety or sanity, and Harry sighed. "It is, but they're docile, although they're too relaxed." He looked inside his clothes and saw Ivy sleeping, her head practically hanging out of Harry's sleeve. "Ivy, you're gonna fall. I told you I had a few lines sewed to the insides of my clothes so you can use them to sleep. So go there," Harry whispered and was completely ignored while Molly's eyes went wide, the same as Ginny's. "Sorry, Mrs. Molly. I forgot people don't like. I'm a parcel tongue speaker, but I'm not a threat. I mean, I know this is exactly what someone who is a threat would say, but, well, sorry about that. I hope I haven't frightened you or your daughter. Sorry again, and have a nice day," Harry said while frowning at his awkwardness, but heard before he could cross. "Now you have a safe year, darling. Take care of yourself." Harry looked around while crossing and noticed it was a corridor leading to another disguised door that revealed the train it was going to take them to the school. Harry stopped to admire the imponent machine for a few seconds before walking through the platform, spotting students loading their luggage and talking to each other. The train was full of compartments, divided by walls. Each wagon had 3 rooms on each side, so Harry kept going, looking for one that was empty. Right when he saw one empty compartment, his way was blocked by a familiar face. "Hey, Potter." "Oh, apologies. Hey, Dudley." Draco's face had a smug smile as he was guarded by 2 boys, who Harry thought were at least 15 by their height. "Hey, Draco." Harry greeted the boy, and Draco followed his gaze. "These are Crabbe and Goyle, my bodyguards." Harry wanted to scoff, but he already knew how the Malfoys behaved. He had read a lot about purebloods and their ways. "Well, is there anything you need from me?" Harry asked because they just stared at each other for a few seconds. "Do you want to come to our compartment? We have 1 wagon for us and a few upperclassmen from Slytherin." "What about our talk last time?" "I thought dash." "Well, you thought wrong. Although I said what I said, some things must be taken into consideration." The way the boy spoke made Harry question if those words were really from him. And although Harry didn't like the Malfoys very much, he was going to say yes, because he owned Lucius a great deal, but right before he could answer, he saw the twins. "Ah, I really wish I could, but I already promised I'd join them." The twins heard Harry's voice and turned to see the boy pointing at them. "The Weasleys? Well, you'll learn soon enough that some families are better than others," he said with a disdain look towards the 2 boys, who heard what he said but didn't reply. "I'll keep that in mind, Draco," But I gave my word, so we'll talk in Slytherin, Harry said, and the boy nodded, pleased that Harry had already set his eyes in the same house as him. After Draco was gone, Harry closed his eyes and left a long sigh, pinching his nose, hearing footsteps, and looking up to see the twins looking at him. When did we promise to join you, Harry? Are you lying, freshman? Lying is wrong, even for a star such as yourself, Mr. Potter. Yes, you must behave or the boogeyman will come for you. Harry smiled. I'm sorry about what he said. I just didn't want to join them. Nice to meet you again. I'm Harry. Well, nice to meet you. I'm George and he's Fred, and don't worry about him. The Malfoys are rotten to the core, and the only reason we don't prank him into oblivion is that his father can make our father's life hell in the ministry. Your dad works in the ministry? Harry asked, interested. Yeah, but it is not glamorous. He works in a misuse of Muggle artifacts office, and so we don't retaliate little Draco words because we can get Dad into real trouble. That's wise. Well, if you need anything, just come and find us. We'll be in the middle in the second-year wagon. Noted. I'm going to look for an empty compartment, so I guess I'll see you two around. You can bet on that. Take care. Later, Harry. Harry finally found a good one, placing his luggage with a bit of struggle, but he finally sat, looking at people running outside as the train gave a long and loud sound, showing it was about to leave. Harry kept following people with his gaze and spotted a man, leaning in one of the columns, eyeing him specifically. He smiled and waved, getting a wave in return from one of Dumbledore's friends, who kept him safe through his month in the leaky cauldron. Suddenly, he felt a bump, and the train started slowly moving, making his adrenaline spike. He was euphoric for finally being on the move, closer to the famous school he wanted to meet. He felt like he was leaving all his past behind, going into something new, something that could only be better than what he'd experienced before. After the station was out of view, he started contemplating the view of farms and wide-open valleys, and suddenly, he heard a low knock followed by the door getting open. Is this compartment available? The other kids are behaving like idiots. It's just me, Harry said, looking at a girl with very fluffy brown hair, the same color as her eyes. She was already wearing what Harry recognized as their school robes. She sat and looked at Harry for a few seconds before realizing she was being impolite. Oh, I'm Hermione Granger. A pleasure to meet you. She raised a hand, and Harry wondered if she was Muggle-born. Harry, damn it. I have to remember this. Harry Potter. He finished shaking her hand slowly, so he wouldn't wake Ivy, who didn't even flinch when he scolded her earlier. Wait a second. That name rings a bell. I read about you. I mean, is this right? Harry Potter was a few months old, so he would be 12 nowadays. Oh, that's right. Yes, that's me. Have you read it? The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts. Harry nodded, remembering reading about how Voldemort hunted them down, finding his mother and father, murdering them while trying to get to Harry for an unknown reason before trying to do the same to him and failing. And what's your take? If it was about myself, I'd be exultant. I can only imagine being in a book. Harry's face became dark, and he tried to remind himself that this girl meant no offense. She was just curious. His mood change was so drastic that it woke up Ivy, who stared at the girl from his sleeve for a few seconds, feeling her magic and hearing her words. I found it slightly rushed, badly written, and full of gaps, so it wasn't an interesting read as I expected. But again, my expectations weren't very high, because you can only expect something bad when reading about the murdering of your parents. Am I right? He said with a hard smile. The girl felt like she had been slapped. Ah, I'm so sorry. I never thought that. I didn't mean to remind you, I'm sorry. She said frantically, and Harry's expression relaxed. Ivy also covered her eyes, returning to her sleep. It's all right. After that, they sat in silence for some time, until Harry started taking his backpack from under the seat, where he stored a few things for the trip. There he took the potions book and started reading again, wondering if he wasn't being rude in cutting the conversation like that. But to his surprise, the girl spoke as soon as she saw the book. You're studying right now? Her eyes were focused on the book alone. Huh? Oh no, I already finished this one. I'm just doing a quick review of Dash. I knew I wasn't the only one. It's only natural to prepare, right? I found a charms book brilliant. Harry frowned at her sudden enthusiasm. I like potions better, but I see your point. Harry nodded, thinking the only reason he hadn't dived in the charms book was that he couldn't experiment with spells since they were tracked by the Ministry of Magic. Well, potions were a little weird, so I didn't study it deeply, just the basics. Hermione admitted. Have you tried brewing some? Brewing potions? Of course not, it's forbidden. Well, I train a little. Hermione eyed him in shock, slightly angry that the boy had broken the rules and now had an advantage over her. This is unfair to everyone. I guess you're right, but they're from this world, and I just learned about magic a month ago, so this is just me catching up to them. We Muggle-borns need to learn as fast as possible. Don't you agree? This is what equality means, people receiving special treatment to become equal to everyone. How do you know I'm a Muggle-born? The way you walk, the shoes you're wearing, and the way you shook my hand when you entered. The people born in the wizardry world are strangely weird, but I guess it's just a shock of realities that highlights the differences. They walk different, talk different, dress differently, and even look at you differently. She frowned because his statement made too much sense. Maybe she should have tried a few more things, and also to his quickness in discovering things about her. She didn't like that at all. She also noticed some kind of strange maturity to his look and his words, having the strange feeling she was talking to an adult and not a 12-year-old boy. What else can you say about me? She asked as if daring him to dig up more. Nothing much. I'm not trying to uncover your secrets or anything, but since you asked, I know there's someone in your family who is a dentist. What? Your teeth, sparkling clean and with marks where you used braces not long ago, right here. Harry pointed his own teeth, and Hermione could only stare. Harry noticed her baffled expression and explained. No kid our age takes that much care of their teeth. And even if you would, those markings tell me you use braces, and you wouldn't want that voluntarily. So my best bet is that there is someone in your family who takes that very seriously, and the people who take dental care seriously in the UK to that point are dentists. So was I right? She slowly nodded. My parents, both of them are. Harry smiled and returned to his book for some time, as the girl recovered from that exchange, slightly taken aback from his wits. She felt a shiver and couldn't understand what it meant, but she felt equally interested as she was frightened of the boy's intellect in front of her. So what have you done? The potions you brew, what have you done? A few simple potions and a lot of antidotes. I have antidotes for snake bites, spider bites, bees or wasp stings, and even a few potions to help heal, but those I'm keeping to myself. She was impressed, but didn't want to transpire, so she just nodded. What about you? How are your charms going? Well, Dash. Before she could answer, the door was open again and Harry saw the redhead boy, Ron, standing there. Oh, hello there. All the others are full or with some weird people in it. Do you guys mind if I get that corner? I don't mind, Harry said, and Hermione just shook her head, taking her feet out of the way for the boy to walk in. I'm Ronald Weasley, he said cordially as he sat, but his gaze kept shifting to Harry's scar in a way. Harry Potter, but you already know that. I'm Hermione Granger. Nice to meet you. Well, Harry, as I was saying, I got some basic spells right, like this one, glasses reparo. Harry saw her hand moving to the insides of her robes, and when her wand was out, the boy instinctively reached for his own wand, stopping himself in the last moment, imagining if he was the only one who saw these magic sticks for what they were. Literal weapons. He felt the magic hit his glasses, and the tiny crack on its edge was fixed, but right after the spell was cast, two of them heard hissing while Harry heard. How obnoxious. Just a nibble to teach her some manners. Easy there, Harry said in Parseltongue, but the girl just thought he was being weird. Ron was a different matter. The boy practically stood up on his seat, looking at Harry with fear in his eyes, while Hermione wondered about his behavior. What is going on? What did you do? She asked Harry, eyeing Ronald's reaction to that strange sound he made with his mouth. You startled them with your spell, so I was just telling them to relax. Startled who? Telling who to relax? The girl demanded. You are Dash. Ronald could only mumble, unable to make proper words. Harry found Hermione's tone very obnoxious, as if she was really demanding answers, and that made him want to give her a scare, so he undid a button from his shirt and hissed in Parseltongue. Both of you come out and greet her. Harry watched her expression change when she saw the two creatures emerging from the insides of Harry's vest. She wasn't as scared as she was surprised, but Ronald literally screamed like a 5-year-old. It's all right, they won't hurt you, Harry assured the boy who was trying to open the window so he could jump if necessary. Are you crazy? Wait, are these dragon snakes? He could finally answer, and Harry sighed. Yes, they are. Would you mind, Hermione? He asked, and the girl tilted her head, wondering what he was exactly asking. Harry extended his hand as if to greet her, and she frowned before doing the same. And when Harry held her hand, the snakes started shifting towards Hermione, wrapping themselves around her arms and neck. Harry felt her try and pull her hand back, but he held it in place until Ivy and Ash had crossed, and he let it go. I don't know about this. This is weird, she said with a fearful expression, and Harry smiled. I was talking about them. They're docile, see? Ronald sat again and saw the snakes resting on Hermione's shoulders, wondering how the most dangerous snakes in the world were behaving like trained lizards. Why are you carrying them with you? Snakes are prohibited in Hogwarts, Hermione asked, her tone accusing again, but her eyes were shifting to the snakes all the time. Well, there's a change in the rules, so they're allowed now. You kidding? Ronald said in a whisper, placing his hand on his chest, and Harry frowned at that action, wondering if he was having a heart attack or something. Not at all, and the venom from them is actually rare and even have value as potions ingredients. Here, look at this. Harry took a vial from his backpack that was labeled, Draft of the Sleeping Death R. If you drink this, you'll be sleeping for a good 8 hours, but it will look like you're dead, barely any pulse, and your breathing will be minimal. The usual potion works for only 1 hour, but I was able to increase the duration of it with the dragon snake's venom. Ow! Hermione asked, interested. Well, their venom has a paralyzing agent that prevents their prey from escaping, and later another agent causes respiratory failure, followed by the shutdown of all organs. So I used our chemistry kit to, well, I had a little luck because I found a wizard store that sells muggle stuff, and there I found a microscope. Can you believe it? They sold to me for 5 galleons because they didn't know how to use it. So anyway, I read a little about it, and using our chemistry kit all together with the microscope, I was able to isolate the agent I wanted. So I took only the part of their venom responsible for paralyzes and weakened by diluting it, adding to the mix instead of the mash of leaves our book instructed. The result I got was this potion, stronger than the other, but with the same effects and no collateral. Harry remembered how it took him practically the whole month to just adapt this potion. But again, it was his first time trying something like this, and even though it was just repeating a process that already existed, it took him time to understand how to do it. Harry saw Hermione's face with a curious expression and Ronald's with a look that shouted, I have no idea what you just said. Have you ever studied something like that? In our world, in the Muggle world, chemistry and biology to that level are really difficult, but you seem like you already mastered that. Actually, no, not at all. I just found books on how to proceed with this kind of process. It's a common thing in the development of antidotes for venomous animals, right? And although it's a difficult process, we have magic here, so it's not that hard. I just experimented over and over again, and the answer just appeared. There are some substances here in the wizardry world that allow you to isolate components of another substance, and people use it to recycle dirty water. I'm not saying you shouldn't recycle water, but can you see the uses it has beyond that? You have to be a Ravenclaw, both of you, Ronald said, while looking from face to face. I wouldn't mind, although Gryffindor doesn't sound that bad. Hermione said, remembering the book about Hogwarts and the houses she read a few weeks ago. I'm going to Slytherin, Harry stated. The silence held for a good minute before Ronald whispered. Why? What do you mean why? It is a good house for me. Professor Severus Snape is the head of the house, and he is the potion master. Also, it says that is a house for those who would do anything to accomplish their objectives, a house for those who have purpose and ambition. In my mind, Gryffindor is going to be full of people who act on instinct, impulsive, while Ravenclaw is full of people who care only about written knowledge and the act of studying, and Hufflepuff full of kind and caring people who'd value friendship above all else. So this leaves Slytherin for me. You know that practically all Dark Lords came from Slytherin, right? There hasn't been one evil wizard who came from the other houses. So, does it mean that if I go to Slytherin, I automatically become bad? What does it stop me from going to Hufflepuff and becoming a Dark Lord there? Harry frowned at the stupid logic. Houses had nothing to do with your actions. Only you had the key to your future. Well, I'm just saying. Ronald tried to retreat, and Harry heard Hermione's whisper. Harry, do you think you can? She pointed to the snakes still on her shoulder. Ivy actually tried to climb her head, and Harry raised an arm, taking back both snakes to him before conveying to the girl. Ivy said she liked your scent. It reminded her of coconut. That's my shampoo's fragrance. Well, thank you, Ivy. Anyway, I find your logic undebatable. There's no such thing as a house defining you as a person. The only thing a house represents is your affinity to things. Harry nodded, and Ronald closed his expression, being ganged up like that. Before anyone could say another word, the door went open and a pretty white blonde girl appeared, followed by a crying boy behind her. Her hair's color reminded Harry of Draco's, and he wondered if they were related. Oh, apologies, I thought this one was empty. Has anyone seen a toad? This boy lost dash. Her eyes fell on Harry's snakes, and she stopped talking mid-sentence, her eyes widening before she entered the cabin without a word, sitting next to Harry with her expression frozen. Are these dragon snakes? They are, aren't they? Oh my God, they're beautiful. I always dreamed about seeing one, and you have too? Red and blue. The two they were selling at the diagonal alley, right? I begged my father for him to buy them. But by the time we arrived, we heard that the Malfoys got them. Harry heard Ash's hiss and turned to the girl. Careful, now. They're telling me you should keep your snake hidden or they'll eat her. Also, Mr. Malfoy helped me get them, but I'm the one who bought them. Harry made sure to tell her that because he had already sent a letter paying his gold debt to the Malfoys in full, already thinking of a way to make money to replenish the 2,000 galleons he had to use for that, thinking that the problem with rich people was that they thought their money would never end, but he wasn't going to make the same mistake. They can sense her? The girl asked, more impressed than surprised. You have snakes too? Ronald asked desperately. Of course, the rules changed, so we can have snakes now, so I brought my sapphire. She was about to take her snake out, but her hand stopped. They were kidding, of course. They won't eat your snake, Harry assured with a smile, hearing a hiss from Ivy that said the complete opposite, using his hand to press his sleeve and shush the hissing. The girl smiled, and Harry saw that she had the Slytherin emblem on her vests, although they were not the school robes. She took out a pretty blue snake, her scales lighter than ashes, and her eyes were purple. Hello there, Sapphire, Harry said, and the snake looked at him in awe. You can speak to me. Harry smiled, and the girl practically invaded his personal space. I heard that Harry Potter was getting in this year, and that he was a Parseltongue, but I had to see with my own eyes to believe it. It's an honor to meet you. I'm Daphne Greengrass. Nice to meet you, and I'm sorry to be the bearer of such news, but Sapphire is begging me to tell you she hates all types of rodents that you have given her, and that she wants to eat other cold-blooded predators, other snakes, and lizards specifically, Harry said while nodding to the snake, which kept hissing rapidly. The girl eyed her snake, and she flickered her tongue a few times. That's why you were always a slow eater. Well, thank you. Harry, can I call you Harry? Sure. So you're an upperclassman? No, this is my first year as well. Oh, I'm asking because I saw the Slytherin symbol on your vest. Oh, this? My family is from Slytherin for over 10 generations, so we all know where this is going. My grand-grand-grandfather was a Parseltongue as well. That's why we have snakes as pets. Oh, that's interesting. And about your snake, I created this, so if you want to take a look. Harry took a vial full of some strange mass, and Ivy and Ash instantly shifted their attention to the object in Harry's hand. "What is that?" Hermione asked, narrowing her eyes. "Food specifically made for snakes. I use my cauldron to cook this mix with meat and herbs I bought from a store. You see, people here in the UK don't usually do this, but in other parts of the world, when cooking animals like chicken or pork, they actually mix their blood to the broth." "What? Ew," Ronald said. "Yeah, and although it sounds disgusting, it is good. It makes the flavor stronger. I tasted at the leaky cauldron, but anyway, I made a few changes and created this, a type of food that carries all the things the snakes need, but at the same time is slightly cooked and cut, so they won't be in danger to catch any weird disease or parasites, and that allows them to receive more energy while cutting the time they need to digest their food." "But Daphne started. "I know, snakes are designed to eat their prey whole, and even their venom act as an agent to break the tissue to help digest it. But eating raw is never a good thing. I know very well that they don't eat cooked food. That's why I said I made a few changes. This meal is slightly cooked, but the mix of herbs makes it taste raw. Can you believe they take days to digest an animal they've eaten raw? And they gain barely any energy from it, receiving only energy necessary to do it again and again. So you see, I understand that's a tool for predators in the wild, but they're not in the wild anymore. So I try to improve their eating habits, and that already had an impact on their health. You wouldn't believe if I say they were 3 feet long and most of their scales weren't this shiny. They also had leaky eyes and many blisters in their mouths. And look at them now, just 1 month later." The girl looked at the snakes, noticing they were at least 4 feet long now, and their scales were practically shining, to the point she wondered if Harry used some kind of substance to make it shine like that. Their eyes were clean, and they looked beautiful and imponent. She looked at Sapphire and noticed a discoloration on her scales, her body thin, and tiny blisters around her mouth. "I can see the difference. I never really thought about that. I read that snakes won't eat cooked food and will only eat raw animals. Well, I can see now that's not the case. Could you teach me how to properly care for her? Please." Harry saw in her eyes a real desire to care for her friend, and he nodded. "Give me some time to create food with cold-blooded animals in it, although I may need a few lizards to do a dash. Don't worry, I'll write my family and they'll provide everything." "All right, they can also start taking care of the ones you have at home." "How did you know?" Sapphire is rather talkative, probably because she's a child, so it's only natural. Daphne smiled at her snake, which was hissing at Harry with enthusiasm, and pet her on the head. "Yeah, she's my little baby." Harry saw the boy who came with Daphne, still crying from the outside, looking at them speaking about snakes, and remembered he was searching for a toad. "Oh, I'm sorry, what's your name?" Harry asked. Neville Longbottom." "And you want to find a toad, right?" "Yes," he said while another tear fell, and Harry felt slightly irritated seeing a boy his age crying over a lost pet. But he couldn't understand his anger towards the boy. "Have you tried searching for it?" Harry tried to ask kindly. "Everywhere, but no one saw it." The boy pointed to the corridor, and another tear fell. All right, so he at least tried, Harry thought, and understood the feeling he was having. He was angry because such a tiny thing made a boy his age cry, as if he was angry that a boy could cry at something so trivial as that, because he suffered much worse and tears never fell down his face. But then he tried to put himself in his place if he was the one who lost Ivy or Ash. "Okay, you were out of options, and that made you desperate, but there's no need to cry because crying doesn't help. We're going to help you find him, okay?" The boy used the back of his hand to wipe his tears and nodded. Harry had an idea. "What you three think about a hunt?" he asked in Parseltongue, and all 3 snakes flickered their tongues. "But no killing, this is a search." "Ah, then don't call it a hunt," Ivy complained. "Sorry, is anyone interested in a rescue mission?" "You know you can just order us, right?" Ash asked. "Can I?" "Well, even if I can, I won't do it unless it's really necessary. No one likes to be bossed around." His eyes shifted to Hermione's face when he said that. "Well, we never really told you all we can do, so I believe this is a good time." Dragon snakes have a few individual traits, or powers if you may say. Oh, that's interesting. What exactly are we talking about? My power is related to my scales. I'm resistant to most magic, and practically any spell, even snake-related ones. People try to get to us all the time, but their spells did close to nothing against me. I was even hit by a killing curse before, but it only knocked me unconscious, Ash said proudly, and Ivy whispered. And I can sense all types of magic, identify them, and sometimes even meddle with them. I'm also faster than any snakes I've met, and while we were talking about that, I'm feeling some weird magic coming from that boy. Ivy turned her head to Ronald, and Harry frowned. What exactly are you feeling? I don't understand, but there is something alive inside his vests, and that thing is emanating some weird magic. Harry's frown grew, and he turned to the redhead and asked, Ronald, do you have a living thing inside your robes? Huh, why are you asking? He assumed a defensive position, covering his chest again. My snake, Ivy felt something weird coming from you. I have my rat, but tell your snakes to stay away. He's not food. The boy panicked, and Harry looked at him with a cold glare. They have proper food, they won't attack your rat, and they obey me, so don't worry. Ronald relaxed but kept holding his chest, and Harry turned to Ash as a question popped inside his head. Ash, if I wrapped you around my arm and use your body to block an incoming spell like that Reparo Hermione used, could you stop it? Certainly, as long as it isn't the death curse, but even my body can only take a certain amount of spells, so depending on the intensity, type, and number, I may be hurt or even die. Noted. Harry noticed all eyes on him and switched back to English, thinking this talk with these people were giving him all sort of inspirations and ideas, as well as many questions. Oh, sorry, I was asking them about a few things and forgot you can't understand Parseltongue. Hermione, can I ask you a question that just crossed my mind? Oh, all right. Minor wizards can't cast spells. So how did you do that repair a few minutes ago without alerting the Ministry of Magic that you were doing an unsupervised spell? Everyone eyed the girl, and she became red, answering with shame in her voice. I read about this tracking thing all minor wizards have inside their bodies that prevent them from getting lost and warn the Ministry about any magic cast, but I found a breach in that. Huh. Daphne leaned towards Hermione with interest. Well, as long as your spell check 3 boxes that I created, the tracker won't expose you to the Ministry. Were these boxes? Ronald asked, interested. I don't know if we should talk about this, Dash. Come on, you can tell us. Ronald insisted, but the girl just frowned. If you don't want to tell us, it's all right, don't worry, Harry assured, and she eyed him, feeling something weird. It was a desire to show him she was smart too, as if she was somehow competing against him. Well, you cannot harm anyone with your spell, you cannot use the spell in the presence of muggles, and you cannot cast a spell at any organic matter. I received 2 letters when I was testing my theory, telling me to stop using spells, so I understood after pondering that. I used a repairing spell on one of my frames in my bedroom, and nothing happened. So when I tried to do the same in the living room and my aunt saw it, I received a letter. You got the point. Harry wondered why he didn't think of that. It was so obvious that he should have experimented with the charms just like he did with the potions. He stared at the girl with intensity, feeling she was like him, making her blush because of his stare. Well, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you for sharing your discovery with us. Hermione, I'll make sure to return the favor someday. Harry nodded. Just don't. I mean Dash. We know we won't tell you taught us that. Don't worry. Daphne answered with a giggle. Don't spread this, or it will come back to us, please. Harry smiled, thinking the strict girl had a few flexibilities. I guess we already cheated on our favorite subjects before the term even began. He smirked, and the girl blushed harder. I wouldn't call it cheating. I would say, well, we need something to compensate the other student's edge over us, right? She mimicked Harry's response, and he smiled. It's here. Ivy hissed, and Harry knocked on the door of the compartment, followed by a reluctant Neville. And after opening, he saw 5 upperclassmen, all wearing Slytherin robes, laughing and talking, a frog upside down on an improvised table made of luggages. Trevor, Neville exclaimed and moved in to take his toad, but one of the boys got up and blocked his way. Whoa, 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 what is this? He's mine. I was looking for him everywhere, Neville said while taking a step back. Well, you know what they say, right? Finders keepers, losers weepers. Harry's eyes narrowed, and he asked, slightly annoyed, Are you really talking about stealing another person's pet? The boy, who was at least twice the size of Harry, walked up to them, invading his personal space. This is not stealing. First year, there was a toad, and we took it to play with it. Harry's blood boiled again, but he heard a door being opened and looked to the side to see Draco coming towards them. What do we have here? Did you decide to accept my offer, Potter? The boys inside all eyed each other when hearing Harry's surname, wondering if they heard it right. Hey, Draco, I'm just helping Neville here find his toad. Harry pointed to the boy who was pressing his lips together, trying not to cry. You're Longbottom, right? Draco asked with a tiny fraction of respect in his voice that Harry caught it, looking at the boy who just nodded. Well, what's going on? Draco said, while appearing in the door, and Harry pointed to the people inside. Well, basically these boys are saying that they are going to abuse another person's pet just for fun. What if we are? What are you going to do? Hey, I'd watch your tone if I were you. Do you know who I am? Draco asked, and the boy's smile faded. This doesn't concern you, Malfoy. Are you going to protect that crybaby? Draco smirked and was about to show off a little of his name's power in front of Harry when the boy touched his shoulder. It's all right, I got this. Harry smiled and said, If you were serious, I'd urge you to look up for my pets as well. For the matter of fact, I just lost both of them. Harry noticed that Draco's eyes widened, and he started looking around. Huh, and why should we care? Another boy asked, unaware of the two creatures already near them. Because you like playing with other people's pets, so you should be careful around mine, because they are really playful. As he said that, they all heard the loud hissing, unmistakably coming from some kind of viper. They all looked around until they saw Ivy on the far back of the compartment, making everyone jump on their seats, while the boy who was up tried to run towards the door, but saw Ash right in the way, also jumping on top of the seat. What's wrong? Finders keepers, losers weepers, right? You don't want to keep them. Harry made a confused face as everyone was trying to get as far away as they could. Go ahead, Neville. The boy entered quickly, careful not to step on Ash, and hesitantly took the toad that was near Ivy on top of their improvised table. As he retrieved the toad, he started the movement to run away from the scene, but stopped and looked back, waiting for Harry, who turned to the boys inside. Pathetic display, if you ask me. I didn't know Slytherin housed a bunch of doofuses. Why, you say that because of these snakes, huh? But without them, you wouldn't stand a chance. On what? Fighting with our fists. We can't do magic, so what's the other option? Throwing hands? Are you this dumb? This boy reminded Harry of Dudley, and that made his tone harsher. Draco was eyeing the whole thing, his gaze jumping from face to face and back at Harry. We'll get you for this, the other boy said while pointing at him from the far corner. No, when I get into Slytherin, I'll get you all for this. I guess there's a need for a change in this house. Let's go, you two. The last part came in Parseltongue, and all present lost their words, their mouths wide open. See you later, Draco. Ash climbed up Harry's leg while Ivy wrapped around his extended arm, and they left, leaving Draco with a smile on his face as he saw exactly what his father talked to him about. Chapter 4, Hogwarts. After getting out of the boats, Harry turned and kept staring at the water, seeing movement as if the thing that followed them was just going back. What in the world was that? Something wrong, Harry? Daphne asked, following his gaze, but he simply shook his head before turning to follow the others. They walked up staircases for a few seconds until they suddenly met a woman that had a fierce expression. The first thought Harry had when he saw her face was that she was someone elegant, strict, and very serious. Thank you, Hagrid. I'll take it from here. Hagrid nodded and went back down the stairs, waving a silent goodbye to Harry, who waved back. Welcome to Hogwarts. I'm Professor Minerva McGonagall, Master of Transfiguration and Head of Gryffindor. Beyond these walls, your classmates are waiting for you, as your selection will begin shortly. You are about to be sorted into one of the 4 houses that compose Hogwarts, those being Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, carrying the names and values of our founders: Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. All houses created spectacular wizards throughout the ages, and it is an honor to be selected for any of them. Now, while I check if we're ready for you, take these minutes to get ready. Her gaze fell on Neville's cape tied around his ear and on a girl who was wearing a strange hair ornament that looked like it was on fire. People started brushing their hair with their hands, pointing weird things on each other's clothes, and muttering about being selected for houses, while others were worried that they wouldn't be picked. Harry heard Hermione right next to him, reviewing all known spells in alphabetical order. "I don't believe it's a test, Hermione," Harry whispered, trying not to reveal he already knew they were going to be put through the sorting hat. "Well, what if it is? I need to remember everything. Don't interrupt me," she said in a harsh tone, but Harry smiled. He was starting to understand this obnoxious girl's behavior. Harry felt the presence at his left and turned to see Draco. "Potter, you need to be careful with who you associate yourself with." His eyes fell on Hermione, who was so absorbed in her review that didn't even notice, but Ronald, who was right behind them, did. "Oi, I heard that. What are you trying to say, huh?" Draco turned and eyed the redhead, looking him up and down. "Red hair, secondhand robes. I don't even need to ask your name to know you're Weasley." Harry saw Roni's face become almost purple and his hands closing into fists. "That's enough, Draco. I know where the Malfoys stand, but this is going a little too far. Offending his family is petty and unsightly for you and your family's name." Harry tried to sound neutral, but it was hard, as his sole desire was to punch Draco's idiotic face. "Just make sure to sever any ties to filthy roots. Potter, you wouldn't want your father's name dragged across the mud." Harry noticed his emphasis on the word mud, but he couldn't understand what that meant. Also noticing that by saying his father's surname, he was only acknowledging the part of him that was of pure magical blood. Harry eyed the boy returning to his position next to his bodyguards and looked down for a few seconds, readjusting his plans. Perhaps Slytherin was indeed a lost cause, and he could see in the eyes of the people around Draco the malicious behind their gazes, so perhaps they really were the bad apples in this school. And if that was the case, it would be Gryffindor or Ravenclaw for him. He thought for some time about how to move from here, because he wouldn't be able to stay side by side with literal racists by what he could infer, but he knew that in the same way the law was changed by Lucius, it could be changed again, and he would lose Ivy and Ash. How to go on about this? He hadn't even entered Hogwarts yet, and was having to play politics and favors. "Thanks," Ronald said in a whisper, and Harry nodded to the boy, feeling a little sad about his family's apparent financial situation. His mother seemed like a kind person. How could they actually be poor if there was magic all around? "Ronald, isn't it? Tell me something. What did he mean when he said, dragging my name across the mud?" He put emphasis on the word mud. Ronald became flustered again and answered in a whisper. "Calling someone who's born Muggle mudblood is the most offensive thing someone can say, and the Malfoys are known for being blood purists, so I think he meant, well, you know." He gestured towards Hermione, who was still inside her bubble, and Harry's mouth fell open. Harry nodded and decided right there that he was through with the Malfoys. He started making a plan inside his head to how to get rid of the problem that was Lucius. Perhaps the headmaster could help. Before anyone could do or say anything else, McGonagall was back, carrying a sealed scroll. "Follow me and stay in pairs, single file." Even though he was apparently calm, Harry's stomach was turning after entering the Great Hall, filled with students. For tables were divided across the room, 2 to the right and 2 to left, leaving a wider gap to walk in the middle. Harry noticed a flag on the wall aligned to each table. A green one with a silver snake, a red one with a golden lion, a blue one with a bronze raven, and a yellow one with a black badger. Harry looked up at the enchanted roof that he read about on Hogwarts, a story a mix of transfiguration and illusion, and thought it was really beautiful, giving him a feeling he was really outside. McGonagall positioned them in front of the teacher's table, which also had a flag behind, a mix of all other flags with a letter H in the middle. This table was perpendicular to the students' tables, higher by a few steps, and there, Harry saw Snape, eyeing the newcomers with evaluating eyes, and Hagrid closer to a wall behind the table, waving at him again. Harry smiled and waved back. The Sorting Hat started his presentation that Harry already heard about it and received an ovation from the students. But the more enthusiastic was Dumbledore, his silver beard and hair shining at the center of the teacher's table. McGonagall cleared her throat and spoke again. As I call your names, come forward and take a seat. The Sorting Hat will evaluate you and place you in one of the 4 houses. Harry already knew that thanks to his friends in the diagonal alley who told him about their times at Hogwarts, so he wasn't really worried. Abbot Hannah. Surname order? A girl whispered in terror, moving forward slowly, her hands shaking as she sat, placing the hat on her head. After just a few seconds, the hat shouted to everyone. Hufflepuff. She was received at her new table by an ovation, and Harry saw the girl smiling while taking a seat with her new housemates. Bones, Susan. A pause of a few seconds, and then Hufflepuff. Bolt, Terry. The pause was slightly longer, and then Ravenclaw. Harry looked around for a moment and noticed Professor Snape staring right at him while another teacher talked to him. And when their gazes met, Harry felt a sharp pain in his head, concentrated on his scar, just as he heard Michael Corner become a Ravenclaw. The pain went away as fast as it came, but the tingling sensation was still there while the boy touched his forehead. Suddenly, Ivy and Ash started hissing, and Harry quickly shushed them as people started looking around. What was that? Ivy started but was pressed by his hand, who whispered in a low tone. Not right now. Goldstein Anthony. Almost a minute, and then Ravenclaw. Goyle Gregory. Harry saw the hat barely reaching the base of the boy's head before shouting. Slytherin. Granger Hermione. The girl kept murmuring something, her nervous expression making Harry smile. As she sat, the hat stood motionless for a few seconds, which turned into minutes. After 2 minutes, people started whispering, but the hat left a long hum, and suddenly they heard. Ravenclaw. The girl smiled and practically ran to her table, getting greeted by her new housemates. What a shock, Harry said under his breath, and was suddenly brought back to reality when he heard the list was coming closer and closer to his name. Greengrass Daphne. Harry saw the blonde girl walking with sapphire around her neck, making people point and whisper. The hat barely touched her silver hair when they heard. Slytherin. She looked down with a smile that Harry understood as a yes. I already knew that. Malfoy Draco. Harry narrowed his eyes, and his expression froze when the hat shouted without even touching the boy's head. Slytherin. Draco smiled and walked to his table, where Harry saw Daphne waving at him as an invitation. Potter, Harry. The conversations in the hall stopped as everyone eyed the boy, a few even standing for the back rows to see better, whispers erupting all around. So he's really here? Harry Potter really came to Hogwarts? Harry Potter is here? Harry felt his heart beating faster and felt nervous, sitting and placing the hat on his head. The last thing he saw before the hat covered his eyes was the great number of people getting up to get a good look at him. Mr. Potter, a voice said inside his head, and he wondered about what to do, thinking if he should answer out loud, but the hat answered. I can hear your thoughts, Mr. Potter, so all you need to do is to think. Now, I can see a few interesting things in you, things that give me a very good understanding about your future and about what you'll need to prosper in said future. What exactly do you see? Harry thought. I can see your desire to excel in anything you do. I can see your pride and desire for respect, a thing that was denied to you your whole life. Slytherin then? Harry interrupted, pulling the hat a little so he could see it in front of him, turning to face the table at his right, next to the wall, his gaze falling on Daphne, who noticed his gaze and smiled. Precisely. Slytherin would give you the tools for you to achieve your objectives. The Great Slytherin is imponent and respected, and although you dislike the way the house is, your desire for power and respect is well suited for someone who will eventually lead. This may be your first step in learning how to change things. Lead who? Harry frowned. The wizardry world. I'm not looking for world domination. Harry's thoughts almost had a tone of scoff in them. It's not a matter of if, but a matter of when. Your mind is not suited to follow. Your mind is the mind of a leader, of someone who takes charge of their own destiny and eventually of others. You already know that, and I do too, as we both can see your memories and your thoughts. You will lead even if you don't want to, Mr. Potter, and when the time arrives, you'll understand that there's no reason to deny your calling. True leaders are not made, they are born. Harry couldn't deny any of that, because he knew it was all true. He wasn't going to follow anyone. He wasn't looking for someone to look up to. He was only looking for guidance into becoming strong. And he also knew that Voldemort had to be around the corner, waiting for a chance to get revenge, and he would eventually face the Dark Lord again. My point exactly. You do not see the ones above you as your superiors. You simply see them as an opportunity to become strong and surpass them. You wish to be ready to defeat the Dark Lord, but for that you will need power, and not only magical power, but also the power that comes from people. The hat answered Harry's thoughts. My first thought was to go to Slytherin, but I think they are too much for me to handle. I don't want to spend the rest of my school days trying to change them, and I don't like the idea of forcing them to change by fear as well. So what are my other options? Harry heard that outside of his head, as the hat actually said that out loud. Ravenclaw would allow you to refine your skills through knowledge, and I dare to say your mind is well fitted for Ravenclaw. Your perfect memory, your deduction skills, and your thirst for knowledge would sit well in blue. Rowena would be proud of you, and you'd notice soon enough that ravens are respected not for their raw power, but their knowledge of things. Ravenclaw is too ordinary. I don't think it will help me evolve at the pace I want to evolve. Harry thought while eyeing the Ravenclaw table. His eyes met Hermione's, and she tilted her head while frowning, intrigued. I wouldn't go that far. What about the others? Gryffindor dash. Actually, Gryffindor would be a hard pass. Harry shook his head, and people started whispering louder. You can change them the same way you would try on Slytherin, and I assure you it would be an easier task. Gryffindors are not dumb as you're picturing them. They're misguided sometimes, but their hearts are in the right place. I saw them on the train, and I don't like how they behave. They could be brave, but bravery is just being one step away from stupidity. And that's exactly the point. The stupid should be guided by the smart to evolve and become what they have the potential to be. Harry thought that idea had a good ring to it. I'm about to bring up Hufflepuff, but I can see something slightly unsettling inside your mind. Why would you consider that unsettling? Harry asked, already knowing what he was seeing. Not caring about others is not something good, Mr. Potter. To me, one doesn't have anything to do with the other. Nobody cared about me my whole life. Why should I care about them now? He had a flashback about how he helped Neville back at the train and wondered why he did that. There was nothing to gain from that. As if it was seeing the memories as well, the hat continued. It's not the same thing, and you have the chance to break the cycle by being something different from what they were, by becoming what you wanted to have around you when you were younger, by turning yourself into the person you expected those around you to be. What you did for Mr. Longbottom was something that comes from your insides, a sense of goodness that needs no logic, wanting only to help those in need. I can sense your anger, your frustration, and your worry, Mr. Potter, but I assure you that in Hufflepuff you'd find what you always wanted to possess, friends with golden hearts, and those you could call a family. And from them, you could nourish a power as great as any. Harry became silent and, for a second, wondered about Hufflepuff as a valid destination for the first time since he learned about the houses, taking a few moments to digest that. Looking straight at the Hufflepuff table, seeing people smiling and turning to speak to each other, wondering why Harry was looking at them. After a few seconds, Harry suddenly sighed. I asked around about you. So I know you can only suggest houses, but our decision actually dictates the outcome of this sorting. So I want to try something that crossed my mind before. That can be done, but are you certain you will not regret this decision? The hat asked, already seeing what Harry wanted. I'm sure. And please, could you take everything into consideration before you decide? My past, my present, and my future. My connection to Voldemort and my goal. Very well. If this is what you really want, I shall decide it for you, Harry Potter. I mean, it's not like I can't decide. It's just that Harry tried to find the words, but the hat answered with something resembling a laugh in his tone. Can't decide? Yeah, I can't decide. Harry smiled. I shall choose a house that will grant you what you desire, Mr. Potter, power, respect, and a destiny. I shall choose the house that will help you become what you dreamed about late at night, a house that will transform you into the powerful wizard you want to become in order to avenge your family when the time has come. I give you the house that will pave your road and that will nourish your powers. I give you Dash. Harry inhaled harshly, hearing the shout coming from the hat to everyone around, thinking it was too late to say anything else or change his mind. Ravenclaw. It was like someone had exploded a bomb at the first table from Harry's right, everyone getting up while applauding, banging on the table, and Harry felt the shouts and applauding hit him like a force, filling the room. Harry took the hat off and saw the horrified faces of Draco and a few Slytherin who he'd spoken to about Harry. He also saw Daphne pouting while tilting her head, a sad expression on her face as Harry gave her a half-smile as an apology. Harry walked to his new table, sitting right next to Hermione. What a shock, she said, and Harry turned to face her, surprised and with a smile on his face. What? She asked, frowning. Harry didn't sleep well on his first night in the castle, waking up earlier feeling tired, but everyone else was still asleep. He got out of his bed, wishing for a more private room, as the stink of farts was overwhelming. He went downstairs to the common room, already dressed in his new blue robes, taking a few seconds to eye his new crest, a pretty bronze raven with its wings spread. Harry walked around the common room, seeing bookcases filled with thick books, a lot of reading tables with elegant chairs in blue colors, and right at the center, a big painted statue of a woman with long black curly hair and a blue dress, a silver headband on her head, and a book in her arms sculpted in stone and painted with vivid colors, enchanted to move her head and look at those staring at her, representing Rowena Ravenclaw. Harry read about the woman who valued intellect over all things, creator and wearer of the enchanted headband that could enhance her cognitive faculties, something that Harry was certainly interested in. He looked around and thought to himself that being part of this house wasn't as bad as going to Hufflepuff or Gryffindor. Harry also thought he had a few hours to himself, so he got out through the painting to adventure through the halls. This early, my boy? The painting asked as Harry just smiled before leaving. Harry kept walking until he was alone, with no weird paintings eyeing him or asking what he was doing walking around this early, and then he whispered, Now, we need to talk about a few things. Ivy was the one who came out of his robes, eyeing him before hissing. Yes, let's begin with that weird man from last night. Professor Snape. Who is Snape? The one with black, oily hair dash. No, the one next to him with a cloth over his head. Harry narrowed his eyes, wondering why he hadn't noticed the man right next to Professor Snape, and why Ivy was bringing him up. What happened was because of him. That pain. I don't know if he's the reason, but I felt something beyond strange coming from him, some kind of vicious magic that is impregnating his body shot something directly at you. Directly? But he wasn't even looking at me. I don't understand either, but I felt it. I felt the magic coming and hitting you, and then how your magic became erratic and unstable. But he wasn't even facing me. Do you think he did that on purpose? I can't tell if he did that deliberately, only that it happened. You think he could be sick or something? I don't believe it is something one does not know about it. So my best guess is that if he's ill, he knows he's ill. Harry frowned, trying to understand what was going on and how that could affect his scar. A puzzle with missing pieces. He sighed and turned to continue exploring, hearing Ivy hissing. Keep an eye out and be careful. This place is impregnated with a strange type of magic. I'll be careful. Harry nodded, imagining what else this place could hide beyond those walls. Hogwarts was as interesting as it was odd, and Harry saw himself on the wrong path many times, but when he tried to come back the way he came, the stairs were already leading to another place. Harry stood still at the bottom of the weird giant staircase and sat on the floor, staring at them for a good half an hour. Are you all right there, youngster? A painting asked, worried about the boy who practically stood motionless the whole time. Ah, I'm okay. I was just learning about those stairs. Oh, they're quite troublesome for first years, but don't worry, you'll get used soon enough. Harry smiled, thinking that at first glance the stairs looked like they were moving at random, but there were patterns, and he already got them. Stairs that move sideways can only move that way, clockwise or counterclockwise, and they follow a pattern as well, 3 right and 1 left, 1 right and 2 left, and repeat, but stairs that can go up and down move in a different pattern, up and up, down and down, then back to the beginning. Stairs that can move both sideways and down follow the sideway pattern first, then the up and down pattern. He made mental notes on each stair and how they look, differentiating each type before resuming his exploration. Harry arrived at the Great Hall and saw the empty tables, no students in view, walking to sit at Ravenclaw's table. He lost notion of time, staring at the sky, filled with stars, and was startled by someone behind him. Good morning, Mr. Potter. You're early. Minerva McGonagall was right there, holding a lot of pieces of parchment in her arms. Ah, Professor McGonagall, good day. Is it prohibited to come this early? Harry asked with a hint of worry in his voice, and the woman just shook her head once. Not prohibited, just uncommon, but you mustn't get out of your tower before 5, as it is still considered nighttime. Here is your schedule for the semester. Thank you, Professor. That looks heavy. Would you like some help? Thank you, but it's enchanted to be lighter, Mr. Potter. Oh, okay. Ah, Professor, if I may ask, who is my head of house in case I need some answers? I forgot to ask the prefect who led us to our tower last night. Harry asked, remembering the others talking about how each house had a teacher who worked as its representative. Professor Phileas Flitwick, Master of Charms. Pomona Sprout is the head of Hufflepuff, if you're also curious. Harry frowned and saw something in her eyes. After a few seconds of staring, the boy sighed. So, I guess Professor Snape already told the other heads about what happened in the diagonal alley. Why would you assume that? The woman shifted her weight, slightly uncomfortable for some reason. Your expression, Professor, and the way you phrased that, also you not bothering to introduce the head of Slytherin, and that tells me you know that I already met him, and the only way for that to happen is that if he told you. Harry saw a trace of a smile on the woman's face that vanished in an instant. I was surprised you were chosen for Ravenclaw, as both James and Lily were Gryffindors, but I'm seeing the reason you're wearing blue, Mr. Potter. Have you met my parents, Professor? I did. They were good people, and I'm sure they'll be proud of you, Mr. Potter. The woman turned and left without another word, leaving Harry to his own thoughts. You woke up early, Hermione said while sitting right next to Harry. Yeah, I had a lot on my mind yesterday, so I didn't sleep so well. Is that our schedule? What are the first-year classes? Transfiguration in the morning, charms in the afternoon, but there's something weird about this schedule. Hermione looked at Harry's parchment the moment McGonagall delivered hers, and she analyzed the classes. Well, there are not many classes. I mean, there are lots of free time if you ask me. Exactly. That's not really a bad thing. We can use the time to study ahead of the class. I thought that was the normal method, but even by doing that, we have practically 3 free days, and I'm not even counting the weekends that are also free. We don't even know if the assignments will be easy or if it will take time. So you're worrying for nothing, and what do you want exactly? More classes? She asked, not complaining, just curious. I need to talk to Professor Flitwick about this, but yeah, I need more classes, or at least more work. I don't need mental rest. I need to move forward faster. Why are you so eager to? Why are you saying things like this on the first day in school? Her expression told Harry she was curious about his strange behavior, but he didn't answer. Because whatever Voldemort did to me, it probably gave me a portion of his power. He was the last known Parseltongue, and the Potter household had no roots in Slytherin or the houses that had Parseltongue in their genealogical tree. Also, because although he's gone, no one is 100% sure he's dead. And also because if there's a tiny chance that he's still among the living, I'll have to eventually face him again. And most importantly, because I want to be ready to destroy him when the time comes. He thought all that without looking at Hermione, seeing that his plans were on another level, and graduating from wizard school sounded like child's play compared to that. There, the one wearing glasses. You saw him? That one, walking with the brown-haired girl. You saw his scar? The whispers followed Harry for the entire next day, wherever he'd go. What? No, I don't want to give you an autograph. Why would I do that? Harry frowned at the girls running away, giggling and sighed, hearing a chuckle from Hermione. That's not funny. It actually is. They kept walking and Hermione asked, Hold up for a second. How do you already know the way to class? I mapped the school earlier today, so I know where most of the classrooms are. As he said that, they turned a corner just to see Daphne looking straight into a corridor, her hands behind her back. Daphne? What are you doing? Oh, hey, you too, good day. I'm just exploring, she said with an angelical smile, and Harry smirked. You're lost, aren't you? How dare you? She said with a straight face, and Harry laughed, making her laugh as well. What's the class you're looking for? Charms with Flitwick. Go down to the Great Hall, and from the door, turn to left, straight until you hit an intersection, and then to your right, third door to the left. To left, straight until I hit an intersection, and then to my right, third door to the left. Yup. Well, that's convenient. She turned and walked past them, pinching Hermione's cheek. Hey, boundaries. See y'all later. It was the start of autumn, and Harry sat next to the window, where he could see the edge of the forbidden forest full of yellow and red leaves. It sure looked like a normal forest, but last night's warning from Dumbledore made him wonder what exactly lived there. It wasn't cold, but a chilly wind kept entering through the windows, where the students were talking, waiting for the professor to arrive, but Harry was intrigued by something very curious. His gaze was fixed on the cat, sitting on top of the teacher's desk, eyeing them abnormally, almost like it had the intellect to understand what was transpiring. Harry noticed some strange marks around its eyes, almost like the fur pattern was resembling glasses. But before Harry could say anything, the door was closed and the cat jumped, transforming into Professor McGonagall mid-air, making all the students gasp and point in shock. Good day, and welcome to Transfiguration. My name is Minerva McGonagall, and I will be your guide throughout the semester. Let's begin because the time is short and the subject extensive. First, I urge you to understand the importance and danger of our subject, as we use magic to infer things with traces and forms that are not theirs. In Transfiguration, you'll learn to transform things from their natural form into new ones, reshaping what you must, always respecting the laws you'll learn in this class. For starters, can anyone tell me the most important law of Transfiguration? She asked while pacing. Hermione raised her hand. Yes, Miss Granger. Harry frowned at how she knew Hermione's name already. Never transfigure a thing to another state of mass. Harry eyed the girl and felt a strange urge that he couldn't put into words at first, but it was almost a desire to take off that smug expression from her face. He also felt slightly embarrassed by her eagerness to answer that, as if that answer could save her life. That is correct, but there's more to that answer. Hermione raised her hand again, but McGonagall said a different name. Yes, Mr. Potter. Hermione almost broke her neck by the speed. She turned to glare at the boy, who had 2 fingers barely raised, daring to interfere in her perfect answer. Transfiguration is not eternal, and the core of this subject is the aspect of motion. as the things we transfigure will eventually come back to their original forms. So in altering their statuses of mass, we are endangering anyone around us. If I transfigure a table to become a fireplace, the smoke coming out of it is also part of said table. And when the fireplace reverts to the table, the smoke also returns to its solid state, wherever it is, even inside someone. So, instead of states of mass, the true, absolute rule of transfiguration is to never transfigure anything into the state of gas. While we need to be careful with what we transfigure in a liquid, but gas is completely off the limits because of our incapacity to manipulate it. The Ravenclaw students were all hypnotized by Harry's explanation. It was like he was a second teacher, and even the Hufflepuffs were with their mouths open. That was an impressive answer, Mr. Potter, and you're correct. 5 points to Ravenclaw for your flawless explanation. Harry wanted to laugh so hard at Hermione's face that he had to look down at his book, pressing his lips together, tears almost escaping his eyes as he tried to prevent the hysteria. Hermione was so horrified that her breathing was irregular, and Harry saw the girl getting closer to the edge of her seat, her hand ready for the next questions. So this is our absolute rule. Do not, and I repeat, do not transfigure anything into gas, because you will kill someone. Transfiguring things into a liquid state is as dangerous as gas. But as tangible material, we tend to ease its uses, but stay alert, because transfiguring things into liquid form has killed more people than you can imagine, because in the same way that Mr. Potter's table that was transfigured into a fireplace could kill you with its smoke if he had transfigured it into a glass of water, and someone had drank it. A few hours later, that person would be impaled by the wood from said table. Everyone made horrified expressions, and a few were displaying real fear on their faces. I urge you again to treat transfiguration with the seriousness and respect it demands, as we cannot allow our own powers to act without our knowledge and desire. Now let's write down the basic concepts of transfiguration and its basic uses. They used the remaining of the class to receive written knowledge and ask questions about the subject, and after McGonagall's dismissal, Hermione turned and grabbed Harry's arm. Careful, Ivy likes to sleep there. Oh, sorry. How did you know that? It wasn't written like that in our book. Harry refrained a smile. There's something you don't understand. Hermione, books do contain the answers most of the time, but sometimes they just offer you a concept. It is your job to take that concept and formulate your answer. Our book said exactly that phrase about the states of mass, but that was inaccurate. It didn't even bring the plasma as a state of mass. So you see what I'm saying? You need to be careful when memorizing a book, because sometimes you have to actually understand the thing you're memorizing. Are you saying that I just memorize everything? No, I'm saying sometimes you need to speculate about the things books give you. Think for a second that I give you a book that says the color blue is the result of the mix between green and black. That's not right. She answered with a hint of anger in her voice because of the way she was being schooled right now. Exactly. But it's written as the truth in the book I gave you. So why would you question it? Harry raised his eyebrows as if saying it was obvious. So you're telling me to not trust the books? She shook her head slowly. No, I'm telling you that you know green and black don't make blue because your other bits of knowledge help you point that information as false. But what if the statement was the following? To brew a reviewed draft of the Sleeping Death Potion, you have to distillate dragon snake's venom for 5 days to use instead of the sleeping tree yellow leaf. She just stared at him. You don't know, do you? So if you read that in a book, would you believe it without a question? Of course, the book was chosen by our teachers, so they can only contain the right thing. So you're saying that our teachers and books are flawless? You just had your answer a few minutes ago. The book says states of mass, but that answer is actually incomplete. Can't you see? You're blinded by written knowledge to the point you're not thinking by yourself. You're just absorbing everything as true without even questioning its veracity. Hermione pressed her lips and pouted, shaking her head a few times before getting her things and leaving without a word. Harry eyed her disappearing and sighed, getting his things before feeling someone watching him, turning to spot McGonagall with her chin in her hands, eyeing him with curious eyes. Has she been listening to this the whole time? That was excellent advice, Mr. Potter, But be careful not to doubt everything, as some things are indeed tested and acknowledged by experienced wizards. Harry nodded and walked slowly to the teacher's table, placing a small vial on top of it. He wanted to show this for a while now. This is my first creation, a potion called Draught of the Sleeping Death. McGonagall eyed the vial and frowned at that absurd lie. The Draught of the Sleeping Death is a potion that exists for more time than you're alive. Mr. Potter, why are you claiming it to be yours? Because I took the real thing and altered it. This is my Draught of the Sleeping Death, made with distilled venom from dragon snakes, possessing 8 times more power, with none of the previous side effects. The teacher got up and eyed the vial again, taking it in her hands and shaking it a little. Are you telling the truth? Yes, and that's why, in my opinion, we must question even what we deem absolute. I know this potion has very little uses in the real world, but it's the only one I was able to meddle with. So you used your cauldron to brew potions before you even attended your first potion class. She raised one eyebrow, and Harry held her intimidation look. Maybe. 5 points taken from Ravenclaw, and I can even see you're not ashamed or sorry for what you did. I understand that children are stupid, but don't put me with them, Professor. I may be 12, but I'm not a child, I never was. The weight of that statement took Minerva aback for a second, as she heard the implication behind those last words. She heard the words, but what reached her ears was, I was never given a chance to. So if I were to brew potions, I would have experimented with the easy ones, brewing only safe potions for practice, and of course, I'd be willing to share any results of my work to replace the ones existing, but I'm going to need those 5 points back. McGonagall tilted her head before whispering. With a discovery this big, you could gain 200 points. Why are you bargaining for 5? She saw something in Harry's eyes and understood why he was wearing blue and not red. Because I don't want my record to have any stains, and also I'd like to point out that you don't have the right to take away Ravenclaw's points because I never confirmed I had brewed potions before coming to school. I said maybe. Also, without an admission of guilt, you cannot take points for something I did before the term had begun since I wasn't even a student from Ravenclaw at the time, and also because accordingly to ministerial law, paragraph 5 of the Educational Ward, the use of magic or any magical substances is a matter for the Ministry of Magic to judge, not for the head of Gryffindor. Harry's heart was pounding as he poured all his knowledge and speech into action since he started school, his gaze holding McGonagall's until she returned the small vial. 5 points to Ravenclaw, and I assure you, Mr. Potter, that from now on, you'll have my unconditional attention, as I can see your mind is not one to be left unsupervised. She said with a smile that sent shivers down Harry's spine, but he had what he wanted. Looking forward to learning with you, Professor. He slightly bowed and left the room, leaving an awestruck Minerva to her thoughts. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa, and you're moving it wrong. Harry saw Hermione unleashing her frustration from transfiguration on the poor Weasley boy. Harry stood as far away as he could and saw most of the Gryffindor kids eyeing her with angry expressions. Go ahead and do it if you know so much, go on. Ronald dared Hermione, who took that personally and instantly moved her hands. Wingardium Leviosa. The feathers started flying, and Professor Flitwick pointed and laughed. Terrific, Ms. Granger. Everyone look, Miss Granger did it. 1 point to Ravenclaw. Harry saw Roni's face and all Hermione's neighbors eyeing her with disgust and wondered if he should take her aside and tell her a few things. I don't have to. We're not friends. She's just someone I talk to sometimes, a housemate at best. Harry pondered in his head and left it at that. He moved his wand, and his feather started to levitate again, but he quickly let go of the spell before anyone could notice. He raised his hand. Yes, Mr. Potter? Professor, Wingardium Leviosa is a spell described as the fluctuation spell, so it can only make things levitate, right? That is correct, but it only works on objects. The professor answered, frowning. The Accio spell is described as the spell designed to attract an object from a distance at a fast speed, but I can't find a spell that sends things forward in space at great speeds. Well, Mr. Potter, you're surely reading ahead, but I believe the Accio spell is a fourth-year grade subject, so for now I can't dwell on that. I can tell you that in charms, there is no such thing as a spell that sends things flying at great speeds, and what you're specifying doesn't exist. What you can do is use the Wingardium Leviosa to levitate an object and then accelerate it to make the impact you want, although it won't be as damaging as you can imagine. Yes. The professor saw Harry's hand raised again. How can I create a new spell, Professor? Flitwick's eyes widened, and everyone in the room looked at the boy. Creating a spell is not something easy, Mr. Potter, and there are many things involved, even a need to check with the ministry about the spell and what is intended for. But what exactly are you trying to achieve with that question? I was wondering about creating the spell to do what I just said, but I don't understand this motion we do with our wands. What is this? Why is this movement connected to the words Wingardium Leviosa, and how do I create a movement connected to the one I want? I'm afraid that's an answer I cannot give you right now, Mr. Potter, because we're in the middle of practice, but after class come see me, and we will discuss that. Flitwick was with an expression of such joy, and people were wondering if it was already Christmas. We'd like to know that as well, Professor. A student asked, and others nodded their heads. Easy now. Children, we still have practice, and until everyone can levitate their feather, we're not going to discuss forward subjects in class. Clear? Now back to it. Wingardium Leviosa. The rest of the class was pretty normal, and by the end of it, just a few kids weren't able to levitate their feathers. After class was over and the students were gone, Harry went to Flitwick's table and heard the professor assume a different tone from the one he used in class. It was darker and harsher, as if he was pretending to be friendly to the first years. Now, Mr. Potter, your question has its merits, but I must warn you that creating a spell is nothing but exhausting. I have lots of free time, Professor. Harry smiled and Flitwick smirked. Very well. As Ravenclaw's head of house, it's my duty to help any raven in need, so I'll tell you the secret. To create a charm, Mr. Potter, you must understand the words that compose the spell. Observe. The teacher pointed his wand to the pile of books he was standing on a few minutes ago. Wingardium Leviosa. He deliberately dragged the last letter, and the pile didn't move, even if his movement and intonation were perfect. The intonation of the spell must follow the movement made by your wand, and vice versa. An incomplete chant or movement will cause the spell to fail to complete. But, Professor, what is this movement? The movement with your wand is a drawing. Drawing? Yes. As magic descend from races we can't even remember, and they use drawing to emulate magic into the world. So you can think of your wand as a magic brush. Once you create a drawing and connect it to the words, the spell will take effect. Oh, so let's say you chose one spell to send things flying up in the air called Alarut Ascendere, or something to slow things coming down called Arresto Momentum. Both of these spells will require their own drawing and intonation. I see. So it's like a formula. Precisely. So let's say you created a spell to send things flying at great speeds. You'll need a word of power to develop the spell, and a wand motion to draw the spell's core and connect it to the words. And like I said, it's an exhausting process because it doesn't matter how clever you are, you'll fail again and again until you can finally see the first glances of success. Harry nodded with enthusiasm and smiled. Thank you so much, Professor. I should have the spell ready by next week. Ha ha ha. I applaud your enthusiasm, Mr. Potter, but creating a spell is going to prove to be more of a challenge than anything you've done in your whole life. Because it is not just the act of creating the spell, the world itself must allow the spell to be created. What? In a moment in time, someone wished they could levitate things, so they created Wingardium Leviosa, but if someone nowadays thinks the same, they won't be able to create a similar spell because there's already something in the magic world that does that. Do you understand? Oh, so can we consider the magic to be a sentient entity? Harry whispered while looking down. Yes and no. You can picture the magic as a willing force. So if you create something the magic deemed worthy, the treads will unite, and your spell will be yours to use and yours to share. Is that why there's no spell related to flight? Harry's eyes became serious, and Flitwick smirked to his insight. Precisely. The spell belonged to the Dark Lord, and although some tried, no one was able to create a similar spell, because there's already one. I get it now. Thank you so much, Professor. You gave me a lot to think about. And I'll give you more. Take this to the library, and they'll handle you a book from the reserve section about the drawing. Although, I must warn you, it's a hard read. He gave a small piece of parchment with his signature and a book name. Oh, I appreciate that. Harry smiled, grateful that he wouldn't have to research the whole library for the book, now that he had its name. Anything for an avid mind like yours, Mr. Potter. And I must admit, I was a little proud of the fact you were the first to succeed in today's practice, but didn't want to brag. Harry eyed the man and tried not to smile, wondering how did he notice. Flitwick noticed Harry's gaze and smirked while explaining. Ravens are not peacocks, Mr. Potter. We do not need attention or applause. We do not need a crowd chanting our names. And we most certainly do not need the approval from Gryffindors or Slytherins, and neither the adoration from the Hufflepuffs. We simply need to excel in ourselves. Harry held the professor's gaze and felt a shiver. Perhaps Ravenclaw wasn't what he imagined. I have great expectations for you, Mr. Potter, so don't disappoint me or Rowena, as I'm sure she's watching you with avid eyes. He nodded as if dismissing him, and Harry bowed, leaving the room with a smile on his face, seeing Hermione outside of class, sitting on a bench. Harry thought about just going with his day, since he had so much to do, but something prevented him from walking away, and he approached the girl. When she felt him approaching, she started brushing her face with her hands, and Harry frowned. Hermione! She didn't answer, so Harry quickly walked around to see she was crying. What happened? Nothing. You're crying for no reason. What happened? I already said it's nothing. She practically shouted and got up, walking away. Harry was in the Great Hall, but Hermione was nowhere to be seen. Upon asking around, he was told that Ronald and other Gryffindors were saying Hermione was a nightmare, and that was the reason she hadn't any friends yet, and somehow the girl heard it. Harry felt no desire to go over to the Gryffindor table to ask Ronald what his problem was because he knew they were right. Hermione could be a nightmare, but at the same time, she was just like Harry. He sighed and tried to return to his book, seeing a list being passed around. What is this? He asked a prefect girl who was sitting to his right, and she answered. Sign in to the Quidditch tryouts. Quidditch, huh? Can anyone join? Well, yes, but I'm not really sure if first years can join. Harry saw the list passing by and smiled, taking out his quill. The next day was filled with tension as people warned each other about the potions class held at the dungeons. They said Severus Snape was a dangerous teacher and a disgusting person, but Harry wanted to go to that class so badly that he didn't even care about the chattery. He heard at the last moment that instead of Hufflepuff, their partners were going to be Gryffindor. Harry was the first to arrive, taking a seat in the far back station, positioning his brass cauldron in front of him, just to hear a voice from behind. I remember specifically instructing you to acquire a pewter cauldron, Potter. 5 points taken from Ravenclaw. Harry turned, surprised, but remained calm, thinking about his plan to deal with Severus Snape if the rumors were right. I followed your instructions, Professor. Why are you taking points from me? What are you trying to pull? I specifically said that pewter dash was the slowest and more stable cauldron, but you also said that brass was the balance between efficiency and stability, and that people with moderate and advanced knowledge on potions would be able to obtain the best results. Severus Snape tilted his head and narrowed his eyes. So, I let my points back because I did buy both cauldrons, but decided to use the one that I can manipulate the best. You sure can run your mouth. 5 points back to Ravenclaw, and I'm going to make sure to not give you any ambivalence answers from now on. Severus Snape walked slowly and looked inside his cauldron, using his hand to touch the insides, brushing his fingers together, quickly sniffing, and something resembling a smirk appeared on his face. Brewing without proper allowance is against the rules, Potter. and that would be at least 50 points and a suspension dash. The term hadn't started yet dash. Silence. Do not answer when someone hasn't made you a question. Harry stood silent, understanding the student's warnings. Ash hissed, and Snape's smirk widened. And I do not fear your companions as well. And you be wise to convey to them that even though Snake's charms may not work on them, I'm a teacher and head of Slytherin, so the death curse is not off my arsenal in the case I am attacked by wild animals. Harry felt the impact of those words and quickly hissed in Parseltongue. Stop threatening him. He's dangerous. As for your transgressions, I know the rules, as I was there when many were transcribed. So, I know I cannot subtract point from Ravenclaw for that. But as for this moment, you'll not try any brewing without my consent. Are we clear? Yes, Professor. Good, now show me. Sir, your reviewed draft of the Sleeping Death. Harry's eyebrows went up, and he quickly took out the small vial from the casing he prepared for this class, and Severus practically yanked it out of his hands, walking to his desk, looking over his shoulder with an expression that shouted, "Follow." Harry got up and approached his desk, seeing him taking a drop counter and a living toad, taking a few drops from the potion and dropping them in the toad's mouth. A few seconds were enough for the toad to be sleeping dead. Finite incantatum. He saw the professor pointing his wand, but nothing happened. He took a small vial filled with a green potion that Harry instantly recognized as the antidote for the sleeping death, but that wouldn't work. He had already tried that. After dropping the antidote in the toad's mouth, Snape waited and nothing changed, as his face contorted into a tiny smirk. How many hours? He asked without looking at Harry. 8. Side effects. The dizziness from the previous one is gone, since it was a side effect related to the consumption of the leaves, so none, but I haven't developed an antidote yet. How many subjects have you tested it on? Harry bit his lip, and Snape raised his head, eyeing him while pointing with one finger. Don't lie to me, as I'm asking as the potion master to a potion enthusiast. Harry heard something in that statement, as if he was being acknowledged. Snakes, toads, rats, cats, and myself. Harry could swear he heard a chuckle, but when he looked at Snape, he was with a hand on his chin, pondering. I'd like to request another vial of your dash. Harry was with a small vial containing the potion in his hand, handing it to the professor, who took it while narrowing his eyes again. And a vial dash. Harry was already taking a vial of diluted dragon snake poison from the insides of his case, but Severus eyed him with disapproval. A pure one, Potter. I could do my own chemistry. Harry took another vial with raw poison and handed it to the professor, who placed both vials inside a wooden box, the moment Harry heard voices coming from afar. To your seat, Potter, and I'll request your presence in the next few days to discuss the outcome of your potion brewing. Understood. Harry nodded and walked back to his seat just to hear. And 5 points added to Ravenclaw for the execution. He turned and saw the man disappearing into a back room, going to sit while looking around for some time, trying to decide if he should smile or be afraid. Chapter 5. Surprises. Professor Snape gave a chilling opening speech about potions that gave Harry goosebumps, proceeding to take attendance without a problem, rapidly finishing and starting the class. His voice was barely over a whisper, but the class was so quiet that even the back rows could listen. Now, there's an inherent trace to any good potion brewer, something that cannot be turned off, and that is their curiosity, something I do not expect most of you to possess. So going from there, I'd like to ask what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Most of the students just looked at each other while others were eyeing Hermione with her hand raised high, a smile on her face. No one, the professor asked, looking around, completely ignoring Hermione's hand, making the girl shake her raised hand to get the teacher's attention. But he wasn't looking for an answer, he was looking for a way to get to the class as a whole. Harry covered his mouth so she wouldn't see his smile and tried not to laugh at Hermione's desperate expression. Pathetic. You thought you didn't even have to open your books before coming to school? What a poor display. Potter. Harry raised his eyebrows to his name being called, and the professor eyed him with intensity, his face showing nothing and his eyes hard. Yes, Professor. Your answer, Potter. Um, Adding powdered root to an infusion of wormwood would cause the brewing of the Dreadnought potion, a sleeping potion so potent that is known as the Draught of the Living Death. This potion can put an individual into a state of sleep against their will, significantly decreasing their pulse and their breath. Why was he asking him about the exact same thing Harry just presented to him a few minutes ago? Where would you look if I told you to find me a Bezoar? Snape asked the class again, and Hermione's hand went up a second time. But after the silence, he turned to Harry, who frowned again. All of that was in Chapter 3 of the Potions book. Inside the stomach of a goat. Due to the number of magical herbs they eat, they can develop this calcified stone that absorbs many healing properties, and because of that it is known to cure most of the known poisons in the wizardry world. Most. There are poisons that a Bezoar can't neutralize, and it also can't meddle with curses or cursed objects. What's the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Harry frowned a third time, almost being hit by Hermione's hand on the way up, which was promptly ignored by Snape, who turned again to Harry. They're the same thing with a different name, that can be also known as aconite, a leaf that has uses in potions to repel any kind of canine creature. Harry remembered the words perfectly, as if he were reading them again, and wondered why the others had blank expressions on their faces, as if they didn't know the answers to those questions. They were in wizard families, right? Even if they wouldn't know, they could just open their books and study ahead, right? Apparently, Mr. Potter isn't hiding behind his fame, as he possesses curiosity towards the unknown. Snape whispered while turning to sit, writing down something. Well, why aren't you copying down what he just said? I haven't corrected him because he was right. Harry took his quill to write what he already knew, but saw Snape shaking his head once at him as if saying no, so the boy just waited while everyone wrote his words down, a few asking him in whispers to repeat some parts. And 5 points to Ravenclaw. Let us proceed with your first brewing class. I heard from the others that Snape only gives points to Slytherin Dash. Then why is he giving points to Ravenclaw? Harry heard 2 students talking in the row in front of him, but paid them no mind. Harry saw the cauldrons cooking the ingredients over the slow fire, the liquid inside slowly burping, and felt relaxed. He was sharing his working station with Hermione, Neville Longbottom, and Ronald Weasley, who kept shooting stank eyes at Hermione. Harry repeated the process that he got used to, eyeing Hermione to see how she was doing. And she was doing good, great actually, but after turning to his right, he saw Neville taking a portion of his porcupine quills to add to the cauldron, but the fire was still on. Neville? 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 Harry whispered, getting the boy's attention, who had his shaking hand halfway to the cauldron. Ah, yes. You read your instructions, right? Yeah. Double check it. Why? Just do it, please. The boy read it again and was so nervous that he couldn't spot his mistake. Everything is right. No, it's not. Look again because you have to dash. Turn off your fire before adding the porcupine quills. A voice finished from behind them. They turned to see Professor Snape behind them, looking at Neville with incredulity. Longbottom, are you mentally ill? Harry saw that the boy was now pale white. I asked you a question. Are you mentally ill? No, no, sir. Do you have a problem with your eyes? Do you require glasses, Longbottom? No, sir. Then why can't you read and follow basic instructions? Read this line for us out loud. The professor pointed with his finger, making Neville take the book and stutter. You must add your porcupine quills after the fire is off. So you can read. Are we right to assume you did that on purpose, then? Snape opened his arms. No, no, sir, I read it wrong. Harry couldn't feel any pity towards the boy, as the instructions were so clear that even a 5-year-old could follow. He simply had to read it and follow the instructions. This wasn't even a difficult antidote, and Snape gave them more than enough time to finish, so there was no need to panic. 1 point taken from Gryffindor, and You'll keep losing points until you can get your act straight. 1 point to Ravenclaw, because if it weren't for Potter, the whole room would be flooded by the very same poison we're brewing this antidote against. He said while going to his desk, writing down something again. Harry saw a tear fell down Neville's face and looked away, feeling no sympathy for a crying baby. You already know the incantation to wipe your cauldrons clear, so go ahead and do it. They all moved their wands while whispering Scourgify, and the residuals from the antidote for Furunculus were wiped clean. That would be all. Potter, Granger, Longbottom, I'd like a word. All three of them looked at each other and stayed put while the rest of the class left. After the room was empty, Snape got up and approached, leaning on the desk in front of them, his arms behind his back. Why are you shaking at every word I say, Longbottom? The boy simply looked down, and Snape assumed what Harry deduced to be a gentler tone. Look up, Longbottom. Why are you so scared? You frighten me, sir. Why? He asked slowly. Because, the way you talk, I'm scared of messing up and losing more points. Snape kept staring at him for a few moments before speaking faster. Very well. At the next class, I'd like for you to bring something for me. This is specifically for you. The boy looked up, and his expression sunk. You'll read chapters 1, 2, and 3 of your book and write down 60 centimeters of parchment about your understanding of it. This parchment will not be delivered to me, so you can write it the way you see fit, but I'll check it to see if the length is right. That is all. You may go. The boy gathered his things and practically ran away. Now you, Granger, I knew you had the answer to my questions, the same way I knew Potter also had it. But do you understand why you were not picked? No, sir, I do not. You asked a question, and I respectfully raised my hand to show I had the answer. It's not about possessing the answer, Granger. It's about the way you deliver it, as nobody likes an indigest know-it-all. Hermione's face turned into stone, and Harry didn't dare to look her way. Take that in mind as you move forward, and understand that people will always cast aside and exclude what they are afraid of, and would scare as much as any known curse. You may go. His tone was cold, but something in his voice made Harry narrow his eyes. Was he actually giving her advice? Harry snuck a glance and saw tears in Hermione's eyes as she turned and walked away. But this time, her crying face made him feel uneasy. Now you, Potter, I must say I'm surprised to see your inclination to potions. With my preliminary analysis, I can already infer that your draft of the Sleeping Death is accurately at least 5 times better than the original. It's 8 times better. Snape smirked and whispered deadly. That is what I meant by preliminary analysis, Potter. I saw the... Wait, how can you already dash? I have my ways, and I must point that using the dragon snake venom was ingenious, and your destination was perfect, to the point I must ask, how have you achieved such finesse? Harry swallowed loudly, imagining if using Muggle equipment was against the rules. I used a few Muggle equipment to help me most of the way and followed Muggle books on creating antidotes for snake bites. From there, I just had to adapt a few things. Snape smirked again and walked back to his desk, taking out a microscope that looked even better than the one Harry had. Muggle technology has evolved to the point we can no longer ignore it, as it helps us in many ways. I see you have your mother's witty when it comes to potions. She also had your prowess. As I said before, I may summon you sometimes to discuss your draft of the Sleeping Death and the implications moving forward. That is all. Thank you, Professor. Harry nodded and left the room, spotting Hermione next to a column. When he approached, she eyed him with tears in her eyes and asked, You think I'm insufferable? Tell me the truth. Harry thought about lying, but decided to help the girl. To me, no. To them, yes. She bit her lip, looking around, and Harry felt sorry for her. But I don't think you're entirely wrong. You just have to put inside your head that most people don't like show-offs because they feel threatened. And how's that my fault? She practically shouted. It is not, and you don't have to put it up with this. You can live your entire school life by yourself. You don't need for everyone to like you. Hey, don't worry about not having any friends. You have me. Harry said serious, and the girl rolled her eyes, thinking he was teasing her again, walking away towards dinner, wiping her tears, unaware of the depth behind Harry's words. So, I should just stop answering the teacher's questions, even when everyone is just staring at each other like a bunch of idiots, and I know the answer? She asked in a whisper to Harry, who was cutting his sausages. In potions, yes, and unless Snape directly asks you something, you should keep your mouth shut. Don't meddle into people's mistakes as well. Let them make their mistakes and be scolded for it by the teachers. You helped that boy, she accused him. Yes, because putting the porcupine quills while the fire was still on would have made the potion explode the cauldron or something even worse, and I didn't want that near me. So you didn't do that out of kindness? Not at all. Why would I be kind to someone I don't even know? I mean, it's what good people do. Harry stopped his food midway and rolled his eyes at her with a dark expression. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a bad person, but I'm not dumb enough to go out of my way to present my help to anyone, as if I'm begging for their friendship or approval. This is not the way of the Raven. What? Professor Flitwick told me something that got stuck in my head. He said that ravens do not seek the approval from Gryffindors or Slytherins, and neither the adoration of Hufflepuffs. He said that ravens look only for a way to excel themselves. And that's what I'm aiming at. And that's what you should be aiming at too. We are ravens, not peacocks. He continued eating, and Hermione pondered his words for a few moments before starting to eat too. After some chewing and drinking, she asked, "What about that question about a way to create a new spell? Did Professor Flitwick explain it to you?" "Yes, you want to know?" "Of course. That will cost you 1 meatball," Harry said, eyeing her plate as she frowned and pointed to the mountain of meatballs in front of them. "Yes, but that one's yours. I can just give you this one and pick another." She frowned to whatever he was trying to do. "Sure, but I'd still get yours." The girl tilted her head to that weird request and gestured with her hand, seeing Harry taking the untouched meatball and starting cutting and eating. She went and grabbed another, but as she placed it on her plate, she felt weird. Somehow, this action made her feel strange, as if, "Does it feel like you're serving me the meatball?" Harry asked while reading a book under the table, placing more food inside his mouth. "How did you dash?" It's easy to lead someone toward a certain point. So, I know where your brain went. Don't worry. You'll get good on this eventually. I'll teach you. She scratched her palm, her sole desire being to slap that smug expression out of Harry's face. "You're the insufferable one. Why isn't anyone pointing that out?" She hissed, starting eating her meatball. "Because I know how to hide it." He smiled, and she left a tiny smile escape as well. The next days passed in a blur, where Harry and Hermione got to meet the other subjects and teachers. Everyone hated history of magic, taught by a ghost, but Harry hated defense against the dark arts the most. Professor Quirrell couldn't make a sentence without stuttering, and his explanations were just him reading portions of the book. When questioned about the subject, he simply read the same part again, but what Harry hated the most about that class was the headache he would get every single time. He would feel absolutely fine all day, but upon entering the room and listening to Quirrell's words, the pain would start again. "Is this environmental? Is something inside this room making my head hurt?" Harry speculated while attending the 3rd class by the end of the week. "I have to understand the reason for this pain, or I won't be able to concentrate." "All right, first, let us check if it's environmental." After the class, Harry dragged his feet, trying to stay behind until the class was empty, and then the pain started to fade away. "So, it's not environmental. Is this pain connected to someone? Or maybe the time of the day?" He made a mental note to come the next day at the same hour as his class. And if there was nothing, someone was the cause of it, and he had a good guess. "Remember what I told you, Harry?" Ivy asked, understanding Harry's actions and feeling his magic, making the boy nod slowly. "You think he's the culprit too?" Harry just finished his potion and turned the fire off, waiting for the potion to cool for 30 seconds, a vial in hand. "How did you finish this fast?" Hermione whispered, watching Snape making his rounds. "My cauldron is faster." "That's cheating." "Well, it's faster, But if I place an ingredient 1 second too late, it will probably melt, so it's not all sunshine and rainbows. Harry filled his flask and sat, catching Snape's attention when he moved, making the teacher move towards his station. He looked at Harry's potion, moving it with the paddle, turning and pointing to the door. Out! Harry smiled and got his things while people snuck glances, wondering if he was being thrown out of class. But Harry knew that this was Snape's way to reward him. Free 1 hour earlier on Friday was really nice. So he smiled before turning and leaving, whispering to Hermione he'd be in the Great Hall. While Harry walked into the Great Hall, it started raining outside, and the sky inside the hall started becoming cloudy. There was not a single student in sight, and Harry wondered where was the ditching, but then he realized nobody would ditch in the middle of the Great Hall. He was about to sit when he saw Ravenclaw's ghost, the one people called Grey Lady, sitting by the end of the Ravenclaw table, reading a real book, and that piqued his interest. He walked to her and sat a few feet away. "Excuse me, I'm also sorry if I'm being rude, but can you understand me?" The Grey Lady turned slowly from the book and looked at Harry with a serene gaze. "I most certainly can. I take it you are one of first years." "I am, and I'm very sorry for disturbing you." Harry pointed to the book and saw its name at the moment she closed it. It was a manual for transfiguration, and Harry also noticed her hand pulling the book's cover multiple times until the cover finally moved and closed the book. So she can meddle with corporeal objects, but not very well. I guess Peeve can throw things around too, but it seems different with her. "Is there something I can help you with?" Harry kept staring at the ghost, blinking repeatedly, thinking that the flying show at the sorting downplayed their existences a little. This is literally a ghost, someone who died and is right here in front of me. Harry thought wildly, clearing his throat before speaking. "I was curious as to what your existence entails. I mean, I'm not trying to pry, I'm just curious. I am sorry, I know this is sounding really rude, but dash." She smiled, and a low chuckle escaped her lips, making Harry tilt his head. How the specter of a person could be so full of life. If Harry could ignore her translucid body and her windy voice, she was just a young woman. "I receive a lot of looks from the first years, so it is refreshing to see one who is brave enough to speak to me. And no, your questions do not bother me in the slightest. If I may ask then, what exactly are you?" She looked down for a moment, and when she faced Harry, he noticed something behind her gaze, something hidden in her warm eyes. "We are those who were too scared to make the cross." Harry looked around to the Slytherin table and saw the only other ghost in view. The Bloody Baron was staring directly at him with his eyes wide, his translucid garments stained with translucid blood. "But you are here right now. This version of you, I mean." "I am. Can you learn?" What an intriguing question. She tilted her head, and Harry moved closer, trying to feel the air around this weird creature. As he moved closer, it grew colder and colder, as if she was emanating a frosty aura. "I'm trying to understand. If you're a ghost, that means you are immutable, so you won't die, but your mind is still here, but I don't get it how. And you hate not being able to understand it. Am I right?" Harry's eyes snapped at her, and she smiled, making Harry chuckle. "I forgot who was talking to," he whispered, and she raised her eyebrows. "Who exactly?" "Ravenclaw's ghost." Harry's affirmation came almost as a question because of her defensive tone, and that made him frown. She tried to soften her expression, but something upset her. What just happened? Harry thought, trying to understand. "We cannot learn an array of new things, but we can remember a few pieces. Names, for example." She raised both eyebrows again, and Harry frowned, suddenly understanding. "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm Harry Potter." "Delighted to meet you, Harry Potter." Harry raised his eyebrows as if waiting for her to introduce herself too, but she simply smiled, making Harry gain a new piece of the puzzle. This place was insanity everywhere, with anyone, anything, at any time. He could just simply find a puzzle, and he was loving it. "So you can't learn, but can you remember?" "We can learn, just not excessively. and we most certainly can remember. Harry stared at her in the eyes, and for a moment, he felt something, a feeling of crushing despair around her form. And before he could control himself, he whispered, "Do you need help?" "Help? Why would I need help?" Harry kept feeling the same feeling of despair that was almost like a tangible force flowing from her. But her face was still serene, showing she was good at hiding her feelings. I just felt, I had to make that offer, sorry." Harry whispered without deviating his gaze, and the gray lady's expression changed, turning into one of evaluation. "You are a strange one." Harry kept staring, and she simply floated upward. "If that is all, dash." And before Harry could say anything, she flew away. "Are you all right, Harry? Your heart is pounding," Ivy asked. "Huh? Ah, I'm just a little excited." Ivy looked at the figure moving away, and Harry turned to whisper, "What have you felt from her?" "I never felt that kind of magic, but it has a sense of sorrow in it." "So they really are dash." Harry saw her putting the book on the teacher's table, vanishing through the wall, thinking they couldn't be those who did not cross, but those with heavy burdens, heavy enough for them to feel reluctant to move on or unable to. "I want to know more about them. You're so impressionable. They're a thing from another world." "Ivy, I'm going to sleep." "Where's Ash?" "Exploring, I guess." Harry looked around and saw the Gryffindor ghost coming through the far west wall, analyzing him. "So the Bloody Baron probably had a traumatic death, right? That must the reason he has that crazy expression on his face. Also those chains. And the Gray Lady most likely had a sad end because when I said about remembering, she was uncomfortable." He followed the Gryffindor ghost with his eyes, wondering about his past and the cause of his death, amazed by such a concept. "And also that thing." He looked at Peeves flying while throwing pain at the windows, laughing out loud. While Harry was in his bubble, making deductions and predictions, a blue snake was looking at a stone door with 7 snakes engraved on it. "Move." Nothing happened. Ash hissed louder, his scales glowing. "Move." And the snakes started moving slowly, opening the door, but when the air touched his tongue, he could taste the danger. The air was stale and impregnated with the taste of death. There was something in here, something dangerous, something bestial, something wicked and vicious. "Move." Ash hissed fast, making the door close again, hearing a low hiss that echoed through the whole cavern, almost like heavy breathing. And the door closed. "Hold on. So you're saying you found a hidden entrance that led you to a hidden cave? And what happened next?" Harry was speaking to a weirdly agitated Ash at the Ravenclaw table, attracting eyes and ears, but nobody could understand what they were talking about. "I felt a tiny fraction of magic, and since I cannot feel it like Ivy, I went to check it. And I felt something that I never felt before, not even in the desert. Whatever is in there is a beast beyond imagination." "And spoke to you?" "No, but I believe it's the same as us." "How can you tell?" Harry frowned. "I just can the breathing, the air around that place. It has to be." "So it's a snake?" "I believe so." "All right, let's go check it out. Lead the way." "I'd never guide you back to that place." "Are you out of your mind? Have you listened to a word I just said?" "I mean, if it's a snake, I should be able to at least speak to it, right? It's not simply a snake. It has to be some kind of demon." Harry wanted to laugh, but then Ivy hissed low, "Harry, trust me when I say that for Ash to be this scared, this thing is not to be laughed at. Guys, it's a snake. The worst it could do is lunge at me." "It's more than that." Ash hissed low. "Right, but can I at least talk to it?" "Harry, do you trust me?" Ash asked. "You know I do, but I just think you're exaggerating." "He's not." Ivy answered with seriousness in her hiss. "Right, I still think you're overreacting, but since I'm really interested in the ghosts, I'll put that aside for now. Whatever it is trapped, right? For now." "What you mean?" "I don't know if I was responsible for it, but whatever it is, I felt its heavy breathing, and I'm not entirely sure it's still asleep." "Now that's scary. Jesus, I got goosebumps." "Please, be careful." Harry. Ivy pleaded and Harry turned to smile. When was I not? Harry kept smiling, unaware that down below his feet, a giant monster was barely sleeping, its eyes trying to focus, startled by the vibration from the door. Mail arrived, and Harry looked up instinctively, seeing a brown mountain owl landing in front of him, delivering 2 envelopes. He filled a cup with water and offered it to the bird that started drinking while he opened the unexpected letters. The first said, "How is it going, Harry? If you're not too busy with your homework, would like to come for tea? I live down the hill to the left side of the castle. You can't miss it, next to the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid." Harry smiled at how nice Hagrid actually was and felt slightly bad for not going to check on him before, but he had to focus on his classes first. Now that he had some free time, he would make sure to visit. He wrote, "I'd love to. I'm free tomorrow at 4 p.m. on the back," and looked to his left, making Hermione look up from a book, feeling his eyes on her, and Harry finished with, "I'm bringing a friend." Harry looked at the owl that tilted its head. "Would you mind sending an answer?" Harry asked, and the bird left a tiny coo, making Harry grab 2 pieces of bacon, narrow his eyes, grab a third, and place in the bird's beak, giving it the letter. The owl looked at him with grateful eyes before flying away. Harry started reading the second letter. "Harry, I'd like to meet you, so we can talk about your first week and also about the past. Come at your best convenience. Albus Dumbledore. P.S. The password is lemon drop." Harry raised his eyebrows and stashed the letter inside his backpack. Harry looked around the weird room, feeling he was inside a dungeon. He took the mix out of his second cauldron with a ladle and filled 2 medium vials, handing it to Daphne, who had a big smile on her face. "Thanks for doing this, Harry." "No problem at all. But are you sure it's okay for me to be here?" Harry looked at the many faces around the Slytherin common room, eyeing him and his blue robes with curiosity and animosity. "Why not? I invited you, and no written rule says we can't invite people from other houses to come here." "All right, then. And again, thank you for coming and doing this. You're really a lifesaver." "Don't mention it. I said I'd do it. Listen, this vial has a spell of preservation on it, so the food inside won't spoil for some time. But if there are still leftovers after a week, which I highly doubt, you should just throw it away." "Okay." Harry felt someone approaching and saw the group of boys that were messing with Neville's toad on the train. "What in Merlin's name is going on here? Why is there a raven in our room?" one of them asked while pointing at Harry. "I invited him to brew something for my snake. What's the matter with it? People from other houses aren't allowed in other communal rooms. Freshmen." "Actually, that's just a spoken rule, Dash." Harry noticed that the boys weren't paying attention to Daphne anymore, their hands twitching while their eyes were on him. Harry turned to face the boys and narrowed his eyes. "Are you sure this is worth it? I won't go easy on you. And you probably heard about me already, haven't you?" Harry asked towards the one he thought to be the leader that already had his hand inside his robes. But before the boy could do anything, Ash got out of Harry's robes, moving to his arm, assuming what Harry remembered to be his defensive position, ready to block spells, and Ivy appeared around Harry's neck, eyeing the boys with her scales glowing. "You better watch where you're going, Potter. You're not going to have those snakes around you all the time," the leader said and turned away, followed by the others. "What was that all about?" Daphne asked, frowning. "Huh? Ah, just a few friends I made on the train." The girl smirked and eyed Harry's right hand that was behind his back, holding his wand. "You should be wearing green. I never saw someone more suited for a house than you, and yet, here you are wearing different colors." "Why do you say that?" "4 boys almost attacked you, and your hands are steady as a rock." Harry took the time to think about that. His heart was racing, sure, but was it from fear or anticipation of fight? Did he want to be attacked so he could do what he had been training in secret? "Well, back to my job. Here, with this mix, instead of taking days to digest, it's more like human food, so Sapphire will eat once a day, and after a few weeks, even twice a day, depending on her growth." "It amazes me how good you are at this." "Ah, thanks, oh, and I don't know why, but your parents sent me money with the lizard package," Harry said while using a top to seal another vial. "It's your pay. I didn't ask you for a pay dash." "Oh, I know you didn't, but I'm not going to be using your precious time and not give anything in return. This is not the green grass way." "Look, I won't deny the money because I know that it could offend wizard families, but could you at least ask them to pay me less? 100 galleons for 4 vials is absurd. They'll think I'm exploiting you." Daphne smiled timidly at that. "I already did that. That's why they're only sending 100. I wish I could see your face if they sent what they wanted." Harry sighed. "We're all pure-blooded families like that." Sunday came, and Harry woke up early because this special class was inside his mind for some time. Flight lessons. He was reading a book about brooms, flight, and Quidditch when Hermione walked down the stairs from the girl dorm. "We have flight lessons today, right?" "Yup, in an hour. Are you ready?" "Not at all. I hate heights," Hermione complained while sitting. "Well, I'm not complaining, but I don't see why this class has to be on a Sunday morning dash." Because it's not really a class. I'd say it's more of an activity than a class," Hermione said before yawning. "Still doesn't explain why we have to wake up this early on a damn Sunday. We have Thursday afternoons off, don't we?" "I can't argue," she said before yawning again, lying down on the couch. 30 minutes later, they were under the morning sun, scattered across the field, brooms positioned by their sides, hearing the teacher speaking. Harry saw everyone trying to make their broom rise to their hands, most of them failing, while Harry had his broom firm in his grasp. After some time, where the professor helped a few students get it right, she finally said, "Now from the right of it, ride your broom, and when I whistle, use your feet to impulse yourselves from the ground. On my whistle, 3, 2, 1 dash." The noise made people slightly jump, but there was a sense of fear in some of their movements that didn't allow their brooms to answer, while others flew up without a problem. "Well done, Mr. Malfoy, but your posture is wrong. Slide down to the far back of the broom." The teacher pointed, and Draco blushed faintly. "Good job, Mr. Potter. Wait, what are you doing?" Harry really liked this sensation. Flying was something unbelievable, something he only dreamed about as a child. The wind against his face and the feeling of danger made his heart pound. Harry decided in that instant that this was something he could invest some time into. He felt happy that he had signed up for the tryouts. The boy tried to understand how to fly, barely hearing the teacher's instructions from the ground. Pulling the broom up makes it ascend, while pushing it down makes it descend. It's like an airplane yoke, actually. So what if I do this? Harry inclined his body to his left, slightly pulling the broom to the directions he was moving his body, making it curve. Got it, so it is exactly like a yoke. The boy was at least 50 feet in the air, and suddenly Dove nosed down, directly towards the ground. "Mr. Potter, slow down," the teacher shouted, but Harry's expression was rather calm as the ground came closer and closer at terminal velocity. He saw it was closer enough and suddenly pulled the broom the harder he could, making it curve before hitting the ground, the back of the broom almost brushing the grass as he just stood in place, hovering. "Mr. Potter, what kind of maneuver was that? That was too dangerous. The school brooms have good speed, but their acceleration and brakes are not the best." "Sorry, Professor, I was trying to understand how to control it better." "Is this your first time flying? If I remember correctly, you came from a Muggle family." "Yes, it is." "Well, I must admit your control was amazing. I mean, you must be a natural. Are you aiming to enter the Ravenclaw's Quidditch squad? With moves like that on a school broom, I wonder what you can do with a proper one." The teacher's yellow eyes were shining as she said that, and Harry wondered if she was one of the Quidditch enthusiasts he heard about. "I don't like Quidditch very much, but I want to fly again, may I?" "You don't like, well, that's a matter for another time. And yes, go ahead, just keep your broom's limitations in mind." Harry nodded and flew again, eyeing Hermione, still trying to impulse herself from the ground. He descended and flew right next to the grass, hovering around her, also understanding how leaning his body made the steering more accentuated. "Don't brag, or I'll knock you off your broom." The girl hissed, and Harry smiled. You're scared, aren't you? That's why you're not really jumping. The girl opened her mouth to lie, but Harry's raised eyebrows made her look away. Just hover like I did. How? There are no instructions on this. Follow your feelings? What a bunch of bollocks. Jump and think that the broom is going to hover, just that, and stay still on it. Harry said seriously, and the girl eyed him with suspicion, wondering if he wasn't actually trying to make her fall like an idiot. But as she followed his instructions, she felt the broom losing weight as it sustained her when she sat on it. It worked. Ow, this is really uncomfortable, she added, trying to sit. Agreed, Harry said with a smile. What now? She asked, sitting awkwardly, trying to adjust her weight. Now it's exactly like an airplane yoke. Exactly? Oh, so if I pull it up and backdash, it will ascend. Leaning your body forward speeds up it, and leaning back slows it. Moving your body to the sides makes it curve. Harry answered with a smile, and she smiled back, finally getting her instructions right. She did what he said, and her broom started to slowly move forward until she pulled it and started ascending, turning to the left when she was 10 feet up in the air, circling before Harry noticed her scared face. Calm down. To get down, you just need to go towards the ground, and when you're close, you pull it all the way back, as if you want to ascend again, and the momentum will cancel each other. The acceleration going down is going to get canceled by the movement to go up. Do you get it? Like diving a plane and pulling the yoke to go up again, making some kind of U-shaped maneuver. He instructed, but to his surprise, it was another voice who answered. I don't know what an airplane is, but I understood that part. Harry looked to his side to see Neville slowly hovering, steering left and right, following Harry's instructions he overheard before. Oh, good job, Neville, Harry exclaimed, making the boy smile. Hermione followed Harry's instructions and was able to land with a soft thud, her hair a mess, but a smile on her face as she faced Harry, who was now flying around Neville. He could say he didn't care about other people, but the smile on his face as he taught Neville how to fly said the opposite. Now let's land, Neville. You heard what I said to Hermione? Yeah, I need to go down and pull it up. Right, just don't go too fast or too close to the ground, because these brooms are not good. Okay. Neville was about to lean on the broom when Harry saw his broom tremble and shake, not caused by the boy who was holding it tightly. What did I do wrong? Hold it, Neville. Professor, his broom is doing something weird. Harry shouted, and the professor who was writing things about Harry gasped, quickly taking out her wand. But to everyone's surprise, Neville's broom took off without the boy even leaning on it. A-H. Harry heard the boy's screams as he flew like a bullet, gaining speed towards the castle. Harry leaned on his broom, gaining speed as well, but Neville had a good 30 feet ahead of him, going straight for the castle walls, 50 feet in the air. Stop! Pull it up! Neville, pull it up! Harry shouted and noticed the boy trying, but the broom was completely broken. Harry exclaimed when he saw the boy hitting the castle walls at fast speed, his head hitting the bricks as he started free falling, unmistakably unconscious. Harry dove and started descending to catch the boy, but inside his head, he knew that the more Neville sped up, the more weight he would have to take when reaching him. He didn't care as the boy was probably going to die if he hit the ground like that. So he went for it, reaching the falling mass that was Neville, tensioning his body to receive the weight, but it was too much as he felt the boy colliding against him, making his broom collapse towards the ground, taking both of them down. Harry felt the impact and pain when he landed over his arm and his head hit the solid ground because he held on to Neville's body to prevent the boy from hitting the ground directly, making the additional weight take its toll on him. He felt dizzy, moving Neville's motionless body from over him slowly, feeling numbness on his left arm, seeing it was probably broken as sweat was dripping from his face, but sweat wasn't supposed to drip like that, and when he touched it, he saw it was red. Damn it, he felt lightheaded and remembered something more important. Ivy, Ash. He looked inside his robes and saw both snakes eyeing him. We're fine, it just hurt a little, but you're bleeding. I'm all right. I need to help Neville. Harry heard people approaching and saw the teacher running to kneel next to them. Hermione was also there, taking something from the insides of her robes. Are you all right, Potter? Of course you're not. You're bleeding. Check Neville, Professor. He hit the wall harder. What? I can't understand what you're saying. Oh, sorry, I said you should check on Neville first. He hit his head pretty hard. Harry saw that the boy had a cut on his forehead and his face was bloodied, but he was breathing. Hermione knelt next to Harry, giving him a handkerchief to stop the bleeding, looking away from the blood. To the infirmary, both of you, the teacher said, and Harry sighed. Harry opened his casing that he always carried with him and took a potion while the teacher was levitating Neville's body towards the infirmary and felt the cut in his forehead ache and pulse. Taking Hermione's handkerchief off to see there was no more bleeding and the cut was slowly closing, making him understand why the ingredients for this potion were so expensive. Upon reaching the infirmary, they met the famous Madame Pomfrey, the legendary nurse who was considered one of the best medics in the wizardry world, accordingly to the books at least. Oh, I had a hunch today was the day. What do we have here? She put down a paper she was reading, walking toward the newcomers. I thought my arm was broken, but I think it's just dislocated, so I need help to put it back in place because I'm losing sensitivity in it, Harry said, and the nurse instantly ran. Analyzing his arm was really just out of the socket, pulling Harry's arm, making the boy grim his teeth at the pain. I guess you're the first year to not scream about a dislocated arm. And that cut in your head, what did you do? Harry just looked away, and the nurse narrowed her eyes. Well, I'll check on him first so you can lie down, so I can check your head for internal damage. Harry did what he was told and heard the flight professor explaining what happened. Of course it would happen eventually, using those ancient things because the ministry doesn't want to spend money on new brooms. I hope this will convince them. Longbottom could have died. I wasn't fast enough to save him. Harry was just inspecting Ivy's and Ash's bodies, looking for bruises or scratches, but they were all right. Sorry for allowing you to get hurt. Harry apologized, and Ivy hissed eager. It barely hurt, and flying is amazing, so thank you for taking us with you. Oh, so you're the Potter boy who has 2 dragon snakes? I heard about your potion-making skills, Madame Pomfrey said from the other bed, cleaning Neville's cut. Harry mentally cursed the weird dynamic between the teachers where there were no secrets and simply smiled. That's what you used to heal that bleeding, right? A potion? Which one was it? Wiggenweld. Harry answered, and the woman nodded. That's why I felt some weird magic concentrated on it. Harry nodded and wondered about that, slightly afraid that he was going to be punished, but after a quick check from the nurse, she released him, affirming that the potion he drank was the assurance she'd need that he wasn't going to die. Harry went to change from the bloodied clothes, coming down to find Hermione coming towards him. Harry, are you okay? Huh? Yeah, nothing broke, but my head is still hurting like hell. And Neville? Before I left, Madame Pomfrey said he had a concussion, so he'll have to stay there for a while. Shouldn't you be resting? Wait, where are you going? What you mean? We have places to be. Have you forgotten? She shook her head. Harry, you almost died. Another motive for me to enjoy every moment. Let's go. He chuckled and walked by her, making her hiss before following. Lunatic. After 2 hours in Hagrid's hut, Harry decided it was time to finally put this behind him. He said goodbye to Hagrid, walking back inside the castle to change his clothes again that were full of drool, the same as Hermione's. I like him, the dog, too. Hagrid is a good person. He helped me a lot when I was learning about this world. So, you're going to meet the headmaster now? Yeah, want to come with me? What? Of course not. I wasn't invited. I'm inviting you. You just don't want to go alone, do you? I'll wait for you outside, if it helps. Thanks. They killed a few hours in the Great Hall, and Hermione kept trying to follow Harry's gaze, frowning to why he was staring at the ghost so intently. But she knew he was weird, but after a few moments her curiosity reached its limits. Why are you staring at them like a weirdo? Huh? The ghosts. You've been staring at them for almost an hour. Harry never stopped looking at nearly headless Nick while answering. Have you ever considered what their existences entails, Hermione? I guess. Then you haven't considered enough. I mean, I know the concept of ghosts is weird, but dash. It's more than that. It's the concept of death. They're the living, or not really living, proof that you can beat death in a distorted way. Hermione looked at the fat friar, Hufflepuff's ghost, and narrowed her eyes. Knowing you, I can already tell you're thinking about something insane. Oh, you already know me so well. He smiled, and Hermione chuckled before asking. So, first, I want to know about them, so I'm trying to analyze them. What exactly you want to know? Why the Bloody Baron is covered in blood and using those chains, why the Grey Lady hides her identity, why nearly headless Nick was executed. There's so many mysteries, and the chance to know something that happened hundreds of years ago from someone who lived in that time is amazing. Hermione looked at the ghosts again and frowned. Why do you think the Grey Lady hides her identity? Harry leaned closer. I talked to her, but I got a few flags from our interaction. She got upset when I said I forgot who I was talking to, but when I said I meant the Ravenclaw's ghost, she tried to play it cool. Why would she be on guard when I said that? She also made me introduce myself to her, but didn't introduce herself. Maybe she thought you already knew her? Harry turned and smirked at Hermione. All right, I agree. It was weird. So, I'm sorry if I'm a little obsessed with them. Hermione followed his gaze and felt her curiosity rising as well. Chapter 6. The Headmaster. Harry sat, and Dumbledore kept staring at him with a weird smile on his face. Is something wrong, Headmaster? Harry asked because of Dumbledore's weird smile, but the minister spoke again. As I was saying, after the mix-up, we went and tested on 3 of them. It is bloody effective, Dumbledore. Snape stepped forward and said in a controlled voice. Calm down for a second. Minister, we still need to discuss it with Potter. Harry was looking from face to face, his mind working doubled. What you think, Harry? Dumbledore asked, and Harry got the impression the headmaster was testing him to see how smart he was. I think that if this is the same as in the Muggle world, I'll receive a share of the cells, so 50% is my number, he said and saw everyone's surprised faces. You talked to him already? I thought you said dash. Fudge started, but Dumbledore turned, shaking his head. This is the first time I'm speaking with Harry Potter. Then how? How did you know, Harry? He directly asked the boy. This is kind of my thing, deducing things. Still dash. I gave the potion to Professor Snape last week, and now here we are, headmaster, master of potions, my head of house, and 2 members of the ministry. Also, you said you tested on 3 of them, and that it was effective, whoever they are. So, I suppose that we're talking about my potions. Snape was serious, averting Harry's eyes, while Dumbledore was exultant, and Flitwick had a strange posture that was almost proud and protective. Well, I heard you were a genius, but I didn't know to what extent. I'm not really a genius, sir. That's what most geniuses say. I'm Matilda. Nice to meet you. The woman that came with Fudge said with a smile. Harry nodded and Dumbledore spoke again. Very well. This conversation is indeed about your potions, Harry. Harry faced Dumbledore and waited, feeling Ivy eyeing the man from his sleeve with interest. Because of a few coincidences after Professor Snape sent them to be analyzed, your potion was mixed up in the ministry, ending up being used to help someone. Harry raised one eyebrow. Well, since it was labeled as the draft of the living death, they used on a patient that required forced sleep. Fudge explained. Harry narrowed his eyes. The ones Cornelius is talking about are werewolves, Harry. Dumbledore cut to the chase. Harry kept his expression calm, tried to remember his defense against the dark arts book, but he read about werewolves in another book he bought in the Diagon Alley. Werewolves are cursed humanoids afflicted by the curse of lycanthropy, binding them to a state of madness and ferocity every full moon. It's said to be an affliction that has taken over 10,000 hosts, and there are at least 600 registered werewolves in the UK. Harry said while the page popped inside his head, his eyes on the desk. Indeed, an accurate description of a werewolf. Dumbledore nodded. What are you saying, Headmaster? Harry asked. That your potion works on werewolves. Harry frowned and tried to see where that was going. So what if werewolves could drink the potion and sleep? It made no sense to call him here, but then it suddenly hit him. Draft of the living death. 8 hours. Full moon. Sleep as if you're dead. So you're saying that my potion can knock them unconscious for the duration of the full moon night? Precisely, and not only that, but your potion directly meddled with their transformation. Few potions have an effect on the curse of lycanthropy, so it is hard to find an ingredient potent enough to suppress the curse. The minister was telling us that 2 of the 3 subjects hadn't turned under the moonlight of yesterday's full moon, retaining their human body even directly under the light. The third one simply had fur in a few parts of his body. Severus finally said, turning to eye Harry with a neutral expression. So you're saying that the dragon snake poison is strong enough to dash? Yes, Severus said with a nod. So why exactly am I here? You are here because we want you to make them for us, Harry, and of course, the ministry will pay for all ingredients. Fudge said with a smile, and Harry turned to the man, and didn't even have to look to the others to sense something wrong with those words. And you intend to use on our werewolves? The ones from the UK? Harry asked while Dumbledore, Snape, and Flitwick were looking directly at him, not even switching to Fudge. Exactly. And potentially sell to other nations as well. Harry affirmed while staring at the man, who became dark red. I mean, it depends on how many you can make, but our werewolves are the priority as we need to provide them with some aid. I understand. Harry nodded, looking at Flitwick, who gave him a smirk, and Harry could have sworn he saw something behind his eyes. So what do you say? Don't you want to help your country? Fudge asked with a smile, but his smile faded when he saw that Harry wasn't exultant or smiling, but thinking instead, a hand under his chin as he eyed the ground. I take it the potions given to our werewolves are going to be donated and not sold. You're correct, Matilda answered. And you'll provide all the ingredients I need to make as many as I can? Yes, Matilda replied again, amazed by Harry's quickness. To make my potion, I require 10 galleons in ingredients for each vial, and a vial has 1 use on a person. So I'll sell it to you for 50 galleons, not taking in consideration the manufacturing cost, so 60 galleons a vial, and after we trespass the number required for our werewolves, I'm charging, let's see, 100 galleons for each vial. Oh, and I also want all the UK werewolves enlisted to guarantee they're going to receive their doses, and after that, you're free to do whatever you want with the ones you buy to sell it. What? Fudge shouted in horror. That's not reasonable, Mr. Potter, Matilda said with an expression similar to Fudge. Let me see if I can remember. Oh, yes. There has never been a spell or medicine capable of interfering with the lycanthropy curse, and that is why most of its hosts die at young ages, taken by the resultant body stress from undergoing the transformation multiple times. Harry remembered another page of the book and recited it to Fudge, who eyed him with his eyes wide open. Don't you have any sympathy for them? Harry narrowed his eyes and pretended he didn't hear that coming from a government member. So let's go this way. Imagine the UK comes out with a potion capable of stopping the transformation from even happening. And now every nation knows there is a way to practically suppress lycanthropy. How much would they pay to have this potion? Do you see where I'm going? To me, you're the one that are not being reasonable. I'm charging this much because I know for a fact that you can sell 1 vial of this potion for 100 to 500 galleons, and they would gladly pay. Wouldn't you pay 60,000 galleons from the ministry to prevent werewolves from transforming every month? Just imagine that they would be able to work and rejoin society, and after some time, they would be able to buy it themselves. The man looked to his companion, and she tilted her head once, saying that it actually made sense. So of course, if you're trying to make money out of this, so am I. To our werewolves who are in need, I'm going to practically abdicate from my pay, but I'll take that from the ones you'll sell to other countries. All right, all right. I can see you have all this figured out, Dash. And there's one more thing. I don't want for anyone to try replicating my potion. And if they do, I want royalties on it. No, I'm not joking. Harry said the last part because the woman's mouth literally fell open. I discovered it, and I'm only 12, so I will take this opportunity to fund my studies on potions. I'm sure you know that I'm not even 2 months in the wizardry world, so imagine what I would be able to do after proper study and some investment on your part. Harry smiled, thinking that he was finally able to do something by himself, something that would be recognized by others not because he had a weird scar on his forehead, but the fruit of his mind and his work. So there you have it, Cornelius. Do you understand why I said Harry could decide by himself? Dumbledore said, while gesturing with his hand. Yeah, I get it now. Are you sure you're 12, Mr. Potter? Last time I checked, yes. Harry shrugged and Flitwick chuckled. Very well, so let us talk manufacturing. Harry took out a tiny notebook that he opened and started whispering to himself while tracing the pages with his finger. After a few seconds of silence, he said, I can give you 500 vials of reviewed draft of the Sleeping Death each day, as long as I possess a place where I can work, but I'd like to request 3 things before that. 500 a day. That's impressive, Matilda said, and Harry smiled, pulling the collar of his robes to let both snakes out, making Fudge actually fall on top of a few of Dumbledore's weird objects. What are those? Are those snakes? Everyone eyed Fudge with cold expressions, even Matilda, and he instantly got up, looking at the creatures around Harry's neck. I thought you already knew that I am a Parselmouth. That's why they allow me to gather their venom to use in my potions. Potter, are you sure you want to disclose this information? Snape asked, slightly upset, and Harry smiled. I'd love to see them try to extract venom from dragon snakes. Harry pointed to the snakes, and their scales started glowing. What is that? Fudge asked, eyeing the scales glowing. Dragon snakes are not usual pets. Their venom cannot be harvested if they don't allow you to, and when they die, their glands instantly dry off, and the venom inside solidifies, and you'll have to kill them in order to force them to do something they don't want to. How do you know that? Matilda asked, interested. They told me. So you're saying they are the key? Fudge asked. Yes, their venom is the key, but apart from them allowing you to get the venom, there's also a process for it to be useful, otherwise it will kill the drinker, and this process is only known to me and probably Professor Snape. Everyone kept silent for a few seconds until something flew by, and Harry saw a bird with very bright red feathers standing on his right knee. Ivy and Ash instantly hissed to the bird, but the creature just stood there, eyeing Harry for some time before taking off and flying to Dumbledore. Air. So yes, I'm not going to exploit my snakes to make money. I'm only going to keep using the venom I extract from them one day each week. Just that? Are you sure just that is going to be enough? Fudge asked, alarmed. That is enough to kill every student in this school twice, and yes, is enough for the potions. Harry raised 2 fingers and Fudge swallowed loudly. So you're saying that with the venom you extract each week, you'll be able to deliver 500 vials a day and 3,050 vials a week? Matilda asked while taking notes. Correct. So that would be more than enough to cover all our werewolves, with many to spare to the ones that are not registered, and the remaining potions made after that could be sold to other countries. Harry said, I need to talk about that with our financial ward to see if we can afford this. Harry quickly snuck a glance at Flitwick, who shook his head once with a cold expression. I'm afraid that's impossible, Harry said after turning to Fudge. What? What did you say? Fudge turned. This offer is on the table just today, so if you leave, I will ask for help in contacting other governments to sell directly to them, and then you'll be the one who failed to gather the potions for your own people. This is outrageous. You can't expect Dash. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm simply telling you what I'm going to do. You can either make a contract with me now, or I'll make one with the first interested party. The ministry looked around as if asking for help, But Dumbledore simply raised one eyebrow, clearly saying, "I told you." "Ah, bollocks, what you think, Matilda?" "I think he got us, the little bastard." "He's right, though. Only the publicity about this would bring a fortune to the country. So what he's asking is a paltry sum compared to Dash." "All right, don't give him any new ideas or he may want to increase the already absurd price." "Now that you mentioned it," Harry started, smiling at the minister's expression. "I'm only joking, sir. You have my word the price won't go up." "Very well. How should we do this?" "I don't think we can use the Fidelius." Harry looked nervous, wondering how they were going to react, but said it anyway. "What about the unbreakable vow?" Every head turned and stared at Harry as if he'd just said a very bad word. "What in the name of Merlin are you talking about, Potter?" Snape shouted, alarmed. "Well, it's the only thing I can think when the question is to make sure a contract won't be broken. I read about it a few days ago." "Are you out of your mind, boy?" Fudge asked, and Harry's expression darkened. "I don't know how to do the spell, but I know that if someone breaks the word given, they die. Are you perhaps thinking about breaking your word, Minister?" The man eyed Harry furiously, and Matilda started laughing, suddenly erupting into a burst of laughter. Everyone looked at the woman as if she was mad, and she asked Fudge, "I know I was just promoted to head of department, but can I make the vow with the boy, Cornelius? That way you won't have to do it yourself, and I assure you my place in the ministry because you won't be able to fire me. Ha 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 ha." "Matilda," Fudge exclaimed, his face red with anger. "We may need to find another way, Mr. Potter," he said after a short pause. "Fine, but I haven't named my 3 conditions yet, remember? I said I wanted 3 things apart from the place to brew the potions." Fudge looked like he was about to burst, being coerced by a 12-year-old. "What?" he asked harshly. "First, I want your help in making the pet law in Hogwarts last. So I want my snakes protected and your guarantee that the law won't be changed unless something extreme happens." "Why would you request something like that?" Dumbledore asked, interested. "Let us say someone doesn't like my snakes, or me, and then they go and make the educational ward change the law, banishing my snakes." He raised his eyebrows and continued. "I want them protected so I can keep creating my potion, so I want legal protection against changes in the pet law." "All right, I'll talk to the educational ward about it, so you can rest assured your snakes will be protected." Fudge nodded, and Harry refrained a smile. "Second, I want to be emancipated from my aunt and proclaimed an adult." "Harry." Harry heard Dumbledore's voice and thought he had taken it too far, but the headmaster was still serene. "We have to discuss that before you can ask to be separated from your family." "They're not my family." Harry didn't care that he was the most powerful wizard in the world. He was wrong, and nothing he'd say would change Harry's mind. He was never going back to that house. "Let us say you will contact Cornelius to let him know about this request once we talk." "Your third request?" "Well, third, I want Professor Snape to be my personal mentor from now on." Everyone turned their faces to the teacher, who turned to Harry and placed his hands behind his back. "I don't know what you're planning, Potter, but Dash. I'm planning on becoming your successor. I'm planning on becoming the best master of potions that ever lived, but for that, I'm going to need you." Harry stared at the man with intensity, and he slowly tilted his head with a nasty smile. "I decline the honor. I believe you misunderstood my appreciation for your skills." Harry's mouth fell open, and he quickly recovered. "I'll give part of the income, of course." Severus glared at him for thinking money was the issue. "Then I'll share the credit of everything I create with you." The same deadly glare. "Then the deal is off." "What?" Fudge and Matilda both exclaimed. "No more potions, no more saving the werewolves, and it's all on Professor Snape, who didn't want to instruct a student." Harry tried not to smile but failed. "You think this is a joke?" Fudge asked, and Harry's smile vanished, giving place to a cold glare. "Do you?" "I'm laughing to make it look harmless, but what I'm doing right now is forcing you to force Professor Snape to be my personal teacher, because I'll need his knowledge in order to become strong." "Do you think this is a joke, Minister?" I still refuse. I'm not going to be coerced to teach you, Potter. How about the Order of Merlin? Dumbledore asked, and Snape's eyes flashed at him. Are you joking? You said you always wanted it. Dumbledore seemed amused while saying that. Well, this is big enough for me to think about it, because although I want to give him a good spanking, I know we are at his mercy. So would you teach the bloody boy, Snape? Hold up, Harry said, raising one hand, and everyone looked at him. I'm doing this wrong. Professor, can you please be my mentor? I'd like to achieve great things, but to do that I'm going to need your guidance. So please, could you teach me how to become a potion master? Harry practically begged, and Severus narrowed his eyes. And if he accepts that, I'd like for you to give him the Order of Merlin, whatever that is. Harry finished, making Dumbledore chuckle. All right, I might have gone a little too far with that suggestion. I'm sorry, Harry said while reading the freshly drawn contract. A magic contract has power as well, weaker than a vow, but strong enough to be obeyed, Dumbledore assured. Harry double-checked the words and wrote his name in the last line, looking at the minister who did the same without double-checking in the line below. It is done. How soon can you provide us with Fudge started asking, but Harry was counting on his fingers. Well, when I first brewed the potion, I exaggerated the amount. So, I actually have the quote for today ready. I was wondering how to dispose of them to make room for other potions. Well, you can leave with it if you want, but you'll need to pay me first, Harry said with a smile, and Fudge's eyebrows went up. Show us. I'm going to need some help carrying Dash. Dumbledore called a name, and Harry shouted, looking at the ugliest creature he has ever seen in his life that just appeared out of thin air. Could you please gather a few others and bring Mr. Potter's trunk to us? Yes, Headmaster. The creature vanished, and a few seconds later, the door went open and 4 of the same creature entered carrying Harry's trunk. The boy just stared at those creatures until they bowed and vanished. He was about to ask, but controlled himself. He had some business to attend to. All right, let me see. He opened it, trying to hide the mess of clothes and underwear, until he found the wooden box, taking it out and opening it. Inside, there were a lot of rows on each side of the box, all filled with tiny vials containing the same yellow substance. Each slot contained 10 small vials in it, and Harry took out one to show it to Fudge. This is 1 dose. I know it doesn't look much, but it will work for 8 hours, so I have in here 523. They're 500, Harry said, taking out a handful of vials, presenting the box forward, looking at Fudge expectantly. Would you like me to send your money to Gringotts or Dash? I'd like to get it here if it's okay. Harry thought this would be really disrespectful in the Muggle world, but in here, wizards didn't see this kind of action as rude. The minister nodded to Matilda, who took out her purse and started putting coins on the table. This is part of the department's budget, so I expect you to reimburse us, Cornelius. Harry smiled and saw the pile getting larger and larger. So a department costs you around 25,000 galleons? That is interesting, Harry said while eyeing Fudge, and he turned to glare. The table wasn't big enough, so Matilda started placing coins on the floor, and after at least 10 minutes of picking, where even Cornelius started helping, she started turning her bag upside down, simply dropping the coins into the pile. There was now a small mountain of galleons on the ground, and then Fudge said, Our agreement is in effect then, Mr. Potter, so I hope we won't have any problems with the manufacturing. Not at all. I'm glad this will help someone because I never thought this potion was going to do any good. Also, don't forget to send me the signed list of those who took their vials, please. Fudge just nodded and wished everyone a good night, leaving with Matilda. Everyone looked at Harry, who was eyeing the gold. You know, I really underestimated the amount of coins 25,000 galleons would produce. He smirked, and Flitwick erupted in laughter. Well, we got that out of the way. I wanted Severus and Phileas to be part of this as both of them share some bond with you. Severus being the potion master and Phileas being your head of house. But now that that is done, I have a few personal things that I'd like to discuss with Mr. Potter in private. So if you two would be so kind as to give us the room. Dumbledore said while pouring something in a chalice. Good night, headmaster, Flitwick said, and left while Severus just turned without a word and walked away. After they were alone, Dumbledore smiled and spoke. I'm Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts, and it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Harry. Harry felt uneasy, wondering if he was seeing too much in his eyes. The pleasure is mine. Harry bowed his head and Dumbledore smiled. Now, let's talk about a few things regarding your housing situation. Harry just stared in silence. Even though I understand your anger, there's a reason for you to be living there, Harry. Harry kept quiet. I'll explain to you like this. In our world, magic means more than words and wands, more than potions and brooms, as there is ancient magic tied to our blood and to our land, and blood magic is ancient and powerful, and the very same reason you're still alive. You already know what your mother did for you, and at the moment she sacrificed her life for yours, her blood inside you protected you from Voldemort's curse. Your aunt, as the only living kin you have, possesses the same deep magic in her blood because of her sister's sacrifice, and that is a powerful magic shield for you, protecting you in ways you cannot even comprehend. Harry nodded slowly, and after a few seconds of thinking, asked, I read a lot about you, headmaster, and I know that you were the most powerful wizard to go against Voldemort, and that's the reason he could never take Hogwarts as part of his reign. So I'm wondering about one thing. When my parents were murdered and he vanished, who took me from my house and gave me to my aunt? I mean, who exactly gave that order? Dumbledore paused for a moment and smiled a little before becoming serious again. Your mind is really frightening, Harry. And yes, you are correct in your deduction. It was me who instructed Hagrid to rescue you in your house. Hagrid? Yes, I trusted him to search for survivors on that night, and he found you. Harry nodded again. No, I couldn't let you live with any of my friends or anyone from the wizardry world because there was still no guarantee that Voldemort was really dead, and the country was still in war, full of Death Eaters and those who would kill you in a heartbeat. Harry frowned at how he deduced that and heard Ivy hissing. He's using magic on you, powerful magic. Dumbledore eyed the snake and smiled, but his smile wasn't bright, and Harry saw his expression filled with power. What is he doing? Harry asked in parcel tongue, his eyes on Dumbledore's expression. He's reading your mind. Harry narrowed his eyes. I thought this had been forbidden. What was the name again? He asked Dumbledore, who nodded a few times. Legelmans, and it is forbidden, but you cannot be the headmaster if you can't break a few rules. Am I right? Although Legelmans can be trained, only a few have the gift. He smiled again. Headmaster, is everything you just said related to my connection to Voldemort? Harry completely changed the subject, finally asking what he always wanted to know, and upon uttering the words, the boy saw Dumbledore, trying to hide his emotions, remaining silent, but his silence was enough for the boy. So what you're not saying is that Voldemort is still out there, and that being with my aunt, who possessed the same blood as my mother, will give me defenses against him if he ever comes back. Exactly. It's ancient magic, and the blood your mother spilled to protect you is the same blood that runs in your aunt's veins, protecting you even against her will. So I'll beg you, if I must, for you to return to your home once again. Harry nodded again, thinking for a few seconds. I will respectfully refuse, headmaster. Harry dash. Imperio won't work on my snakes, so if you try on me, I've instructed them to warn me. Harry said, and Dumbledore's expression sunk. I would never use the Imperio on a student. Why would you think that? Have I said or done anything that could show that I would? Dumbledore said with a frown. I saw something in your smile, headmaster, and I doubt that I'm mistaken. I have a feeling you wouldn't mind doing that at all. I have a feeling you haven't become Albus Dumbledore, one of the greatest wizards who ever lived with smiles and flowers. Just so you know, Harry, I wouldn't do it because the Imperio is one of the 3 unforgivable curses, and because there are other ways to force someone to do something, for example. Harry saw nothing, but suddenly, Ivy and Ash were on top of Dumbledore's table, across the golden coins. The boy got up, knocking the chair back, and eyed the headmaster who had his wand up, aiming at the snakes. Harry's hand instinctively went to his wand, but he stopped the motion, realizing that this was not a fight he could pick on. You see, there is no need for me to use the Imperio to force you to do anything, but I do not want to do that, as I want your trust, not your fear. As he said that, the two snakes flew towards Harry's arms, and he rushed them inside his robes. Sit down, please. Harry obeyed, feeling threatened by the presence of the wizard in front of him. Now he could understand why Dumbledore had so much fame. I'm not going to force you to do anything, but I am asking, as someone who has a better understanding of the situation as a whole, and as someone who has lived through things you can only imagine, for you to trust me and go back to their house. I don't want to, they dash. Treated you horribly. I can only imagine, but can't you see that they will be doing you a favor? Even against their will, they will hide and protect you from forces that even I can't go against. And now that you know about the wizardry world, you can have your autonomy when you come back. Harry, I'm not telling you to forget about what they did or to forgive them. I'm telling you to use them. Harry finally understood a small fraction of this man's psyche. He was a sociopath. I'll end up transfiguring them into pigs, and don't doubt me, because I'm doing really great in transfiguration. Oh, Minerva has been telling me, and I congratulate you for your hard work, but don't do that. They are not worth it. Someone who has never lived through the hell they put me through cannot understand dash, Harry started, but saw his cold glare again. And in that instant, he felt small. Dumbledore's gaze was so full of meaning that Harry instantly felt the pressure and understood that he was the one who had never seen hell. You seem like a very reasonable person, Harry, more than I was when I was 12, so it is easier to not talk to you. You understand my silence well. Harry stared at him, feeling the magic flowing again. Your conditions seem reasonable, so I'll talk to them myself. You don't need to worry. It will be like you are invisible to them. If you're saying my conditions will be met, I can think about it, but I'm not agreeing with it just yet. As long as you give me your answer before Christmas, it will be fine. Harry nodded and asked while tilting his head. Since it's all fine, would you mind if I try something? Harry narrowed his eyes to something that just crossed his mind. I wouldn't mind, but what exactly is it you want to put to test? Dumbledore frowned, but Harry just remained silent until he felt the Legielman's magic coming again and raised his wand. Protego. As he said that, he saw the magic shield briefly appear and saw the magic being reflected towards Dumbledore, who waved his wand and created the same shield, at least 10 times bigger than Harry's, dissipating the magic. Oh, that was a terrific attempt, and I'm impressed by how far you're reading ahead. Protego is taught in the last months of your class, but you're already casting it by yourself. Perhaps calling you a genius is not that far off. Harry stared at him and narrowed his eyes, re-watching his movement inside his head, as Dumbledore just stared back with an educated smile. Expelliarmus. Harry almost shouted and saw Dumbledore waving his wand a second time, repelling the spell towards the wall that shook with the impact. The elder turned while tilting his head. Why are you trying to disarm me? Harry, I'm failing to understand dash, he started, but Harry simply waved his wand, not saying anything. Ah, that's what you're after. Harry frowned and saw the elder getting up and walking around the table. You'll need to clearly think the spell and intonate it as if you're speaking it. You can slightly accelerate the movement and the intonation, but not too much or it will fail. Harry saw Dumbledore raising his wand slowly and heard the elder saying, Expelliarmus. Harry saw the magic coming at high speed and did the drawing for the Protego, but his thoughts didn't follow and his wand flew away. Close. One try again. Harry picked up his wand and thought for a moment how the hell he ended up here, trading spells with the headmaster, surrounded by thousands of galleons, being watched by 2 snakes and a phoenix. Expelliarmus. Dumbledore said slowly again, and Harry did the magic drawing and thought inside his head. Protego. The shield appeared in time, blocking the spell and shattering, making Harry gasp to the impact of Dumbledore's disarming spell. Impressive. Managing to silent cast in your second attempt is superb, and I must admit that I missed the teaching. Dumbledore sat again with a smile on his face, gesturing to all the scattered gold. And about your gold, I know you don't trust Cornelius enough, but he is the Minister of Magic, so he'd never try to go back on his word. Would you mind if I send this to your vault? I'm sure it will be happy after the 2,000 galleons you took from it. He raised one eyebrow while saying the last part, making Harry smile, wondering how did he know, but he didn't ask. He took at least 500 galleons, placed them inside his trunk, and said, "When I was in the Diagon Alley, I did something." "Oh, I know what you did. Would you like me to send this gold to your second vault?" "Yes, please," Harry answered, remembering the day he bought a new vault under the name Evans because he felt something wrong when taking gold from his father's vault, as if that gold wasn't his. As a matter of fact, Harry only called himself Potter because people told him that was his name, but he didn't feel like one because he was never his father's son. He never verbalized that, but inside his head, it made little sense to use the Potter money since he didn't feel like a Potter. So he bought a new one, paid with Potter money, but he would make sure to put everything in place. His opportunity to use his intellect to gather money arrived way earlier than he expected, landing in his lap like a Christmas present, and now he was going to take advantage of that to build his own legacy. Dumbledore nodded and sent the rest away with a wand motion. "I found it strange at first, but I believe you wouldn't take such action if you weren't feeling bad about something. You know, Headmaster, if I could, I'd change my name to Harry Evans because the name Potter is actually a nuisance." Dumbledore sat and frowned at him, remaining silent for a few seconds. "Why would you say such a cruel thing, Harry? Calling your father's name a nuisance is a dishonor to his legacy, to the life he gave up for you." "Huh, I don't think you understood. I'm saying that the Potter name is a nuisance for me because I'm famous wherever I go, but I don't want spotlights everywhere I go. I want to be me, not the boy who lived." "Is it the reason you bought your new vault?" "Yeah, and I thought about changing my name, but I understand that until Voldemort is gone, I can't do that." Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, thinking if somehow this boy already knew about everything. "Indeed, and that brings us to our next topic, your friends." Dumbledore pointed to Harry's chest. "And what about them?" "All those snakes need to undergo a series of spells to make them harmless to other students. That does not apply to Ivy and Ash anymore, because their poison will be necessary for the brewing of the potions. So instead, I'd like to warn you." "Warn me about what?" "As for this moment, they're under your supervision, and their actions will be completely under your responsibility. If they somehow attack someone, or even end up killing someone, you'll be held responsible, even as a child." Harry looked down and quickly looked up, nodding once. "I'll take full responsibility for them, so don't worry. I thought you would, well, now to more recent events, I just got this done, so it's a perfect time to give it to you." Dumbledore took a weird golden trophy and placed it on the desk. Harry saw it was like a bronze shield and read the inscription out loud. "To Harry James Potter, for services provided to Hogwarts." Harry just looked back at the elder, still frowning. "What service?" "Saving a life, Harry." "Oh, Neville." "Yes, it came to my attention that earlier today you saved Mr. Longbottom, and Augusta also sent her most sincere thanks. I believe she has invited you to her Christmas party as well." "Augusta Longbottom, Neville's grandmother." Harry looked at the desk and remembered a few things because of the name he just spoke. "Headmaster, I never heard Neville speaking about their parents, even when we were on the train, while Hermione and Ronald, two students kept talking about their parents and their reactions to their letters. Neville had a weird expression, so I'm just remembering something that I read in The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts, where there's a section for those who fought Voldemort. I was wondering, they're the ones, Harry. I won't dwell much on this matter because this is a secret that belongs to Mr. Longbottom, but his parents are the two Aurors who were tortured to insanity by Death Eaters." Harry stared at the elder with intensity, but the mind-reading magic wasn't coming anymore. "And Harry, the school thanks you for your services as well." This trophy is yours, and a copy will be placed in our trophy section. You're welcome, I guess, Harry said, trying to not transpire his feelings, but Dumbledore could see the small glimpse of happiness for being recognized. Next is that. Dumbledore pointed a long finger at Harry's ring. Oh yes, it wasn't Hagrid's fault, headmaster. I was careless and wore it without thinking. Harry made sure to explain Hagrid wasn't at fault, and Dumbledore nodded. I imagined. So let's talk about the ring. Do you know what it is? Edo. Could you tell me? Harry said after a few seconds of silence from the headmaster. Have you read about Rowena's relic, Harry? The diadem that she created to increase her mental faculties? Harry's eyes bulged as he eyed the ring. Is this what this is? No, I was just asking if you knew what the diadem was. Dumbledore asked with a tiny smile, and Harry tried to compose himself again. Yeah. I do know about it. I also read that it was lost and never found. Indeed. So yes, this ring you're using is a similar object, created with purpose and enchanted to do one thing, to suppress magic. Suppress magic? Have you had your class about the origins of magic? I slept all the way through, but I read about it later. Bold of you to assume that to the headmaster. I'm doing it deliberately, so maybe the headmaster will notice that having a ghost teaching a class isn't the best choice. Harry said with a straight face, and Dumbledore chuckled. But I think I understand you, headmaster. In what way? I always try to be mysterious. The elder said with a tiny smile again, and Harry narrowed his eyes to his condescending tone. You actually want these things to happen, don't you? You want all students to hate history of magic because it is a subject that must be hated, so they can focus on what's really important. Dumbledore kept smiling and just stared in silence. The same way you allow Professor Snape to act like he always does, bullying students, so they can hate but at the same time respect potions. Nothing but a smile. And the strict Professor McGonagall to emphasize the seriousness of transfiguration, while Professor Flitwick shows wisdom and charms. Professor Sprout shows some kind of caring but powerful display towards herbology. This is all you're doing. You picked them one by one, didn't you? Now that would be insanity, wouldn't Harry? Picking people by who they are so their actions could fit in a position that you want to be played in a specific way. Indeed, that would be insane, the doing of a sociopath. Harry held his gaze, and Dumbledore's smile increased. Harry looked to his ring and frowned, looking up slowly, seeing Dumbledore's gaze full of an amused doubt. A sociopath smart enough to realize that a boy that had never seen gold, silver, or bronze would be curious about it. Dumbledore took his chalice and drank whatever was in it, and would be curious about the reason a ring was placed right next to it, and the pile of silver and bronze in front of the pile of gold while the rest was in the back. No way, this can't be real. Reality is subjective, my boy, as reality can be perceived in many ways. Are you telling me you planted this ring 12 years ago? Well, as the headmaster of Hogwarts, I had a few liberties at that time because of the danger Voldemort represented, and entering your vault was one of them. A one-time thing, I assure you, but that gave me the opportunity that I needed. How did you know that I'd pick the ring? Oh, I didn't, but I'm sure you can remember something with that perfect memory of yours. Harry frowned, the insides of his vault coming back to mind as he scanned around and saw a few things. There was a watch, a wristlet, a pendant, and dash. A pair of socks, because you never know, Dumbledore said sadly. Harry just stared and felt something. He felt this man was stronger than him in all aspects. He felt an urge to go down the stairs and ask Hermione for help, because he was in the presence of something so threatening that he was actually afraid. Do you see, Harry, how reality is subjective? How what you observe as real could be something completely engineered by someone else? And can you understand why you should follow my advice? Harry slowly nodded and looked up after a few seconds, but his eyes were nothing like before, and Dumbledore's smile vanished in a heartbeat. What exactly is that you're hiding from me, headmaster? What should be hidden from a 12-year-old boy who has just learned about magic? Dumbledore answered low. You have a funny way to gain trust. Harry retorted bitter. And you have an interesting way of requesting information. Information that I'm owed. Now, that would be Dash. Harry didn't let him finish, getting up and placing his hands on the table. Information my mother gave her life for, information my father gave his life for, information that I waited 12 years for, being treated like a vermin by the Dursleys, information that is not yours to hide, information that I will find somewhere else, I assure you. But if you want me to trust you, headmaster, you need to tell me now. Harry saw the man smiling again, and for a second, he thought he was going to get what he wanted, but suddenly, the chair moved towards him, making him sit down. You do not order me, Harry, as I am the headmaster of this school, but I want you to understand that we are two people having a conversation about our views on specific subjects, where you're presenting to me how you see things, and I am presenting to you how I see things. There is no right and wrong, as what you perceive is right, I perceive as wrong, and what you perceive as wrong, I perceive as right. Do you understand, Harry, that when two minds clash and reach two thought conclusions about the same subject, there is no real right and wrong, as the two are right and the two are wrong? Fine, you want to go there, let's go there. How is Grindelwald wrong then? And how is he right about what he did? And why you stopped him if he was right? Dumbledore's face became stone cold before he got up, walking to pet his phoenix, a hand behind his back holding his wand. Perhaps I was mistaken about you. Perhaps you do have what it takes. Harry just remained silent, and Dumbledore turned and continued. Grindelwald wanted us to be free. He wanted to protect the wizardry world, and he was right about wanting us to be free, but his ways were wrong, and I stopped him because of that. Do you see? In his mind, he was doing what was right, and in my mind, he was doing something wrong, but the two conclusions are right and wrong at the same time. But your view was more important than his, so you went and stopped him, so in the end, there's a right answer, otherwise he would still be free. Not exactly, Harry, and you fail to understand that inside his mind, he's still right. Even after losing, can't your mind understand this concept? Harry actually could, but he was doing this on purpose to see how far he could bait the headmaster into revealing things. I'm just saying that his point, even if right inside his mind, was not the right one to the others. And when he tried to make his plan happen, you had to impose your will over his, because his ideals could have hurt the others. Harry said with a smirk. Your point being? What exactly dictates if something is right or wrong? Harry asked sly, and Dumbledore narrowed his eyes. Harry felt the Legelmans coming again, but he had nothing to hide. All I'm asking is for you to understand that your point is not the only one. Don't be so stubborn. Dumbledore pleaded with a frown. I'm not. Show me a logical reason for something, and I won't say a word against it. Sometimes you have to give up on your ideas for the greater good, even if it's illogical. That's called weakness. Harry almost smirked. That's called compromise. And do you think you could ever do that? Could you lose something to gain something? Dumbledore asked, smirking as well. I don't know, but if you're suggesting something, I'm all ears. Well, how about compromising about receiving information? I will give you something, and you'll stop asking questions until I think you're ready to ask them. How does that sound? Harry tilted his head, thinking about his options. I guess this is the best I can get, so yes. Marvelous. Now, have you ever read about the tale of the Deathly Hallows? So you're telling me that the wand you're holding right now is the wand that death itself made for the first brother? Harry pointed with a smile. That is correct. It's called the Elder Wand. And you're telling me this cape that belonged to my father is a piece of death's robe itself? Harry tried his best to sound respectful, but it was difficult. You're 2 out of 2. Now I can see why you have so many preliminary O's. So, my father, am I related to Dash? Perhaps, of course, there's always the possibility of stealing, but I do not believe so. So yes, you may as well be a descendant of the third brother. Harry eyed the man and smiled. So what you said about Voldemort always being focused on beating death. Does he know about this relics and what they can do? I don't believe so. So that's his obsession, to beat death. Yes, it is. You think he managed? I had my doubts, but everything shows he somehow found a way. And for you to be with these, did you want to beat death as well? Dumbledore sat, and his phoenix came to his lap, receiving strokes as he talked. I did, but again, I was silly, Harry, because death is supposed to exist, so life can have meaning. What about the resurrection stone? Have you ever found it? Never, although I had a few hints, they never really produced any proof. And what would you do if you had found it? Dumbledore just stared, and Harry understood that was too personal. I know what I would do. What exactly? Try to resurrect my parents. Dumbledore's expression changed into something weird. It was almost amusing and incredulous at the same time. I already told you, Dash, that the resurrection stone is a trap. I get it, but I also get it that in the wizardry world, ancient magic is everywhere. So I dare to guess that if someone possesses all the three relics, they could not only cheat death, but get its place as well. That wouldn't be sufficient to resurrect someone. Dumbledore said with such confidence that Harry wondered if he had already tried. Yes, I'd assume so, but let's just say I'm resourceful enough to think of a way to do it. Dumbledore simply smiled and leaned back in his chair. So this is it, Harry. I'm compromising by giving you something I'd never dream about giving in order to calm down your eagerness. No, you're giving me something trivial so I can let go of the more important business. Harry, my dear boy, if you're saying that the power of death itself is a trivial thing, you're just proving my point that you're not ready. Harry pouted and placed his new cape inside his robes. So, finishing about the ring, it's just a tool that allows you to focus your magic and also suppress it in case you lose control. Harry frowned, but didn't verbalize his doubts. I wish for you to keep using it, at least until the end of the year. Sure. Harry nodded, wondering what exactly the ring could do. He would make sure to check later. And with that, I believe our business is concluded for the moment. Oh, I want to ask you something, Headmaster, if I may. Of course, go ahead. Is the reason for me being a parcel mouth some power for Voldemort himself? I mean, is there some power of him in me? Harry noticed that Dumbledore was good at hiding his emotions, but even he couldn't hide his troubled expression now. Why would you think that? Because it is the only explanation. I read everything there was to be read about it. Voldemort picked us for some reason, but I believe I was the target, because there's no point in murdering an infant after their parents are already dead. Not that I understand his twisted mind, but it's illogical. I kept thinking and thinking, and I'm almost 100% sure that I was the real target, but thanks to that old magic you just said, I was protected. But this is not normal. Harry finished pointing to his scar, continuing after realizing something. Or maybe he was searching for my father's piece of the Deadly Hallows. But you said the wand was always in your possession, so I'd assume he would come for you next. But why murder me? If he got the cape from my father, Dash. The cape was with me. Harry, I had requested from your father for examination a few days previous to their deaths. Harry thought as fast as he could, eyeing the headmaster after at least a minute of silence. Why? As I said, with the hints I had, I was closer than I ever was. And so you took my father's only defensive tool against Voldemort? They could have survived. Indeed, I am too at fault for their deaths. Harry tilted his head, wondering what the hell this man was about, just admitting he was part of the cause his parents were dead. So, how do you want to proceed? Wah. I'm trying to understand how someone who created a plan 11 years ago to make me use this damn ring failed to see something so obvious. Perhaps I was too old, Dash. Expelliarmus, Harry shouted, and Dumbledore simply moved his wand, blocking the spell with ease. Don't try condescending me. Headmaster, it does not fit your character anymore. No, it does not. Dumbledore pondered his answer carefully, and Harry saw something behind his eyes as if he was deciding something before sighing. I know you hate to hear that, but you're too young for all of that, Harry. I'd like to make a promise to you. A promise to tell you when the time is right. I don't want that, headmaster. I'm sorry if I sound rude, but I don't want your promises. I want the truth. Only the truth can solve things. Only the real meaning behind something can truly set someone free. Harry conveyed his own thoughts. And the reason he started doing his detective work in the Muggle world, because he wanted to give others the thing he was denied the most. The truth. You're only 12. Harry, this is a weight that I can't put on your shoulders, Dash. That I'm the one who's going to fight Voldemort because of this connection we share? I already deduced that. Why do you think I'm here asking for help? I need help to get ready, but I need tools for when the time comes, headmaster. I already understand that he was after me and that my mother's sacrifice made him vanish, and also that he's not dead, so he'll eventually come back to finish the job. Dumbledore eyed him with interest and a feeling of déjà vu. You know, Voldemort once studied in this very same school. I know, I read about it. He was your student from when you taught Transfiguration. Harry answered harshly, angry because Dumbledore was changing the subject. Exactly. And you reminded me of him just a second ago, the way he could be persuasive. Harry felt a punch in his stomach, wondering if the headmaster thought he was just pretending or if somehow Voldemort was acting through him. His name was Tom Marvolo Riddle, and his new name is an anagram to that. He turned Tom Marvolo Riddle into I am Lord Voldemort, using the surname from his Muggle father as a way to cast aside his roots, but at the same time to step on his memory. He wasn't a pure blood. No, he was a half-blood. And don't get me wrong, Harry, I'm not saying you're the same as him. I'm simply pointing out the similarities I'm seeing. Harry remained quiet, waiting for the rest. I can sense the urge in your eyes, your voice, your posture. You remind me of myself when I was young and brilliant, when there was no one who could stop me, but when I was dull enough to see that as a good thing. Harry narrowed his eyes, and after a few seconds, sighed in defeat. It's infuriating, it's frustrating. I don't even have the words to. I read more than any student in this school. I polish my mind to the point my intellect is closer to a teacher's than a student's, and I suffer enough to understand the ways of life. And still, here I am being called a child, denied my answers because you're choosing for me again. Yes. And who gave you that right? Dumbledore's face became cold, and he simply leaned back in his chair. Me. Power gave me the right to decide. But more importantly, wisdom gave me the power to decide for those who still cannot. Wisdom is the excuse those who failed created to give meaning to their failures. Harry stared Dumbledore in the eyes and got up, slightly leaning towards the elder, who held his defiant gaze. Are you trying to know? You most certainly are not trying to protect me, are you? Harry saw his expression stay in place, a sign of someone who deliberately made the expression stay in place. I don't need your protection more than I need your guidance. If you're trying to compensate for your mistake of sending me to the Dursleys, I don't need to be happy, headmaster. I don't need my childhood back. I just need help to survive. I'm sure you own me that for choosing wrong the first time. Your choice only gave me suffering for 12 years, so I'm sorry if I don't trust you on this. All I can say is that if you don't give me answers, I'll look for them elsewhere. And by saying that, Harry Potter walked to the door and left. So how did it go? Snape asked after returning to the headmaster's chambers, seeing Dumbledore in front of a window, seeing the twilight outside. Interesting to say the least. I saw Potter storming out. What did you tell him? Not much, and that was the reason for his anger. Have I ever told you about my interactions with Voldemort when he was just a young boy named Tom Severus? No. Well, the conversation with Harry tonight gave me a lot to think about, and I was reminded of a few things. You see, Tom was a snake. You could see in his eyes that he was always hiding something, always plotting something under that perfect persona, but even I didn't know how dark he could get, or, well, tonight while meeting Harry, I saw something similar in a different way. On the boy. Precisely. What did you see? I saw Voldemort again. I saw someone brilliant, with the same darkness behind his eyes, but Harry's feelings are pushed by anger, so I'm just concerned by now. What exactly are you saying, Headmaster? That Harry is nothing like I expected, and that inside of him, there's something dark, and that we need to tread carefully around that darkness. Otherwise, we may nourish another Dark Lord. You must be joking. Then what should we do? For now, I'd like for you to keep an eye on the boy, and if my suspicious becomes true, I will not make the same mistake twice. You're not saying what I think you're saying, Severus whispered, his eyes hard, but the Dumbledore simply looked outside, to the darkness creeping in and to the clouds bringing an incoming storm.